All people elf pick up the Super Dream treasure chest at the beginning 151-182. Chapter 151 Mana Phase New Discovery, A Dream Come True, the Super Power Contest begins. Shanao Star Territory. The Sea of Stars is vast. Even if humans have explored enough of each star field, until now, each star field has still not been able to confirm how large each star field is. There is still an extremely vast sea of stars that has not been explored, and there are many strange and colorful planets that have not been discovered. At this moment, in the depths of the star sea in the Shanao star region, in the vortex surging, the Temple of the Sea slowly swam out. Manaphy stayed just above the Temple of the Sea, with an extremely rare serious expression, and looked forward. At a glance, in the depths of this star sea, the nebula gathers and condenses, forming a strange scene. From a distance, it seems to have converged into a super large mountain range hidden within the sea of stars. In the nebula, all kinds of brilliance flicker, gorgeous and flowing, which is truly beautiful. Manaphy observed it carefully for a while, then drove the Temple of the Sea and entered the gathered nebula. Guandu Star Territory. Somewhere in the Sea of Stars. Not far away, the information recording instrument left by Lin Jing here records everything in real time. At this moment, in front, faint ripples rippled up, and the rich air of time filled the air. In the Sea of Stars, there seems to be a special passage. That's the space-time channel. At the moment when the channel was formed, a small figure swam out of the space-time channel first. It was a green figure, and it looked very cute. After swimming out of the space-time channel, he turned around in Shanghai, then turned his eyes and looked at the space-time channel behind. Celebi. 043 You demons who can travel through time and space. At the rear, the space-time passage did not disappear. Under the gaze of Celebi, an equally small figure stood out from the space-time passage. Its figure is pink, it looks a bit like a kitten, its tail is very long, and it keeps shaking. If Lin Jing was here, he could immediately recognize his identity. Dream. It can transform into all elves, learn almost all skills, and is considered to be the ancestor of elves by some elves, Dreamy. After leaving the space-time channel, Dream seemed to faintly perceive something, turned his eyes, and suddenly looked at the location of the information recording machine. A look of doubt appeared on its cute face, and then, it made a face directly at the information recording machine. Then, Dream and Celebi together, swam between their bodies, went deep into the Sea of Stars, and disappeared again. In place, only the information recording machine was left. At this moment, the information recording machine launches everything recorded in real time through the interstellar network. Celebrate the star. Eastern Plateau. The entire Eastern Plateau was full of people's voices. In the middle of the Eastern Plateau, there is a super large open-air battle arena, which is large enough to accommodate nearly 1 million people watching the battle at the same time. Here is the main venue of Shanao Star Field, which has held many star field competitions. Outside the venue, there are huge screens erected one by one, which broadcast everything in the venue in real time, so that the audience who did not grab the tickets can also watch outside. Meanwhile, CGBA. The live broadcast room on the Interstellar Network has been opened and is in a ready state. The current situation in the venue is broadcast live, and countless audiences pour into it, and the barrage is surging rapidly. Who is the third guest? It's not really Miss Karuna from the Carlos region, is it? Xanaduo is a rather rare elf. Except for Miss Karuna, I haven't heard of any trainer whose strength is amazing. Being able to play against King Wusong will definitely not be bad. Just wait, this third guest is really mysterious. Miss Sharona has already announced it, but he will not be officially announced until the opening ceremony. Countless hotly debated barrages flowed. In the live broadcast screen, a host began to introduce the super large venues for this battle, doing warm-up before the official start. On the battlefield. Backstage preparation. In the room, Lin Jing was fully dressed and sat on the seat. On the side, it is the figure of Shinado. He looked at Shinado and said softly, "Xanaduo, are you ready?" On Shinado's head, the Seagud's crown burst into a faint brilliance, and its soft voice resounded in Lin Jing's heart. "Ready. That's fine." Lin Jing's voice was calm, and he couldn't hear the waves. "This is the battle that has really attracted much attention since I became a trainer. It's up to you, my primordial spirit, to participate." In the past, the second stage of the elf exam was the first competition I participated in, and I let the Shinao Starfield know that there was a rookie trainer named Lin Jing at that time. And now, the super competition is the second competition I have participated in. The opponent is a Heavenly King level trainer. After this battle, the entire Shinao Star territory will know that there is a powerful trainer named Lin Jing. His eyes were deep. He doesn't care about fame. However, this battle with Wusong seems to be a test and affirmation of his growth all the way up to now. After this battle, his name will completely resound throughout the entire Shinao Starfield. Beside, Shinado's expression was serious, and in his eyes, there was already a constant flow of fighting intent. It is the initial sprite that originally accompanied the forest scene and grew up to the present. For Shinado, there is only one creed. What Lin Jing wants to do, it will do everything to help Lin Jing accomplish it. While the thoughts were flashing, at this moment, the elf picture book trembled slightly. Lin Jing took a look, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. The one who sent the message was the information recording machine he left in the Guandu Star region. After the arrangement, every day, the information recording machine will pass the information through the interstellar network and directly send it to the elf picture book it is associated with. Lin Jing will also be checked regularly every day. At this moment, there is a figure on the cover of the video sent. Celebi. Finally got something. There, it really is where Celebi travels through time and space. Now, has Celebi returned to the Guandu Star region? With thoughts flashing in Lin Jing's mind, he clicked on the video. Video playback. Soon, Celebi's figure appeared on the screen, which undoubtedly confirmed Lin Jing's initial guess. He hadn't given it much thought. The next moment, another figure appeared on the screen. After seeing it, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly freeze. This is Dream. Lin Jing's expression became serious. Looking at the two figures in the picture, his thoughts flashed rapidly. Dream and Celebi traveled through time and space together. No wonder. As an elf with superpower attributes, Chao Meng has an extremely terrifying perception ability. It can even find me directly, but it can't find the dream. It is created by the gene of dream. It is reasonable to say that it should not be difficult to find a dream. It turns out that Celebi and Dream went to another time and space. The realm of time and space is not an existence that Mewtwo is good at. It has never been able to find a trace of dreams, so it is understandable. Now, Dream has returned to the Guandu Star territory. I don't know. Where is Chao Meng? Maybe find a way to get in touch with it and give it the news. Thoughts are flashing. Outside, there was a knock on the door. Inspector Lin Jing. It's about time for you to appear. Lin Jing responded, and temporarily suppressed other thoughts in his heart, and his expression became serious. Inside the venue, there was a lot of people talking. At the bottom, there are top-level battle arenas, and at the top, there are large screens that broadcast everything in real time for the convenience of the audience. At this moment, the entire battle arena was extremely lively. Right at this moment, on the high platform in the first section of the venue, a beautiful figure appeared, reflected on the big screens, and her voice sounded in the eyes of everyone. Everyone in the audience and the live broadcast room. I am a vegetable seed. Welcome to the superpower contest. Dropped with a bang. The audience cheered continuously. The main dish of the Emmy Gym is one of the most popular trainers in the Shinao Star region, and she is the host of the opening ceremony of the superpower competition. After the cheers subsided slightly, the voice of the vegetable seeds sounded again. The superpower competition is hosted by Wusong Tianwang and supported by the Shinao Alliance. It is a large-scale competition dedicated to the superpower department in our Shanao Star territory. This superpower competition has adopted new rules, and even invited trainers from other star fields to participate. And the 3 judges are even more heavyweights. I think everyone has been very curious about the 3 judges of this competition. I have seen a lot of discussions about them on the Interstellar Network. Since that's the case, now, I won't sell it. Under the spotlight, Kai Zhang stretched out his hand and made an invitation. Now, let's invite the 3 judges and guests of this superpower competition to come on stage. Cheers are better. The vegetable's voice sounded again. The first guest judge. Chapter 152. The champion of the Heavenly King comes on stage. The dragon roar resounds throughout the world. Lin Jing. The suspenseful voice of the vegetables sounded. At this moment, the cheers of the super-large audience in the battlefield also weakened, and the eyes of anticipation fell in the middle of the stadium. With the sound of vegetable seeds, at this moment, special devices were activated around the battlefield. The original open-air battlefield was covered with a black screen, and the entire stadium became dark in an instant. In the darkness, dozens of lights flickered, and finally settled on a high platform in the middle of the venue. There, an elegant figure dressed in a red suit and glasses appeared, waving his arms lightly, bowing gracefully to the audience in the auditorium. The first guest judge is the trainer of the Heavenly King of our Shanao Star region, the Super Heavenly King, Wu Song. The sound of vegetable seeds sounded in real time. At this moment, the cheers surged, and the entire venue was almost overturned. King Wusong. Come on, King Wusong. I don't know who is fighting against King Gosong. Excited voices sounded all over the venue, setting off a heat wave that was almost unstoppable. As a superpower king, Wusong also has an amazing popularity in the Shanao Star territory. Moreover, the superpower competition was held by Wusong Tianwang. This is his home field. After his debut, he ushered in deafening cheers. Now, under the light of the light, the voice of King Wusong sounded, and with the help of the amplifier, it resounded throughout the audience. Everyone. The new superpower competition was held as scheduled. This time, I invited 2 important guests to serve as judges. One of them will start the first battle with me in this venue. Are you looking forward to it? The moment his voice fell, a wave of noise erupted in the stadium. Looking forward. This year's superpower competition is full of enthusiasm, and all the audience are very curious about the mysterious third judge. In the live broadcast room, the barrage has completely shrouded the screen, and it is hard to imagine how many viewers are watching all this at this moment. Hearing the audience's response, Wusong showed a smile on his face, and nodded to the vegetables on the high platform at the other end. The vegetable's voice sounded again. Next, let us invite the second guest judge of this superpower competition. She is the pride of our Shanao Star territory, champion trainer, Miss Sharona. At the same time as the vegetable seed's voice fell, above the sky, a roar sounded. The roar contained endless coercion, and as it spread, the entire venue fell silent for a brief moment. The shady curtain above the stadium dissipated, and under the attention of everyone, a huge figure swept over from the far end of the sky. Bite the land shark fiercely. The main elf, the symbol of Shanao champion, bites the land shark fiercely. On the back of Lai Bite Lu Shark, Sharona was dressed in a black dress. She had no makeup on her beautiful face, but she was exceptionally beautiful. Stepping on Lai Bite Lu Shark's back, she looked calm and swooped into the opposing battlefield. Because of the coercion of biting the land shark, the venue was quiet for a moment. But now, with Sharona's appearance, the sound in the entire venue is raised again, which is even more enthusiastic than when King Wusong appeared. Champion trainer finally appeared. I'm here for Sharona. I didn't expect to see His Royal Highness the champion in this superpower competition. It's such an honor. Hyerna. No introduction is needed, just hearing this name, the trainers of Shanao Starfield will be full of admiration. In the Shanao star domain, this is one of the pronouns of beauty and power. The fierce bite land shark swooped down from the sky, whipped up a gust of wind, and stopped at one end of the high platform. Sharona stubbornly bit loose shark onto the high platform, and walked not far from King Wusong's side. She turned her eyes, scanned the audience, and a voice sounded. "Hello everyone. I'm Hyerna." In just 2 words, the momentum in the venue went further. There was a smile on her face, and she raised her hand and pressed it gently. "The noise in the venue has been reduced a bit," Hyerna said slowly. "The Alliance attaches great importance to this superpower competition, so I also came to be a guest judge. My understanding of superpower attributes is far inferior to Wusong Tianwang. Fortunately, there is a third judge in this superpower competition. I think everyone has already guessed that among the main elves of the third judge, there is a Shanado, and he has a unique understanding of superpower attributes. In the past few days, on the Interstellar Network, various guesses have been made about the third judge. And now, the answer can also be revealed." Sharona's voice was calm. "The third judge is not some long-established trainer as everyone guessed, but a new star. A new star trainer who grew up in the Shanao star field. Nova. Who would that be? The more you talk about it, the more mysterious it becomes." There were constant discussions in the venue and even in the live broadcast room. Sharona gestured for the vegetable seed. Vegetable seed's expression became more serious. As the host of the opening ceremony, she naturally learned some information in advance, so she was quite surprised. Now, under everyone's attention, Kai Seed's tone was serious and said seriously, "The third judge of this superpower competition. It is the winner of the first-class medal of Shanao, the elite trainer, Lin Jing." "Lin Jing, who is he? Wait, isn't this Lin Jing the one I imagined? You're talking about the champion that the elves will take the exam." No, he is already qualified to be a judge of the superpower competition." "How is this possible?" In the venue, countless people's expressions changed. Bewildered, shocked, puzzled, etc. Expressions flooded his face. In the live broadcast room, the barrage is full of question marks. "For flowers." At this moment, the sound of a dragon roared over the opposing battlefield, echoing between the heavens and the earth. When the sound of the dragon roar sounded, all the audience in the battlefield hall, at this moment, clearly felt that the temperature in the vast battlefield hall seemed to have risen abruptly. Someone subconsciously looked at the sky, and then the vibrating voice continued. This is a fire-breathing dragon. How can it be so big? What a strong coercion. It doesn't feel inferior to the fierce bite of the land shark just now. How is that possible? That figure. It's really him. Xanaduo, that's right, the champion of the exam. He first became famous with a flashing Shanado. In the vibration sound, from above the sky, a fire-breathing dragon appeared. Its eyes are sharp, and the king's coercion naturally spreads toward the surroundings. The red-gold flames on the dragon's tail are burning. With it as the center, the temperature of the entire surrounding area has increased. 0. Now, a figure stood on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. It is Lin Jing. Shanado is the initial elf hatched by Lin Jing in an egg. And the fire-breathing dragon was the second elf he received. In the past, Lin Jing, who had just become a trainer, brought these 2 elves and set foot on the spaceship to the Shanao star territory to participate in the elf exam. Now, the fire-breathing dragon is carrying Lin Jing, and in this big scene, which is highly anticipated, as the king of the fire-breathing dragon family, it is not afraid at all, but is extremely excited. As he opened his mouth slightly, Long Yinyan resounded again between heaven and earth. Roar. While the fire-breathing dragon was circling, it was close to the end of the high platform where Xierna and Wusong were located. After reaching a certain distance, Lin Jing stepped directly on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and stepped into the sky. Under his feet, faint purple ripples flowed. As the ripples circulated, After Lin Jing left from the back of the fire-breathing dragon, the fire-breathing dragon had turned into brilliance and returned to the Pokeball. The venue was quiet for a while. Countless people watched this rather shocking scene. There is no doubt that this is the display of special abilities. In the spotlight, Lin Jing stepped high in the sky, walked step by step, and came to the high platform. This, of course, is a way of using superpowers. Lin Jing's superpower has been transformed again and again, and has reached an extremely terrifying level. He can use superpower, attack, defense, air defense, and so on. Landing on the high platform, Lin Jing nodded slightly towards Sharona and Wusong. The two returned friendly glances. At this moment, Lin Jing stood on the high platform, his eyes turned around, and he swept to everything in this super large battle venue, swept to the audience, and swept the countless cameras focused on him. His voice was calm and suddenly sounded. Hello, all the viewers and friends of the superpower competition. I am the third judge of this superpower competition, Lin Jing. Ding. Chapter 153 Shanghai Shakes. Everyone pays attention, Lin Jing vs King Wusong. When the sound sounded, it spread throughout the audience, and through the live broadcast room, it was introduced into the ears of countless audiences. At this moment, after a brief silence in the venue, an astonishing sound rang out. It's really him. I also watched the live broadcast of his first-class medal. How long has he been a trainer? So, the opening ceremony of this superpower competition is Lin Jing vs King Wusong. How is this going to be played? Lin Jing is definitely an extraordinary trainer. The special ability he just displayed should be superpower. He does have extremely high attainments in superpower attributes. The aura of that fire-breathing dragon is extraordinary. Lin Jing is an absolute genius to be able to win the first prize in the elf competition. Could it be that his strength? What are you thinking? The opponent is King Wusong. In the face of a king, no matter how fast Lin Jing grows, he will be hard to beat. Being able to make the final appearance, I would like to see what is so powerful about this forest scene. The discussion continued. At this moment, inside the bombing venue, in the player preparation area, a figure looked at Lin Jing's appearance on the big screen, and bit 530 slightly on his lips. It was Yun Siqing. He, Lin Jing, the judge of the superpower competition. Thinking of the last time she met with Lin Jing, and the scene where Lin Jing was picked up, her face turned ruddy, and she whispered to herself, "This is." After the elf exam, what exactly did you experience? The scene was surging and heated discussions continued. In the live broadcast room, the moment Lin Jing appeared, it exploded completely. No one would have imagined that it would be a rising star who could serve as a judge together with Wusong and Sharona. Just a new star. Problem, this is too new. A trainer who just participated in the elf exam this year and won the champion, in the same year, became a judge of the superpower competition. What a ridiculous thing this is. But, everything is in front of you. Some viewers couldn't help but think more deeply. As a local competition in the Shanao Star territory, the Alliance attaches great importance to the superpower competition. This time, even the champion Sharona is the judge. This is definitely not a child's play, and King Wusong will not agree to it casually. That being the case, then there is a most essential problem in front of us. Forest View. This trainer who was born out of nowhere, the winner of the Shanao first-class medal, how strong is his strength? Can it be recognized by King Gosong and champion Sharona? Curtain City. Inside the Curtain Gym, Hallmaster Ali and a group of gym staff are watching the opening ceremony through the big screen. The owner of the museum, Li, likes to watch the competitions very much. In the past, she met Lin Jing through the live broadcast of the spiritual examination. Now, at this moment, she was looking at the live broadcast screen, introducing her figure, with a blank look in her eyes. Ali scratched his head, looked at the assistant beside him, and said, "Is this the Lin Jing I recommended?" The assistant hesitated, then nodded. Ali took a deep breath, and then whispered, I recommend you to be a contestant, not a judge. Celebrate the star. Heavenly Crown Elf Academy. The big screen of the battlefield is turned on, and the screen of the super competition is broadcast live in real time. Generally speaking, when a large-scale event like this is held, the Elf Academy will organize students to watch it together. During the battle, they will learn the battle ideas of the players and enhance their sense of command. Because the superpower competition was held at the Celebration Star, some students went directly to the scene to watch the game, but most of them chose to stay in the academy. At this moment, academy students gathered, including school team members. Now, looking at the figure in the screen, the students of the Sky Crown Elf Academy looked at each other and fell into extreme daze. This is the Lin Jing of our academy. Of course it is. I won the first class medal some time ago, and now I have become a judge of the superpower competition. I am sitting at the same seat with Miss Sharona and King Wusong. God, what has he experienced? Could the alliance have made a mistake? What are you thinking? I remember that his first class medal was awarded by the champion. It seems that the champion admires Lin Jing very much. Lin Jing must have something unique to achieve this step. Anyway, classmates, this is the captain of the Academy Cup of our Sky Crown Elf Academy. We should be excited. That's right. The silhouette released by the competition team is the Shinado who once fought in the academy. Lin Jing, do you want to fight King Wusong? That's a king-level trainer. Whether we win or lose, just relying on the qualifications for a battle, this year's Academy Cup, our Tianguan Academy, I am afraid there will be a big devil-like existence. Come on, Lin Jing. Come on, Lin Jing, go straight to King Wusong. I support you. After the first cheering sound, more cheering sounds came to mind in the battlefield hall. Lin Jing only stayed for a short time in Tianguan Academy, but he undoubtedly left a deep impression on all the students of Tianguan Elf Academy. In their opinion, Lin Jing is a well-deserved person, so they naturally want to support Lin Jing. Interstellar Forum, Lin Jing Personal Forum. With the opening ceremony of the superpower competition, with the appearance of Lin Jing, the popularity of the entire forum has skyrocketed, and it was first swiped by countless posts with question marks as the title. Then, countless new posts emerged. Sisters, tell me, I read it right. Close black lens bracket. Woo woo woo, Lin Jing finally participated in the competition, but why is it not the same as I imagined? Am I dreaming? How is this possible? Lin Jing is too arrogant. Close black lens bracket. Miss Sharona, King Wusong, Lin Jing, what kind of fantasy judge lineup is this? I never thought that I was preparing for a big hand after not showing up for so long. I was finally able to see Shining Shinado. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket bow, come on. Galaxy Team Base. At this moment, Kyrie was sitting on the office chair, listening to the report of the subordinate in front of him. The various teams have sneaked into the Celebration Star, and everything is being prepared. When the time comes, the action will officially begin. At present, the Shinao Alliance's attention is indeed focused on the superpower competition. At least 2/3 of the multiple combat units stationed in the Alliance have been transferred to the Eastern Plateau to maintain the stability of the superpower competition. Boss, this is really our best chance. Kyrie nodded slightly, and a dispassionate voice sounded. Let them make all preparations, as long as they make a move, they must be neat and tidy, and they will succeed in one fell swoop. Yes. The subordinate responded and turned to leave. Kyrie's eyes turned and looked at one end. On the screen there, the picture is flashing, which is the live broadcast of the super competition. Now, Kyrie's eyes swept across Wusong and Sharona in the screen, and finally settled on Lin Jing. His brows furrowed slightly. Eastern Plains, inside the super-large battle arena. On the high platform, the 3 judges of the superpower competition all appeared. Because of Lin Jing's appearance, the shock caused by it has not dissipated. The sound of vegetable seeds sounded. The 3 judges of this superpower competition are all very powerful trainers. Next, we will enter the part that everyone is most looking forward to. This superpower competition will start the first battle at the opening ceremony. The 2 sides in the battle are King Wusong and Lin Jing trainer. They will have a 1v1 superpower battle. At the same time as the sound of vegetable seeds sounded, there is a large-scale battle arena. With the support of energy, it quickly climbed from the ground to the same height as the high platform. At the same time, between the surging energy, a semicircular energy light bridge appeared at both ends of the high platform, connecting to both ends of the 1.3 battle arena. Next, let's invite King Wusong, trainer Lin Jing, these 2 players, to play. Lin Jing and Wusong looked at each other, and each walked to one end of the energy light bridge, heading to the battle arena. In the venue, the excited voice almost broke through the sky. It's coming, it's coming. Come on, Lin Jing, I believe in you. I have a feeling that this battle will probably be very exciting. The league will never allow a truly mediocre person to serve as a judge of the superpower competition. This Lin Jing must have something outstanding. This year's champion won the first-class medal in the same year, and even served as a judge for this level of competition. Lin Jing's experience is quite legendary. King Wusong is going to educate young people. Lin Jing's 10-year-old fan came uninvited, so your name is Wusong. I still have some doubts about Lin Jing's strength. In the sound waves that were about to overturn the venue, Lin Jing and Wusong crossed the energy light bridge and separated from the 2 ends of the ring. Opening battle. Immediately. Chapter 154 Flash Shinado vs Eluaduo, Super Power Suppression, Extreme Attack and Defense Conversion. The battle arena is suspended high in the sky, and Lin Jing and Wusong are separated from the podiums at both ends. This is the real crowd pleaser. At the scene, and even in the live broadcast room, countless audiences were closely watching the first battle. And at this moment, Lin Jing's name, in the entire Shinao Star field, is completely known to everyone. Seeing that Lin Jing and Wusong were already on the field, the voice of Vegetable Seed sounded. This game adopts the rules of the superpower competition, and the battlefield and weather are all random, and the 2 sides will send out all superpower attributes. The spirit of the 1v1 battle. For now, let's leave the stage to the 2 sides and the commentator. After the sound fell. On the big screen, the figure of Vegetable Seed disappeared, replaced by the situation in the entire battle arena. At this moment, on the screen at one end of the battle arena, information flashed. Open black lens bracket random selection on the battlefield. Close black lens bracket. The battle weather is randomly selected. Battlefield, Classic Arena. Battle weather, Snow, Small. As the information flashed, on the ring, the appearance of the venue had not changed, but at the top of the ring, misty snowflakes formed and slowly fell. The voice of the commentary sounded, reaching the ears of the audience and even the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone knows that this is a civil war of the superpower system. The venue and the weather can't affect them too much. They fight in the arena, but 26 instead puts the 2 sides in an absolutely fair environment. Lin Jing's trainer is the champion of this year's elf competition. In the past, he became famous with a flashing Shinado. Today, it is very likely that the one he sent is Shinado. In contrast, King Wusong has many more choices. As the superpower king of our Shinao Star field, his main elves are all superpower attributes. I don't know which one will be sent to carry out the battle is worth looking forward to. Quote. Between the voices of the commentator, new information appeared on the screen at one end of the ring. Please send elves from both sides of the battle. Looking at the information that appeared on the screen, Lin Jing reached out and touched his waist lightly, a soft brilliance flashed through, and a figure condensed on the battle arena in front of him. Shinado. Glitter Shinado. As the initial spirit of Lin Jing, he did his part in this battle. In a blue dress without wind, Shinado stood at the top of the ring. Above her head, the sea god's crown burst into a faint brilliance. At this moment, the sound waves in the venue, and even the number of barrages, surged. This is Glitter Shinado, so beautiful. I've decided, I support Lin Jing. What's up with that crown on Shinado's head? Glitter Shinado, love love love. King Wusong's expression was calm, and he stopped for a moment on the Seagod's crown above shining Shinado's head. As a Heavenly King level trainer, he was keenly aware of the extraordinariness of that crown. However, in the vast star sea, there are all kinds of opportunities, and he is not surprised. After hesitating, Wusong took out a pokeball. As the brilliance flickered, a figure turned somersaults in midair, and then stepped on the ground. With its appearance, the commentator's voice suddenly became a little excited. Let's see which elf sent by King Wusong. Oh, it's Elido. It's Elido. Audience friends, this is World War I just got better. Quote. I don't know if everyone knows that after Lelora's evolves, Chilean will evolve. And Cerulean, there are two completely different evolutionary directions. One is Shinado, who naturally evolves as he grows, and has the attributes of superpower plus fairy. One is the male Cerulean, who can evolve into Elido through the awakening stone. These are two evolutionary directions of the same kind of elves, and now, we are about to witness a battle between Shinado and Elido. On the ring. Lin Jing's gaze turned to Elulado. His brows twitched slightly, and Lin Jing's eyes were already filled with fighting intent. At this moment, accompanied by the introduction of the commentator, a mechanical voice sounded in the battle arena. Battle. Start. The noise in the venue was reduced a bit. Just as the voice fell, Lin Jing and Wusong's orders were issued almost at the same time. Shinado, keep your mind strong. Elorado, use mental strength. At this moment, Shinado's expression became serious, and the purple brilliance in his eyes flashed, superpower surged, and the powerful thought power cut through the sky and shot straight away. Elido's superpowers condensed and attacked at the same time. The two sides have adopted the same skill attack, and they are going to have the most frontal collision. Shiniduo's own fairy attributes have formed a certain restraint against Eluaduo, but now it is in the superpower competition. It seems that the trainer Lin Jing wants to use pure superpower to fight against each other. Collision, it happened. In the excited commentary, the superpowers from Shinado and Elido collided in the middle of the ring. During the collision of superpowers, an invisible roar was generated. With the collision point as the center, a wave built by superpowers set off, and the aftermath swept away to the surroundings. At this moment, the energy mask around the arena suddenly rose up, blocking the aftermath of the superpower that spread, and the energy mask violently stirred. The speed of the commentary is extremely fast. The first collision between the two sides triggered the defense facilities of the arena. Audiences who often watch the battle match should understand that the defense facilities of the battle arena are extremely advanced. Will be activated. The power of the first collision between the two sides is unimaginable. All the curiosity and doubts about Lin Jing's trainer can be dispelled at this moment. There is no doubt that Lin Jing's trainer has the qualifications to fight against King Wusong. Speaking of this, the commentary's tone was a little emotional. How young he is. Audience friends, we may be witnessing the rise of a legendary trainer in the future of the Shinao star field. Before the voice fell, the tone of the commentary suddenly changed. What? The expression of the beast with the ability to recruit in the Jingshan round fell from the Yi clan Liduo of the Pine Tree to the Downwind City 1. This Glitter Shinado. On the ring. In the surging superpower, the most essential competition and collision are being carried out. And at this moment, the superpower displayed by Shinado exploded with even more amazing power, successfully suppressing the superpower released by Liduo, annihilating and breaking, sweeping towards Liduo. King Wusong's expression changed slightly, his voice was calm, and he said solemnly, Eluaduo, use teleportation, and then use split. At the moment when Shinado's superpower swept in, Liduo's whole body flashed with brilliance, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Lin Jing's brows were slightly raised, but he didn't speak. Through telepathy, the instructions were instantly understood by Shinado. At this moment, Shinado's super perception was pushed to the extreme, and he was keenly aware of everything around him. Then, it suddenly locked in place. Just behind it, when the brilliance flickered, the figure of Eluaduo appeared, and when the arm was raised, it slammed down. Split. Fighting skills will be greatly weakened in the face of Shinado, but splitting is not a fighting skill. The brilliance on the hand knife condensed, with an amazing sound of breaking the air, and it fell towards Shinado. It splits. Because. At this moment, as the faint brilliance circulated, Shinado's figure disappeared. Teleport. Wusong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he shouted, "Eludo." The moment the hand knife was put away, Eluado's figure brilliance disappeared again in a flash. At the same time, Shinado appears on its side. As if feeling a bit, at the moment of appearance, Shinado's eyes turned, and the teleportation had been activated again. In a very short period of time, the positions of the two super-type elves were reversed again and again, and they did not hit each other, but completed the attack and defense switch again and again. The voice of the commentary was excited. Teleportation. Both elves are performing position conversions in a very small range or even accurate to centimeters. This is the ultimate performance of the elves, mastery of teleportation skills. King Wusong has been a superpower king for many years. It is not surprising to do this, and Lin Jing, as a new star, his Shinado has also achieved this step. It is unimaginable. The two sides did not collide violently, but completed the offensive and defensive transitions in a short period of time. This is the extraordinary thing about the super energy system. After changing the position again, Eludor opened a certain range and stopped on the ring. Lin Jing's eyes turned to King Wusong. The interest in Wusong's eyes grew stronger, and he said softly, "Lin Jing, the warm-up. It should be over." Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and nodded slightly. Wusong's expression became more serious. At this moment, he took out the pendant in front of him and held it in his hand. Above, it is the keystone. Holding the keystone, King Wusong's voice resounded throughout the audience. Eldorado, Super Evolution. Chapter 155 The debut of the Super Queen, an unparalleled terrifying collision, a battle at the peak of superpower. Super Evolution. The light of evolution shrouded Eluado's body, and its appearance and momentum were rapidly changing. In the blink of an eye, the super evolution ended. Eluado's appearance is completely different. At a glance, Eluado's arm blade turned reddish-purple, and his back was like a cloak, with awe-inspiring momentum. After completing the super evolution, Super Eluado and Wusong looked at the opposite side of the ring together. It was a match of real strength, but again, it was an opening exhibition match. Therefore, he naturally does not attack. The commentary sounded. The warm-up is over. Eluado of King Wusong has completed the super evolution. The confrontation just now was just a competition of skills. Now, the two sides are probably going to show their real strength. Lin Jing, what kind of surprise can he bring us? With the evolution of Eluado, the camera focused on Lin Jing and Shinado. Lin Jing lifted his sleeves, revealing his super wrist guards. His calm voice sounded, vaguely, as if it contained a super energy aura. Shinado, Mega evolves. The brilliance shines. The keystone and the Shinado evolution stone have resonated, and the unusually gorgeous light of evolution shines on Shinado. In an extreme time, a super Shinado in a black dress, the super queen appears. Under the influence of the sea god's crown, in addition to the black dress full of profound and mysterious atmosphere, aqua blue tulle emerged, adding a sense of mystery. The dress, the crown, and Shinado stood on the spot, and the momentum was invisible. The snowflakes that fell from the top had melted before they approached it. At this moment, it is a super queen who truly stands proudly in the ring. At the same time, in Lin Jing's eyes, a dazzling brilliance flashed. With him as the center, the super energy aura spread, and at this moment, he and Shinado entered a state of resonance. Under the super resonance, Shinedo's breath became more and more fierce. The voice of the commentary sounded at the same time. Shinedo has also completed the super evolution. To tell you the truth, it is the first time I have seen the Flash Shinedo perform super evolution in the scene. The name of the super queen is well deserved. Xanaduo, the trainer of Lin Jing, is a very outstanding existence. Oh, what is this? Of super power battles. Shinedo's similar brilliance, he thought that before the start of the competition team gave him information about Lin Jing, and his voice suddenly shook. This is special ability. In the past, on the stage of the elf exam, trainer Lin Jing showed his special ability. With the blessing of his special ability, the elf became more and more brave, and his strength improved a lot. And now, after seeing this scene with my own eyes, I can basically be sure that the special ability that Lin Jing's trainer has mastered should be superpower. Also, what he's doing now is very similar to a way of fighting with superpowers. Super resonance. Super resonance means that when the trainer has the same superpower as the elf, the two can reach a state of resonance, thereby greatly increasing the strength of the elf. Don't underestimate this ability. The requirements of both the home and the elves are very high, and the trainer and the elves need to have a very high tacit understanding with each other and absolutely trust each other to carry out. Quote. Give a small example to the Emperor Deja, who will also break his recumbency. The first generation of Weisha is the one of Xiaojia and Shu's Haiyusheng. Yun uses Ruo Ru and Philip Fei to train the Jiatang to hold together. Change for other purposes. Its difficulty and strength can be imagined. Audience friends. From this moment on, this battle will become more exciting. Under the voice of the commentator, the sound waves in the battlefield became more and more agitated. The battle between Lin Jing and Wusong Tianwang has only been carried out for a few rounds. But the layman watches the fun, the layman watches the doorway. For those who don't know much about the battle, what they see is that Shinedo has never been at a disadvantage in the face of Aluledo. For those who knew something, what they saw was Lin Jing's Shinedo, and at some point, he had the upper hand. All of these prove that Lin Jing, this new star trainer who was born out of nowhere, has the strength to fight against a Heavenly King level trainer. At this moment, everyone's attention was highly concentrated, for fear of missing any pictures. At this moment, on the ring, Super Elido silently made preparations for battle. Wusong looked at Lin Jing and said solemnly, Lin Jing trainer, let me take a look at your true strength. As you wish. Under the resonance with Shinedo, Lin Jing's eyes flickered with brilliant light, and now, under the resonance, any thoughts of his are sensed by Shinedo, and in an instant, the skill is activated. Shinedo's whole body superpower surged, and the Sigurd's crown burst into a faint brilliance. With it as the center, the superpower aura permeated and spread to the audience. At this moment, under the influence of superpower, the top of the arena fell, and the snowflakes created by the weather device were directly frozen in midair, and the scene was extremely gorgeous. Spiritual venue. A skill that can increase the power of super attribute skills. Aluledo is also a super spirit, and will also benefit from the spiritual field. But so what? The same boosting skills, when used on different elves, will also have different effects due to the individual differences of elves. As long as Shinedo's increase in the spiritual field is even greater than that of Aluledo, that's enough. The spiritual field filled the air, and the black and blue skirt of Shinedo was windless and automatic, and the rich superpower spread out with it as the center. Super burst. Shinedo's momentum rose again and again. Then, amidst everyone's attention, Lin Jing's arm raised, and Shinedo moved with it, raising his arm. Super power surges. The arm slammed down. At the same time as the arm was swung down, the incomparably rich superpower condensed from the sky above the arena, and the spiritual blade condensed, bringing a mighty aftermath, and flew towards Super Elido. When King Wusong continued to improve his aura, his expression was already serious to the extreme. Now, looking at the terrifying spiritual trapped blade, his voice was extremely serious. Eluduo, give full play to the spiritual shock. Liduo's eyes flashed with determination. Super power condensed. In an instant, it condensed into a substantial thought force shock wave, swept up, and rushed forward. On one side, it is an extremely sharp spiritual blade that can almost cut through everything. On one side, there is a mighty spiritual shock that swept through everything. Mental blade vs mental shock. After the super evolution of the two sides, the power of the skills has been enhanced again. This is a terrifying battle of pure super power. At this moment, even the commentary was quiet, for fear that he would miss any scene. The arena is already high in the sky. Now, above the sky, the sharp blade and the shock wave are slamming together. The moment of contact. Boom. 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 During the collision of superpower, a violent explosion was really brought about in the sky, and the amazing superpower aftermath was surging in all directions. The defensive mask around the ring rose again. But the first time the super energy aftermath touched the defense mask, the mask shattered violently. This arena is already quite advanced, and the level of the defense mask is also very good, which can withstand extremely strong aftermath. But this time, the two sides in the battle are the battle of the king level and above, which has exceeded the limit that can be resisted. The moment the energy mask shattered, the emergency measures at the battle venue were activated, and around the high-altitude arena, a series of backup defensive masks rose up. At the same time, Sharona, who stayed on the high platform to watch the battle, looked solemn and shouted, "Joudas bite the land shark fiercely." As the dragon roar that bit the land shark resounded, its own dragon energy was agitated, and it was integrated into the last layer of defense mask to enhance defense. Boom 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 boom. In the aftermath, the layers of protective masks that rose up, like paper, shattered at the moment of contact. Until when the aftermath came into contact with the reinforced defensive mask of the strong bite land shark, the ripples surging, the aftermath that had consumed a lot of it was finally successfully blocked, and no accident was caused. At this moment, the voice of the commentary, which had been silent for a moment, suddenly sounded. The combat power of both sides is too terrifying. The power of the aftermath alone is unimaginable. This is simply a battle at the peak of superpower attributes. They fought cold again. On the big screen, everything in the battle arena is played in real time. During the collision of superpowers, Super Shinado and Super Elido moved at the same time. Now, on the ring, the two elves are already close at hand, Elido's arms are raised, and the brilliance is dazzling, and it is about to fall. That is the spiritual blade attached to its arm blade, and the power surges. At the same time, brilliance flashed in Shinado's eyes, and an unimaginable terrifying aura permeated out. Chapter 156 The Super Queen's Powerful Blow. The king is defeated. I am Lin Jing. The powerful super energy aura permeated the room, and the scene on the arena seemed to be frozen. At this moment, the spiritual sharp blade condensed into essence was compressed and attached to the arm blade of Super Elido, and it slammed down towards Shinado. Just when he was about to come into contact with Shinado, with Shinado as the center, a strong super power surged out, and a super energy barrier appeared around Shinado. The arm blade slashed on the super barrier. Violent ripples surged up, and cracks appeared above the super energy barrier. The super barrier is not unbreakable. As long as the short-term attack exceeds the upper limit of the super barrier, it will shatter. This Aluledo is one of the absolute main forces of King Wusong, and can be called his strongest elf. Under the evolution of Mega, he has condensed a full blow and successfully cracked the super energy barrier. But that's all. Cracks appeared in the super power barrier, and it never shattered directly. It blocked the attack of Super Elido. At the same time, in the eyes of Shinado, an extremely dazzling brilliance flashed, and at this moment, he activated his strongest skills. The exclusive skills of the beasts from the Super Dream. The spirit is broken. This is Shinado's real strongest blow in full strength, without reservation. Elido has the attribute of superpower plus fighting, and because of this, the attack of superpower attribute will not be weakened when facing it. At the same time, Elido is an elf whose special defense is better than ordinary defense. This kind of everything makes the power of spiritual breaking to the extreme. Superpower 230, the ripples caused by the mental breakout hit Super Elido. The next moment, the power contained in Spirit Smash exploded, centered on the main battlefield of the two elves, and the aftermath surged again, rushing away in all directions. Sharona stepped on the high platform, feeling the aftermath that permeated, her eyes slightly solemn. This breath. The interstellar era contains all kinds of opportunities, not only limited to elves. As a champion-level trainer, although Zyrna has not mastered any special abilities, she is far beyond ordinary and can have a certain perception of breath. At this moment, she did not hesitate and shouted again, "Bite Blue Shark fiercely." Roar. During the fierce bite of the land shark, the dragon-type energy poured into the energy mask again. However, before the aftermath surged to the energy mask, Lin Jingqing's voice suddenly sounded in the battle arena. Shenado. At this moment, Shenado's arm was slightly pointed, and the aftermath of the superpower that spread out dissipated one after another, and it disappeared. It already has extremely high attainments in superpower attributes, and it is handy for the control of superpower. Now, with the disintegration of superpowers, there is no obstruction of energy brilliance in the ring, and everything comes into view. After seeing everything on the ring, countless vibrating voices sounded. How is this possible? No. What exactly happened at that moment? How come? At that moment, with the close collision of the two elves, the dazzling superpower flashed, and the audience watching with the naked eye could not see what happened at all. Now, in the shock of countless people, the big screen of the battle venue, and even the big screen of the live broadcast room, switched out a special camera, and played back the scene just now. Super Elido, attack, block. Then, Shenade Duo's counterattack came, and at the moment of being hit, Super Elido's expression showed an extremely painful expression. Under the strong impact, his body flew backwards. Its body rolled several times in midair, and then slammed to the ground. While the whole body shone with brilliance, Super Elido was unable to maintain the mega form after being severely damaged, and returned to the normal form. Its body fell to the ground, completely silent. After the replay was released, the originally terrifying battle venue was silent for a moment, and then, an extremely loud noise broke out. What a terrifying blow Shenado is, it directly defeated Elido. You can tell by looking at Miss Sharona's performance. She is ready to let her fierce bite land shark intercept the aftermath. Horrible, terrifying. Lin Jing, the explanation is right, we are witnessing the rise of a legendary trainer. The opponent is a Heavenly King-level trainer. Amidst the vibrating cries, the voice of the commentary sounded. The battle is over. Exceeding all of us expectations, after both elves have undergone mega evolution, Lin Jing and Shenado seem to be bursting with all their strength without reservation. The power of the skills it exerts has exceeded our range of cognition. Attack, directly defeating Super Elido. It's hard to imagine that, facing the King Wusong, Elido can have such a performance. Lin Jing's strength must have reached the level of the king. Such a young trainer already has the power of the king. As I said at the beginning, CGBJ, we are witnessing the legend, experiencing the legend. Inside the venue, the whistling continued. On the ring, the face of Wusong Tianwang showed deep thought, and said softly, the last blow is indeed something that my elf can't bear. The future is formidable, Lin Jing, you have won. As a Heavenly King-level trainer, Wusong has a good bearing. He frankly admits his defeat, sticks out the Pokeball, and the brilliance flashes. Elido returns to the Pokeball. Lin Jing nodded slightly and said, King Wusong, let me go. The brief exchange between the two was seen by countless audiences on the scene and even in front of the live broadcast room through the live broadcast screen. For a while, excited voices continued. Today, they have witnessed the defeat of a Heavenly King-level trainer. At the same time, also witnessed the rise of another trainer. At this moment, all the cameras turned at the same time, aiming at Lin Jing and Shinado on the ring. Shinado is still in the mega state. The elegance and mystery of the Super Queen are fully displayed. With the terrifying blow that just broke out, countless people have left a deeper impression on this flashing Shinado. The focus of attention is Lin Jing. Famous by the elf test, famous in the first-class medal award ceremony, until now. During this period, in the entire Shanao starfield, there had never been less doubts about Lin Jing. Such a young trainer has become the recipient of the first-class medal of Shanao. Even with the support of Shanao Alliance, it will inevitably lead to criticism and doubts. And today, after the identity of the third judge was completely announced, in a short period of time, there was an uproar in the entire Shanao starfield. How did a trainer who just participated in the elf exam this year grow up during this time and become the king of heaven and the judge of the champion? Countless people were shocked, puzzled, and questioned. Now, as Aluledo lost his fighting ability and was taken back by Wu Song, all doubts were answered, and all doubts were directly broken. In the elf world, age is not a measure of everything, after all, strength is. There is no doubt that after showing the power of the King of Heaven, in everyone's eyes, Lin Jing is a super genius trainer who was born in the Shanao Star territory. As all the shots fell on Lin Jing, in the venue, someone couldn't help but shout out Lin Jing's name. It was only a small part at first, but it quickly spread like a chain reaction in the venue. In a short period of time, the audience in this super large battle venue shouted in unison. Lin Jing! Lin Jing! Lin Jing! There was an uncontrollable excitement in the shouting. Witnessing a new star trainer defeating a Heavenly King trainer with their own eyes is a shocking scene that is hard to see in a lifetime, which makes them feel that even if they return from this trip, they will never be. That's right. All the attention, in unison. On the ring. The soft brilliance of Shinado's body appeared, the black dress disappeared, and she exited from the mega state and returned to her normal state. Its body floated up and came to Lin Jing's side, standing side by side with Lin Jing. At this moment, Lin Jing reached out his hand and pressed down gently. With the momentum of defeating the superpower King Wu Song, Lin Jing had the same treatment as Sharona. Under his actions, the shouting in the venue stagnated, the noise quickly disappeared in a short time, and the venue was much quieter. Lin Jing stood upright, his eyes swept across the audience, his mouth opened slightly, and the voice rang through the audience through the amplifier, and was simultaneously transmitted into the live broadcast room of the event. I'm Lin Jing, the third judge of this super power contest. Chapter 157. The super powerful king cried late at night because of him, a special signal to Cheomung that he wanted to be the champion after playing the king. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, all the audience were a little puzzled. But then, someone responded. When Lin Jing first appeared, he also said something like this. But at that time, there were doubts, puzzles, and doubts. How could he be on the same stage as the champion of heaven? And now, words with almost the same meaning were uttered, but what was greeted was cheers, extremely enthusiastic and enthusiastic cheers. After understanding the meaning of Lin Jing's words, the cheers became more violent and the sound continued. The number of barrages in the live broadcast room has reached its peak. This bearing, love 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 love. If you are questioned, break the question yourself, this is what a strong trainer should do. Have you noticed that King Wusong said that his elf couldn't withstand that blow, not Eludo? Could it be that the other main forces of King Wusong are also unable to resist? Shinado's final blow, close black lens bracket. You are a bit overinterpreted. I think it makes sense, but, doesn't that mean that Lin Jing's strength has completely surpassed King Wusong? Close black lens bracket. Anyway, from now on, I'm Lin Jing. Ah no, a 10-year-old fan of Shining Shinado. 10-year-old fan of Shinado +1. The superpower competition, in the Shanao Star Field, has attracted much attention. This year, because of the participation of players from other star fields, it has also attracted many audiences from other star fields. Now, in a very short period of time, the storm caused by the superpower competition has spread to the entire interstellar network, countless related reports have appeared, and heated discussions have continued. The new quasi-celestial king. The super king is defeated. Close black lens bracket. The third judge of the superpower competition. So young, Chanao champion status is not guaranteed. Close black lens bracket. Shocked, the super king Wusong cried late at night. The reason turned out to be him. About the fact that my fan's trainer went to participate in the competition and became a judge and defeated the King of Heaven. The entire Chanao interstellar network was almost completely covered by two hot words. Lin Jing. Glitter Shinado. Celebrate the star. Eastern Plateau, inside the venue. After Lin Jing's words fell, he left from the energy light bridge in a section of the ring amid the reverberating cheers of the audience. At the same time, the camera left him and returned to the vegetable seeds. The look of the vegetable seeds is also a little shocking. After all, as a gym owner, she had personally accepted Lin Jing's challenge, and she had no idea that Lin Jing had grown to such a level that she could defeat a Heavenly King level trainer. However, after the camera landed on him, Kaizi suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Everyone." As the opening game brought by Lin Jing trainer and Wusong Tianwang exciting enough. Wonderful. Quote. The unanimous response came. Kai Zhang smiled slightly. Then, as the two of you start the first battle of this superpower competition, the superpower competition will officially start. Let's give the players some time to prepare. Immediately, the excitement will come again. The voice sounded. Screen flips. On the big screens, battle scenes emerged. That is the wonderful battle video of previous superpower competitions. Now, on the largest screen, several familiar figures appeared. That is the video of the battle between Lin Jing and Wusong Tianwang just now. It is foreseeable that this scene must be widely disseminated as a battle in which Tianwang was defeated. Lin Jing and Shinado passed the energy light bridge, returned to the high platform, and then returned to the backstage of the venue. Along the way, countless spectators came to watch. When stepping into the background, all sight was blocked. Lin Jing looked at Shinado by his side, and said in his heart, "Sanaduo, it seems that our first show was a success." The corners of Shinado's mouth curved into an arc, and she smiled beautifully. At this time, ahead, there was a call. Lin Jing. Lin Jing glanced at the sound, and it was Zyrna who came. He nodded towards Sharona, and then said, "Where is King Wusong?" He went to emergency treatment to restore Elido. Your blow caused a lot of damage to Elido, but the superpower competition venue is equipped with the best treatment machines, so it's not a problem. Speaking of this, Sharona's tone was a little emotional, looking at Lin Jing and said, "Even if I see it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. Lin Jing, your growth rate is amazing. The last blow of Shinai Duo has completely surpassed the combat power that the Heavenly King should have. Wusong also understands that he will lose because Eludo and your Shinai Duo do have a war power gap." Quote. Zyrna's eyesight was astonishing, not to mention, Libite Lu Shark personally shot, blocking the aftermath of the battle between the two. She was keenly aware of the key to the battle. Lin Jing smiled slightly, and did not take up the topic, but instead said, "Xylona, my fierce bite blue shark, has woken up from a deep sleep. Wait until this thing is over, maybe." Sharona blinked, and then teased with some anger. "Okay, Lin Jing, you just finished fighting the King of Heaven, so you put your mind on me, the champion, right?" Lin Jing has not waited for a response. Sharona's eyes flashed with anticipation. She touched her Pokeball, and said, "I'm looking forward to it. It's not just me, Bite Blue Shark, I'm also looking forward to this battle. From the past, when you were invited to fight at the Fairy Association, it has been looking forward to it. When will this battle come?" It saw you with its own eyes when Yveltal attacked last time. Biting the land shark fiercely, I am looking forward to this battle even more. Quote. Wait until the Galaxy team's affairs are finished. Sharona did not continue to speak, but the meaning was self-evident. Lin Jing nodded slightly. The top priority is naturally to deal with the Galaxy team's plan. At this time, in the Elf Pokédex, a unique prompt sounded. Lin Jing's expression was slightly solemn, and he raised the elf picture book to take a look. Afterwards, he looked up at Sharona and said solemnly, there is new news from Zhengxing. Team Galaxy plans to do it in the finals of the superpower contest. Sharona's expression became serious. I see. For flowers. Ahead, the superpower competition is still preparing. Sharona left for the time being, to arrange everything and make the final preparations. Lin Jing returned to his preparation room. After entering the preparation room, Lin Jing's thoughts appeared. Naturally, he wasn't thinking about the Galaxy team. With Hyrna's full arrangement, he only needed to treat himself as a fighter. He considers how to tell Mewtwo the news of the dream. Although Qiao Meng's performance is relatively special, there is no doubt that it is a well-deserved own person who came directly because of the forest scene in the Yveltal incident. For Qiao, Dream has always been one of its knots. Now that he has obtained the information of Dream, Lin Jing certainly wants to inform Qiao. Super Dream can directly track my existence with my superpower breath. However, even though my superpower has undergone transformations again and again, the gap between it and Qiao Meng is obviously huge, and it is impossible to locate its position like it does. 0. Maybe. After pondering, Lin Jing said, Victini. On his shoulders, Victini's hidden figure appeared. The excitement on this little guy's face is now full of excitement. After he no longer hides it, he can't hold it anymore. He quickly said, Lin Jing, Shinado is amazing. Successfully defeated Elido, and the victorious aura on you is even stronger. Victini is an elf who likes to fight. Seeing his partner defeating his opponent, he feels even more excited than Shinado. Lin Jing smiled, and then said, Victini, I need you to do me a favor. Hearing this, Victini became more serious. Lin Jing, you said. Help me increase my superpower. I have to use superpower to see if I can contact Qiao Meng. Okay. Just then. In my heart, a soft voice sounded. Lin Jing, maybe, I can help too. When the voice sounded, the figure of Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, appeared on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Jing's eyes lit up slightly. With the help of the beautiful dream god, the grasp is undoubtedly greater. He pondered, just need to increase my superpower. Qiao Meng has a unique way of perceiving my superpower. My superpower is abnormal, it should understand it, I passed it on, call the signal. At this moment, Lin Jing's expression was slightly solemn, and his superpower surged. Victini's whole body flashed with brilliance, energy poured in, and superpower surged. At the same time, dreamy colors flashed in the eyes of the god of dreams, assisted by its own power, enhancing Lin Jing's superpower. Inside the star sea, a figure is traveling. It is Super Dream. Now, it seems to have sensed something, narrowed its eyes slightly, then opened it, as if it didn't want to pay attention. Its movement has not stopped, and it continues to move forward. However, after walking a distance, Cheomung snorted coldly, turned the direction, and shuttled towards another place. Chapter 158 Special Influence Treasure Chest. The Power of the Waveguide. The Superpower Competition continues. Celebrate the star. Lin Jing's eyes were slightly closed, and all over his body, dazzling superpower brilliance flashed. With the increase of Victini, Lin Jing's superpower surged. And Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, is also an elf with superpower attributes, and is a divine beast elf that controls authority. Its power is far beyond imagination. With the dual assistance of Cresselia and Victini, at this moment, Lin Jing's superpower is like a bright coordinate in the vast sea of stars. Only elves above a certain level can faintly perceive it. Arrive. Lin Jing's superpower originally came from Chao Meng, and because of this, for Chao Meng, Lin Jing's superpower has undergone such an amazing change, it must be able to detect it at the first time. At the same time, under the double augmentation of Victini and Cresselia, superpower spreads and superpower perception spreads. Just at this time, in Lin Jing's superperception, there seems to be a brilliance rising and passing in the void. The brilliance falls into the superperception, and a picture is reflected in Lin Jing's heart. Within the screen, in the sea of stars, Chao Meng turned around and shuttled. After a short while, the picture broke, 820 inches. Lin Jing's eyes suddenly opened, and he whispered, Victini, Cresselia, you can stop now. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, the brilliance in Cresselia's eyes disappeared, and Victini also stopped his energy transmission. That picture just now. Lin Jing had a flash of memory. Did Chaomeng sense my superpower and give me a response? It's got my signal. If this goes on, as my superpower continues to improve, combined with the power of Victini and Cresselia, will I be able to reverse the position of Mewtwo one day? Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. I don't know, Chaomeng, the big lucky star, can bring me any surprises this time. Thoughts flickered. At this time, the system's beep sounded in my ears. It has been detected that the influence of the host in the Shanao starfield has increased significantly, and you have obtained the special influence treasure chest. Lin Jing blinked. I read a super dream in my mind and it works. Is Chao Meng so smart? With a joke in his heart, Lin Jing opened the treasure chest interface. In the treasure box interface, a treasure box is shining brightly. Special influence chest. The treasure chests of influence that mark the region and the treasure chests of special influence were obtained before, which seemed a little different, because the influence created by this battle was too great. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing immediately chose to open the treasure chest. Lines of information appeared in front of him. You have acquired a special ability, the power of waveguide. You have obtained physical enhancement X1. You get a chance to draw random items X1. You get the chance to draw a random skill machine X1. Lines of information flashed by. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on one of the rewards for the first time. Waveguide power. One of the special powers of the elf world. This is a special kind of spiritual energy, which can also be called spiritual energy. In the past, the first opponent Lin Jing encountered in the second stage of the elf fair held the power of the waveguide. I didn't expect that in this treasure chest, I got this special ability. The power of the waveguide can also enhance the elves, but the most suitable for the power of the waveguide is Leo Lu and its evolutionary type, Lucario. Lucario has the attributes of fighting and steel, which can make up for the lack of attributes in my current elves, but I can consider taking one. However, whether it is Leo Lu or Lucario, they are all very rare elves, but it needs to be considered in the long run. Thoughts flashed. Opportunity to draw props is used. In front of him, a large turntable appeared, and the props information related to the elves were listed above. Under the control of Lin Jing, the turntable turned, and after a certain period of time, it was frozen. You got a special item, Heart Drop. Water droplets from the heart. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and took out the reward. This is a round orb with very dreamy colors reflected inside. Looking up, information emerges. Open black lens bracket water drop of heart close black lens bracket. An orb of mysterious origin, when Latios or Latias carry it. Your own abilities will be comprehensively increased. Sure enough, it's the drop of the heart. However, it is quite difficult to find the two elves, Latios and Latias. I just don't know, if you have the water droplets of the heart, will you be attracted to those two elves? Thoughts flashed. Put it away. Lin Jing used the skill machine to extract. This time, he extracted the skill machine of Dream Talk. Sleep talk is a rather special skill that can only be activated when the elves are in a sleeping state. Physical strengthening is directly used. Over time. The super contest has officially started. The contestants of the superpower competition are only the superpower elf trainers who are entrusted by the masters of the gymnasium and think they have certain qualifications to be invited. In this superpower competition, there are also superpower elf trainers from other star fields who have also passed the most basic strength certification. Because of this, the number of players in the superpower competition is limited, and all players are only a few hundred. The superpower competition has been a ring battle from the very beginning. With the opening of the superpower competition, Lin Jing also returned to the field and came to the judges' table. The 3 seats of the jury, from left to right, are Wu Song, Sharona, and Lin Jing. When Lin Jing returned to the venue, there was no doubt that the entire venue was filled with astonishing cheers. The entire superpower competition will last for 3 days. Among them, the battle on the first day is the most tedious. 10 battle arenas in the venue will be activated at the same time, and the final 32 will be eliminated. On the second day, it was the competition from the top 32 to the top 8. On the final day, the remaining 8 players will compete for the final championship, the final day. The role of the guest judges is mainly to analyze the characteristics of each contestant, evaluate their combat style, elves' strength and so on. The commentator is also responsible for the interaction with the judges and guests. Lin Jing, Sharona and Wu Song are undoubtedly always vigilant. Although the news from Zhengxing is that the Galaxy team is ready to wait until the finals day, but no one dares to confirm that they will really be like this, and they are always ready for battle. The superpower contest continues. Just then, the big screen in front of the judges turned around and landed on one of the arenas. Above the arena, 2 elves are engaged in an accumulated confrontation. One of them, it is the Super Hootie after Mega Evolved. The other is a gem starfish. The battle between the two has been going on for a while, and they are at a stalemate. At the same time as the screen was switched, this scene was also broadcast into the official live broadcast room, and the commentator's voice sounded, "Lin Jing trainer, according to the information I got, in the past. When you took the elf exam, it was precisely because you were with this guy." The contestant became famous and entered the sight of countless elf academies. Quote. In the ring, the owner of Super Hootie is Yun Siqing. Lin Jing's expression was calm, and he naturally accepted the words, "That's right." At that time, the tacit understanding between Yun Siqing and Hootie was weak, and there was a big problem with the cooperation between them. Looking at it now, this shortcoming of her has been made up for, and she has quite a wealth of combat experience. Oh, the commentator continued, then who do you think will win this battle? Hootie will win the final victory. Lin Jing said seriously. He himself has superpowers in his hands. Under his perception, in the stalemate between the two sides, the consumption of gem starfish is extremely high. On the contrary, Hootie still has a lot of leeway. Finally, the result was just as he said. Yun Siqing and her Super Hootie successfully advanced to the next battle. 2.2 This little episode has caused another wave of waves on the interstellar network. After all, this kind of plot that used to be an opponent, but is now a contestant and a judge, is quite subtle. On the barrage, there are even more examples. I tried my best, just to see you again and wait for the information to pass by. From the initial strangeness to the gradual familiarity, during the superpower competition, Lin Jing's popularity became more and more vigorous. After showing unrivaled formidable combat power, his prediction of the outcome of the battle was also very accurate, which was more in line with his status as a judge. And as the superpower competition continues, the final day has finally arrived. In the final, of course, after a fierce competition, the final 2 contestants stood on the stage of the final. That is at this time. Celebrate the star. Near the Union Research Division site. One after another figure, quietly gathered together. Next moment. The action command sounded. After thinking about it, I didn't write about the superpower competition in detail. After all, it is too much to write about a bunch of other people's battles. It is better to leave the writing and ink of this large-scale competition to the protagonist. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 159. The action begins. The mutated super-large Heluga, the indomitable dragon god swoops. Superpower competition venue. Today, on the battle arena, two figures stand. The finals of this superpower contest. The two finalists were both local players from the Shanao Star region. Because of the existence of the superpower competition, some trainers who cultivate superpower elves in the Shanao Star territory will make special preparations. Now, in front of the two players, the elves have appeared. One of them is the evolution of Ibrahimovich's superpower attribute, the Sun Elf. On the other hand, it sent a rather special super attribute elf, Sun Rock. Sun Spirit vs Sun Rock. The elves appeared, and the voice of the commentary was already excited. The finals were about to begin. Right at this moment. On Sharona's waist, in the communication machine, a special reminder sounded. Beside him, Lin Jing and King Wusong heard at the same time. Without the slightest hesitation, at this moment, Sharona stood up suddenly, held the communication machine, and said softly, "Action." At this moment, her palm touched her waist, and the huge figure of Lai Lu Shark appeared at one end. Lin Jing and Wusong Tianwang were already prepared, and together with Sharona, they jumped to the back of the fierce Bite Land Shark. The violent airflow behind the Bite Land Shark directly rushed out of the battle venue, and stopped in an empty area that was already empty. At this moment, his eyes fell on the open area, where strange ripples rippled. Space teleportation device. 26. There are already one after another figure, stepping into it. Lai Bite Lu Shark dived, and after reaching a certain height, Lai Bite Lu Shark turned into brilliance and returned to the Pokeball. Lin Jing, Sharona, and Wusong fell directly into the space teleportation area. The brilliance flashed by. Their figures have disappeared in place. Superpower competition venue. At the start of the battle, the camera would not have been aimed at the judges. At the moment Sharona set off, all the shots were prepared and left quickly. The audience in the live broadcast room did not know that the three judges and guests had left. But the audience at the scene clearly saw the scene where the three judges and guests left together. The scene was a little messy for a while. At this moment, the voice of the vegetable seeds sounded. It did not divert the flow to the live broadcast room, but only said to the audience in the venue, "Don't be nervous, everyone, there is an emergency now, and three judges are needed to deal with it. Everyone, don't worry, just continue to watch the wonderful finals." On the ring. The two finalists were also very surprised. But in the words of the vegetable seeds, and with the comfort of the Alliance staff on the scene, the chaos in the superpower competition venue quickly calmed down. At the same time, through the space transmission device, as the ripples flashed, a faint sense of transmission came from all over. Next moment, they were already in the hall. Outside, the plosive sound continued. "Someone was already waiting here," Sharona said with a serious expression. "How is the situation now?" "Team Galaxy's offensive is very fierce, and we have deliberately reduced the defense force of the research branch station. They are about to break through to the core area of the research branch." The person in front of them is also ready to say something. At this time, accompanied by a deafening roar, the upper end of this hall was suddenly slammed by an unknown force, and the room exploded, the ceiling collapsed, and the outside sky was revealed. Sharona's expression became solemn. She no longer hesitated, and shouted in a deep voice, "Attack! Team Galaxy, dare to launch an attack directly on the Alliance station so wildly, let them go back and forth." There was a coldness in her voice. As the champion of Shanao Starfield, she not only has incomparably powerful strength, but also has the most calm thinking and decisive personality. In the face of the enemy, she will not hold back at all. In the hall, the promise sounded. In the rear, inside the space transmission device, there are also Alliance fighters arriving. Lin Jing and Sharona looked at each other. At this moment, they touched the Pokeball at the same time, and the brilliance flashed, and two huge figures had appeared in the hall. Bite the land shark fiercely. The fierce bite land shark from Lin Jing and Sharona appeared at the same time. Lin Jing and Sharona, at the same time, boarded the back of the fierce bite land shark. At this moment, Lin Jing's command sound suddenly came out. Bite the land shark, rush out. Roar. Bite Lu Shark's response sounded, and at this moment, in the terrifying airflow behind him, Bite Lu Shark's body climbed into the air, and in the hall where it had been blasted away, it was wrapped in the debris of the building, and suddenly rushed out. Rear. Sharona and her Bite Land Shark followed. After rushing out of the hall and climbing into the air, everything around him came into view. Countless battles are going on. The Galaxy team attaches great importance to this plan, and the preparations are quite sufficient. At this moment, the entire research branch is full of battles, the roar is constant, and the elves burst out with all their energy, breaking through the Alliance's defenses at full speed. At the same time, as the super perception spreads, Lin Jing's line of sight suddenly freezes in one place. That is, as far as the eye can see, is an extremely huge figure, even surpassing the research building of the research branch. That's a Heluga. The gigantic Heruga. Its eyes are blood red, and its huge body is constantly shaking, and unimaginable terrifying strength erupts, causing indiscriminate damage to everything around it. It is precisely because of its existence that the defensive power of the Alliance is losing ground. Under Lin Jing, the low roar of biting Lu Shark sounded. Roar. Bite the land shark, I feel it. Lin Jing responded seriously. Through super perception, he felt a very strong space-time aura and extremely unstable space-time power on the body of this Heluga. In a flash of thought in his heart, the ability of his eyesight was activated. Heluga Time and Space Mutation. Level LV80. Qualification unknown. Sweeping his gaze above, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly thought of more. The Galaxy team has been conducting research on the distortion of time and space, and their research has obviously made some breakthroughs. This Black Ruga was obviously infused with quite impressive space-time power. It cannot control the power of time and space, but it should have undergone a mutation with the help of the power of time and space under the special means of the Galaxy team, so that its size can reach such an amazing level, and its strength is even more amazing. However, this is after all an external force. Heluga, who cannot control the power of time and space, is now quite unstable in the time and space power in the body. It is clearly regarded by the Galaxy team as a one-time war machine, and it exists as a trump card, because it is possible at any time. Blast. In essence, the current state of this Heluga cannot even be regarded as a normal elf, so the column of aptitude for the ability of vision is unknown. Thoughts flickered. Rear. Sharona was also keenly aware of the speciality of this Black Ruga, and her eyes were slightly solemn. Hesitation, Lin Jing said directly, Hyerna, give me this Heruga, and you can deal with the other Galaxy team members. Good. Sharona didn't hesitate and responded directly. 803 Since fighting side by side in Yveltal, her trust in Lin Jing has been greatly improved. The figure of the fierce bite land shark turned around, and Sharona immediately prepared to join other battlefields. Moments before leaving, her voice came. Everything is careful. Lin Jing nodded slightly, and his thoughts moved slightly. At this moment, brilliance flashed, and elves appeared one after another. Charizard. Shinado. Gengar. Bangira. Fairy Elf. Lin Jing's command sound came out in an orderly manner. Shinado, Gengar, Fairy Elf, go and help the other Alliance members who are fighting. Bangira, all members of the Galaxy team, don't let them go, and defeat them directly. Fire-breathing dragon, bite the land shark fiercely, follow me, and go get that big guy. Victini. You don't have to show up. Help me increase the power of the fierce bite land shark and fire-breathing dragon. This is not a battle, and Lin Jing naturally does not need to keep it. All the elves started to act according to Lin Jing's instructions. This big guy is the mutation caused by the power of time and space, and it has become what it is now. Biting the land shark fiercely, it is up to you to lead the battle. As soon as the voice fell, the keystone brilliance flashed, super evolution. The light of evolution shrouded the body of the fierce bite land shark. Victini never showed up, but the energy has poured into the physiques of the fire-breathing dragon and the fierce biting land shark. With the increase in strength, the momentum of the two elves continued to rise. At this moment, Lin Jing's command sound suddenly sounded. Bite the land shark, the fire-breathing dragon, one after the other, use the dragon god to dive, and the high temperature is heavy. In this moment, Bite Blue Shark is in front, fire-breathing dragon is behind, and under the shroud of the light of evolution, Super Bite Blue Shark appeared, wrapped in endless coercion, and charged towards the mutant Black Luga. Chapter 160 The Yukong Slash that cuts off the space, the mutant Black Luga that completely annihilates, the time and space storm. Above the sky, two imposing figures swooped down. The super-biting land shark is in the front, and the fire-breathing dragon is in the back. The combat power of these two elves, even among the elves of Lin Jing, is absolutely leading existence. After receiving the help of the gods of time and space and truly mastering the power of time and space, the fierce bite land shark can no longer be measured by its own level, because its potential and its strength are far beyond those of the same clan. And the fire-breathing dragon, in the Guandu Star region, has made great progress. The inheritance of the ancient fire-breathing dragon king, and the improvement obtained in the Fenghuang treasure chest, the fire-breathing dragon has truly mastered the true meaning of flame, and its own combat power is constantly increasing. Not to mention, these two elves are now, but under the increase of Victini's energy, they have improved again. Now, the fierce bite land shark and the fire-breathing dragon swooped down on the sky, and the unparalleled terrifying momentum made the members of the countless alliances and galaxy teams below, the elves, feel it. The super-large mutant Black Ruga, which was raging constantly, also sensed their existence. As Lin Jing guessed, because of the power of time and space, it has undergone a mutation and its strength has greatly increased. But at the same time, the unstable power of time and space has brought great pain to it. In the pain, it burst out its own power, and it is also venting everything. Now, it is keenly aware that the target of the fierce bite land shark and fire-breathing dragon seems to be itself. At this moment, it let out a painful and angry roar, opened its mouth wide, and spewed out a dark black flame. In midair, it formed a fire curtain, swept towards the fiercely biting land shark and the fire-breathing dragon. The flame was dark and black, like a flame coming from the region. Heluga itself is an elf with the attributes of evil and fire, and now under the influence and mutation of the power of time and space, its own ability has also been greatly enhanced. Lin Jing stepped on the back of Bitten Lu Shark with a serious expression, without any waves. In the face of the attack of the mutant Heluga, his voice suddenly sounded. Fire-breathing dragon, throwing flames. At this moment, the sound of Long Yin sounded in the sky, resounding through the world. The fire-breathing dragon's mouth opened, and the hot red golden flames spewed out, from back to front, and the first step to fight with the flames of Heluga. When the flames clashed, the fire energy collided, and an unparalleled aftermath surged out. Then, a shocking scene was born. During the collision of the flames, the red golden flames of the fire-breathing dragon had the upper hand, and were rapidly melting the flames of Heluga. The sacred flame from Ho Wang will not be extinguished, and it has a very high level of suppression of other flames. Lin Jing's expression did not change. At this moment, a strange light flashed in his eyes. The power of the dragon. After using the power of the royal dragon on Palkia, the power of the royal dragon has increased again. Now, as Lin Jing exerted the power of the dragon, Victini on his shoulder immediately noticed that there was no need for Lin Jing to say more. Energy poured into Lin Jing's body. The effect of the power of the royal dragon was improved, and it acted on the super biting land shark under him. After the super bite land shark reaches a certain distance, the dragon god's diving skills are officially displayed. At this moment, as the faint brilliance flickered around its body, the armor of time and space emerged, and layers of ripples swayed. From where the flames of the fire-breathing dragon and Heluga met, the bite land shark passed right through. That scorching flame, under the defense of the armor of time and space, did not cause any damage or influence to it or the forest scene. During the dragon god's swooping display, Bite Blue Shark pierced the sky with an unparalleled terrifying aura. Rear. Around the fire-breathing dragon, the flames have already burned at this moment, and the red-gold flame shrouded the whole body of the fire-breathing dragon. At this moment, it is like the fire-breathing dragon made of flames in the trial of the fire-breathing dragon king. Bureau temperature and pressure. This is a fire-type skill, but the effect is related to the body and weight of the elves themselves. It is undoubtedly very suitable for fire-breathing dragons. Covered in flames, the fire-breathing dragon followed Bite Blue Shark and charged at the same time. Everything is in an instant. Just the next second. The super-biting land shark has crossed countless distances and slammed into Heluga's side. The dragon god swooped down, and a strong impact force struck. Heluga let out a painful cry, and his body fell to one side under the powerful force of biting the land shark. Its size is too large, and the buildings on the side should not collapse. And the moment after this, the fire-breathing dragon strikes again. The flame-burning fire-breathing dragon, like a bolide falling from the sky, slammed into Heluga's body heavily. The successive attacks made Heluga even more painful. As its stature collapsed, the energy in front of it surged, and the fluctuations that almost turned into essence spread. The wave of evil. Wherever the waves of evil passed, all the buildings collapsed and everything was broken. After the mutation, the strength of this black Ruga was beyond comprehension. Lin Jing's expression was serious, and without hesitation, he shouted at this moment, "Bite Blue Shark fiercely, use Yukong Slash. Fire-breathing dragon, cyclone attack." If it is said that the dragon god swoops and the high temperature is heavy, it is the strongest melee attack skill currently mastered by the fierce bite land shark and the fire-breathing dragon. Then, the exclusive skills from the beasts are their most powerful skills at present. At this moment, when the arm of the super-biting Blue Shark was raised, the power of space surged and smashed down. In the void, the slash that is enough to split the space rushes forward. Cracks in space appeared faintly. After really mastering the power of time and space, the attack power of the super bite land shark has reached another level, and it can really affect the space. At the same time, when the flame energy around the fire-breathing dragon gathers, the dragon's mouth opens, and the cyclone attack is launched. The cyclone of flames swept over. The attack from Heluga, the wave of evil that spread, was cut off and smashed the moment it touched Yukong Lai Slash and the flame cyclone. The exclusive skills from the beasts are so powerful. And in a moment, Yukong Slash and Flame Cyclone have cut through the sky and bombarded the body of the mutant Black Luga. Then, the power burst out. In the middle of the unparalleled force, Heluga's body trembled violently, and in the constant tremor, a more dangerous aura pervaded his body. It seems that there is an incomparably amazing power that is going to explode in it. This is. Lin Jing's expression was slightly solemn, and through telepathy, he suddenly contacted Shinado, who was helping other battlefields. In an instant, the brilliance in his eyes flashed, and he instantly entered a state of resonance with Shinado. Victini, fire-breathing dragon, bite land shark. Lin Jing's voice sounded. His elves have been fighting with him for a long time, and they have a tacit understanding. The moment Lin Jing's voice sounded, they already understood what he meant. At this moment, when Shinado's power is urging, the super power burst starts directly. Above the sky, around Heluga, a special super power barrier takes shape, forming a special barrier. At the same time, the fire-breathing dragon's mouth opened, and the fire energy surged around Haruga, forming a flame barrier. The fierce bite of the land shark directly motivates the power of time and space, and the third barrier is formed when the special strange power gathers. At the same time, Victini's power was activated, blending into the bodies of the elves, increasing them. The three barriers formed in an instant, and Lin Jing's eyes were extremely serious, but he was more serious than when he first fought. The time and space power in this black Ruga is not stable. After the successive attacks of the fire-breathing dragon and the super-biting land shark, the power of Hao Zhao's terrifying skills exploded, and the balance of time and space power in this black Ruga was completely broken. In other words, it's about to explode. Just at the moment when the three barriers were formed. Under the perception of super-perception, Hilujia's huge body, at this moment, completely exploded. Instead, the unimaginable space-time power inside suddenly erupted towards the surroundings. When the power of time and space broke out, it gathered into a storm. In an instant, everything around was annihilated and shattered. In a short moment, the power of time and space had already bombarded the three barriers. Under the support of Victini, the three elves burst out with all their strength, blocking the spread of the power of time and space. The power of time and space after the explosion, without the restrictions of Heluga, is even more amazing. While the power of time and space is raging, everything is shattered and the barrier constructed by elves ripples violently. The hindered power of time and space is constantly surging, becoming more and more turbulent. Inside the barrier, it quickly evolved into a terrifying space-time storm. P.S. 600,000 words, scatter flowers. Ask for the automatic subscription of the Flower Monthly Pass Evaluation Ticket, thank you for your support. Chapter 161 Chiri's Reaction, The Proposal of the Quasi-King, Thunderstrike. The storm of time and space is raging, madly raging. However, it is rootless after all. Under the support of Victini's endless power, the elves have enough energy to consume the power of the time and space storm. Moreover, the force of time and space is activated by the bite land shark. Under the influence of the same root and the same source, the space-time storm swept through, and the energy inside was also continuously absorbed by the barrier created by the bite land shark, which greatly weakened the difficulty of resisting. As the stalemate continued, at this moment, Lin Jing's expression changed slightly. The space-time storm did not break through the restrictions of the three barriers and did not cause damage to the outside world. But perhaps because of being blocked, the power of time and space has undergone a wonderful transformation at this moment. In an instant, the area where the space-time storm was located was completely dimmed, and the storm swept through it. At the edge, within the barrier, there was a layer of obstruction that was self-generating. This is... Lin Jing's expression changed slightly, the space-time distortion area. In the research branch of the Celebration Star Alliance, under the obstruction of the outbreak of space-time power, a space-time distortion area appeared. Time and space distort everything in the area, because the time and space power just broke out, it has completely dissipated, and everything does not exist. Lin Jing retracted his gaze. Dissipate your strength. He opened his mouth. At this moment, the three elves who were maintaining the barrier stopped at the same time and took back their power. Lin Jing's eyes looked in other directions. At a glance, the battle is still going on. But now, Ruga undoubtedly brought great pressure to the other members of the Galaxy team. It's their whole card, but now it's being dealt with directly. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, and suddenly saw a rather familiar figure. Galaxy Team Cadre, Suixing. With the information in the original work, Lin Jing immediately confirmed her identity. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Jing's figure suddenly rushed out and rushed to the next target. In an unknown planet. In the Galaxy Team's base. Kyrie, sitting on an office chair, was looking directly at the big screen in front of him. On the big screen, it was the live broadcast of the superpower competition. Now, In the screen, the two players who entered the finals of the superpower competition have already started the battle and have come to the most violent moment. Just then, Kyrie seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed slightly. The plan has already begun. It stands to reason that if the research branch is attacked, the superpower competition will also be affected. What about Sharona, Wu Song, and that Lin Jing? Thoughts flashed in his heart. Kyrie's expression suddenly changed, and at this moment, he held a communicator on the desktop and sent a communication message. Communication is being sent. But no one got through. At this moment, Kyrie's expression changed again and again, and with the force of his palm, the communicator in his hand was suddenly crushed. Chanao Alliance. Celebrate the Star Alliance. Research Division Resident. CGCI. In order to deal with this attack of the Galaxy team, the Chanao Alliance has made adequate preparations. Not only Lin Jing, Sharona, and Wu Song are here, but also the Ground King Juya and the Fire King Day are also here. Now, when the space teleportation device is activated, when the Alliance's support force returns at an unexpected speed for the Galaxy team, the Galaxy team's plan is doomed to fail. After the mutant Black Ruga was solved by Lin Jing single-handedly, the entire battlefield also entered a state of rout. Zyrna, the champion trainer, and with the help of the 3 Heavenly King-level trainers, are almost able to sweep away all existences in the Chanao Star territory, not to mention they also have the help of Lin Jing. The remnants of the Galaxy team were quickly resolved, the elves were defeated, and the members were captured. In just an hour, the entire research branch has completely calmed down. At a glance, the research branch was also greatly affected. The research building had collapsed, and countless buildings were broken and turned into wreckage. But the results are quite amazing. He successfully sniped the Galaxy team's plan, shattered the Galaxy team's conspiracy, and captured members of the Galaxy team, including the cadres of the Galaxy team. With the end of the battle, Lin Jing's other elves had already withdrawn into the Pokeball. At this moment, riding on the back of Lai Bite Land Shark, striding across the sky, and after reaching the center of the battlefield, Lin Jing jumped and fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone here, their eyes fell on Lin Jing. Chanao champion, Sharona. The king of the earth, Kikuno. Fire king, Day. Superpower king, Wu Song. Today, Lin Jing is the real focal point. The Haruga was naturally seen by them, and they clearly knew that it contained extremely terrifying power. In this case, Lin Jing single-handedly solved it, and even prevented the explosion of its power after the final blast. This power, this achievement, is incalculable. If the final power is not properly handled after the mutation Black Luga explodes, then the turbulent power alone will cause an incalculable huge loss to the entire research branch, and even the Alliance's combat detachment. Fortunately, now everything is disintegrated and nothing happened. Now, King Wusong's eyes fell on Lin Jing, shook his head slightly, and said with some emotion, "Inspector Lin Jing, I thought Shinado was already your well-deserved main elf. It looks like you still have a lot of reservations. Your combat power has been completely established as a Heavenly King, and it is even more terrifying." The Fire Element Heavenly King Day's expression was quite free and easy, and after Wu Song's voice fell, he continued, "Lin Jing, I also saw your performance in the elf exam. I didn't expect your growth rate to be so amazing. Although I heard Sharona mention you, if I didn't meet with my own eyes today, I couldn't believe it at all. You already possessed this level of combat power. The future is terrifying." His tone was full of admiration. In the wizard world, strength is also the foundation of everything. After fighting side by side with these Heavenly King-level trainers and showing their true combat power in front of them, the purest strength undoubtedly convinced them. The other side. There was a faint smile on Kikuno's face. As Sharona said at the beginning, after she really saw the strength displayed by Lin Jing, she understood Sharona's original words. The Chanao Alliance has welcomed a real treasure trainer. Now, she looked at Lin Jing and said softly, "If it wasn't for you, the power contained in the Haruga would explode, and I don't know how much damage it would cause. That level of energy, coupled with its particularity, is not something that can be easily solved. Speaking of which, she pondered, looked at Sharona, and said, Sharona, Lin Jing's trainer rating should be only elite, right? Sharona nodded, as if thinking of something. King Kikuya continued, just based on the performance and achievements in today's battle, Lin Jing is fully qualified to be promoted to a super trainer. At the same time, he also has a combat power that is not inferior to that of a Heavenly King level trainer. I propose to upgrade Lin Jing's trainer to the Quasi-King level and enjoy the same treatment as a Heavenly King trainer. At the same time, the Alliance announcement issued next will explain this matter. Second, King Wusong agreed. If Lin Jing's current ability is not enough to obtain the title of a Quasi-King of Heaven, then the other alliances will probably say that our gods and mysterious people are unclear. I agree too. Day replied, although Alu is not here, if he knew what happened today, he would definitely not object. Sharona nodded slightly. She looked at Lin Jing and whispered, Lin Jing, what do you think? Hearing this, Lin Jing said softly, I certainly won't refuse to raise the trainer's rating. However, everyone, now, there are more important things before us. His expression became more serious. This time, the information about the Galaxy Team's attack was obtained through the dark line I arranged in the Galaxy Team. Now, the Galaxy Team has suffered a setback and has suffered great losses. My dark line may not be able to hide anymore. In this case, I think we have to seize the opportunity. To mobilize so many forces to attack the Celebration Star Alliance, the secret bases of the Galaxy Team must have relatively empty defense forces, and through the Dark Line, I have also grasped the specific locations of some of the Galaxy Team's bases. I propose to set up a special combat team immediately to carry out a thunderous strike on the Galaxy Team's base, so as to expand the victory this time and completely weaken the strength of the Galaxy Team. Chapter 162 The Favorite Catching Ghost, the hidden character of the Galaxy Team, the Super Dream is coming. Cut grass without eradicating its roots, the spring wind blows and grows again. In Lin Jing's view, there is no doubt about the personal ability of the leader of the Galaxy Team, Chiri, to be able to form the Galaxy Team, an underground force that has been entrenched in the Shanao Star territory for a long time. The rapid return of the reinforcements from the research division will definitely cause Kairi's doubts. Within the Galaxy Team, there is a very high possibility that the popular catching of the ghosts will occur. That being the case, the possibility of Zhengxing being suspected will be greatly improved. After all, he personally led a team to ambush Lin Jing, but in the end, he was the only one who returned safely. In such a situation, Zhengxing will inevitably be suspected, and in the future, it will be difficult to access the secrets of the Galaxy Team. In this case, maximize his final effect. Lin Jing's voice fell, and Sharona nodded seriously, Lin Jing is right. Her eyes swept away, and she said, Kikuya Tianwang, you are in charge of handling the follow-up of the research branch. Dai Tianwang, Wusong Tianwang, immediately mobilize the personnel, according to the information provided by the Dark Line, immediately launch, strike. Lin Jing. Sharona looked at Lin Jing. Without waiting for him to speak, Lin Jing said directly, I'll be with you too, assign me a combat unit. His eyes were deep, and there was a hint of coldness. If Kairi's reaction is slower, maybe this time, he can be completely terminated. Even if he can't be solved, the Galaxy Team must be severely damaged, so that all their plans will be completely empty. Sharona nodded slightly and waved, start action. Those who participated in the Galaxy Team ambush plan were naturally the elites of the Alliance combat trainers. At this moment, under the order of Hyerna, the combat team was divided. Except for King Kikuno who stayed in the Celebration Star, the other kings and Lin Jing, led by Hyerna, set off immediately. The base information sent by Zhengxing was assigned to each team. The fleet of the Shanao Alliance, since the Celebration Star left, then directly activated the space transition, began a large-scale transfer, and strive to go as quickly as possible. Space transition consumes a lot of resources, but as long as the victory is big enough, all the efforts are worth it. Inside a base of the Galaxy team. Zhenxing stood in front of a spaceship and looked at a base of the far-end Galaxy team. He looked down at the information on the communicator in his hand, no longer hesitated, and stepped directly into the spaceship. The next moment, the spaceship rose into the sky. In the communicator, it was the message sent by Lin Jing. The task is completed, the evacuation is allowed. Galaxy Team Base. The communicator in his hand has been smashed by Kyrie, and he, who has always been calm, has waves on his face at this moment. At this moment, he lightly touched a button on the desktop. Soon, a figure pushed in the door, looked at Kyrie, and said, "Boss." This is a woman with long black hair, dressed in the uniform of the Galaxy team. One of the cadres of the Galaxy team, EO. "Get out." Chiri's voice sounded. "Notify everyone in the base to evacuate immediately, and then completely blow up this place." Io's expression changed slightly. "Boss." Kyrie's eyes looked at her, and his voice did not waver. "There is a traitor in the Galaxy team. Now, this base is most likely not safe." Other bases also sent messages quickly, but, with the Alliance's actions, I'm afraid it's too late. EO hesitated, and finally nodded. Time lapse. Chiri is already outside the base. Behind him is IO. At this moment, Kyrie's mouth opened slightly, as if he was counting something. 1. Just when he read 1, at the far end of the front, the large base standing in the mountains burst open. Boom. With a deafening roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, the Galaxy team base exploded completely and reduced to ruins. Akira turned around. In the continuous explosion in the back, between the fireworks, he initiated a communication, and after a while, a figure appeared on the screen of the communicator. Town Star. Zhenxing's expression was calm, and he said quickly, "Boss, what's the matter?" Afterwards, he seemed to see the constantly blasting base behind Kyrie through the screen of the communicator, and his expression suddenly changed. "This is the Town Star." There were no waves in Chiri's voice. "Why? Why did you betray me?" "Boss, what are you talking about?" "No need to pretend." Kyrie was expressionless. The Shanao Alliance's return was so quick, and in such a short period of time, I lost contact with the mission team. They should have known about this plan long ago. "Zhenxing, why did you betray me?" "Heard." Zhenxing in the screen was completely silent. After being quiet for a while, his eyes sharpened, and he no longer pretended to be at all, using the power of the gods of time and space to shatter the entire world, and finally rebuild a brand new world. "Chiri, is this your plan?" "Betrayal." Zhenxing shook his head. "You haven't revealed your real plans to us all this time. Team Galaxy, and even everything about Team Galaxy, is just a pawn in your extreme plan." Red Sun. Zhenxing's expression was calm. "When I learned of your real plan, our relationship has come to an end. I can support your actions, but I don't approve of such an extreme plan." Kyrie didn't say anything, just hung up the communication. His eyes turned around, looked at Io behind him, and said, "Sachi, is there any news recently?" "Heard." Io's expression was slightly solemn, and he replied, "The rocket team in the Guandu Star region has been hit hard and is in a dormant state." The last news that Sachi returned was that he followed the rocket's boss Sakagi to the Fengyuan Star region. Fengyuan Star territory. Kyrie stepped towards the parked spaceship behind, and his voice did not waver. "The research on the distortion of time and space will be stopped for the time being. Let's integrate the remaining forces first, and the Alliance will definitely carry out a strict attack next. Contact Sachi and ask her to report the latest situation." The rockets were hit hard, but Sakagi went to the Fengyuan Star territory. There must be a secret in it. Ask for flowers. Yes. In the rear, the blasting of the base had stopped, and a raging fire was ignited in the collapsed room. Kairi boarded the spaceship. Sachi. One of the three beasts of the rockets. But, except for the boss of the Galaxy team and a few people, no one knows, she is also one of the cadres of the Galaxy team. Under the space transition, the Alliance spaceship that Lin Jing was in had already completed the shuttle in the Shanghai and approached the goal. Just then, the elf Pokédex sounded a special beep. When I opened it, I saw. It was the video sent by Zhengxing. It was a video recording of his communication with Kairi. After the entire video was played, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough. It seems that it is impossible to wipe out the Galaxy team in one fell swoop. After all, he is a legend who formed the Galaxy team with one hand, and he is very alert. However, after this battle, the Galaxy team will not be able to make any waves in the Shanao Star territory. 0. The original goal can be considered to be achieved. Cheery, if you want to do something in the future, then you can naturally catch him. Lin Jing's eyes were sharp. His growth rate is beyond everyone's imagination, and the longer it takes, the better it will be for him. After pondering, Lin Jing directly chose to call Zhengxing's communication. Communication is connected. Lin Jing looked at Zhengxing in the screen and said, Zhengxing, the information you provided this time is of great help to the Alliance. The merits and demerits are equal. After you go to the Celebration Star Alliance, someone will naturally help you unlock the restrictions. Zyrna agreed with Lin Jing's plan, but she naturally made more preparations to improve it. Zhengxing has a special energy device developed by the Alliance. If necessary, you can. In an instant, Zhengxing's life was killed. And the start button of the energy device is in the hands of Sharona. Heard. Zhengxing in the screen fell silent. He was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, Inspector Lin Jing, compared to the rest of the Shanao Alliance, I only trust you. Any other tasks? He smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Since joining the Galaxy team, I have always followed Cheery's orders, but I have gotten used to this kind of life. If you don't mind, I hope to be your subordinate. Lin Jing frowned slightly. He groaned, then nodded. The spaceship is sailing in the sea of stars. Just then, above the spaceship, the alert voice of an Alliance trainer suddenly sounded. What is that? As soon as it sounded, the Alliance trainers on the spaceship became alert and prepared for battle. Front end. Lin Jing, who had just hung up the Zhengxing communication, swept his eyes out of the porthole, and then waved, Don't be nervous about the porthole. It was the Super Dream who came in person who sensed Lin Jing's signal. The characters of Sachi are excerpted from the special tilde soil. Chapter 163 Dreams and Super Dreams. Super Dreams, are you finished? The new quasi-celestial king. Lin Jing. After appeasing a group of Alliance trainers, Lin Jing walked to the living room on one side, and at the same time, contacted Chao Meng through superpower. Come on. Subsequently, he stepped into the parlor. In the living room, among the ripples flashing, Chao Meng's figure also appeared here. Now, Chao Meng's unique thick voice sounded, Human, what do you want to do when you contact me? Hearing this, Lin Jing smiled slightly, without being rude, and said directly, Super Dream, I have obtained information about the dream. He took out the elf picture book, opened the video recorded by the information recording machine, and directly chose to play it. After Celebi's figure appeared, not long after, a dreamy figure appeared on the video. Just as the dreamy figure appeared in the video, Cheomeng's gaze suddenly froze above. At this moment, its momentum was surging almost uncontrollably. Although it is only a video picture, the close connection within the genes makes Cheomeng realize the moment he sees the dream in the picture, it is the elf that is closely related to it. It was created precisely because of the other's genes. However, at the moment when the momentum, 27, erupted excitedly, Cheomeng realized that there was still Lin Jing in front of him, and the momentum converged in an instant, and went up and down together. Its eyes were sharp, and it looked at Lin Jing. Where is this? Guandu Star Region. Lin Jing said softly. Hearing this, Cheomeng's eyes flashed a trace of doubt, and said solemnly, impossible. Human, just at the front end, I went to the Guandu Star territory and searched for it, but I didn't find it. Why did you lie to me? I didn't lie to you. Lin Jing shook his head and replied in a positive tone. Dream, it has always been in the Guandu Star region. Super Dream's breath fluctuates. Lin Jing continued. It's just that it's not located in the Guandu Star region in the current time and space. Lin Jing pointed to the figure of another elf in the picture. It's Celebi, a special elf with the ability to travel through time and space. It moves with the dream, obviously traveling through time and space with the dream, to a different place. Time and space. Although it is in the same Guandu Star region, because of different time and space influences, you naturally cannot determine the dream's location and find it. But now, Celebi and Dream have returned to this time and space, and I chose to contact you shortly after discovering this information. If you go to the Guandu Star region now, you should be able to find it. At the same time as Lin Jing's voice fell, Cheomeng's body has already glowed with brilliance, ready to leave. A heavy voice sounded. If that's true. Human, thank you. Before it could finish speaking, Lin Jing continued, wait. The brilliance of Cheomeng stopped, and his eyes were sharp at Lin Jing. Lin Jing said solemnly, Super Dream, if you really find Dream, there is no need to conflict with it. Dream is a kind-hearted elf. I'm not sure how the rockets got the Dream gene, but it's not a bright way. You and Dream, in the final analysis, are the victims of the rocket's bad behavior. There is no need to target it, you can have a good chat. If you can let go of the prejudice in your heart, then maybe you can become good friends with the Dream. Lin Jing's words. Cheomeng has been watching him quietly. After hearing the word, friend, there were waves in Cheomeng's eyes. Seeing Lin Jing finish speaking, Cheomeng was silent for a while, and then said, Human, do you have anything else to say? Lin Jing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, no more. The brilliance appeared, and the ripples flickered, and Cheomeng's figure had disappeared from the spacecraft. Lin Jing's eyes looked at the sea of stars outside the porthole. Hopefully, my persuasion can have some influence on Mewtwo. He said in his heart. Through the information in the original work and his own personal contact, Lin Jing has a better understanding of Cheomeng. Cheomeng, who was created by Team Rocket as a weapon of war, is indeed quite belligerent in character, but he is definitely not a crazy person who only has fighting in his mind. On the contrary, it has a good wisdom. But, according to the information in the original work, the first contact between Cheomeng and Dream was obviously not smooth and kind. When faced with Dream, under the influence of genes, Cheomeng could not maintain his calm. It is precisely because of this that Lin Jing said such words, trying to use his own influence to change the first meeting of these two elves who were destined to be closely linked. Say. Brows slightly, Lin Jing muttered to himself. When Cheomeng was about to leave, he seemed to want to say thank you. My dear, the influence of dreams is great, and Cheomeng will say thank you. As the thoughts flashed, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed in front of him. Where Cheomeng stayed, there was a treasure chest to stay. Da Fu Xing, its name is well deserved. Well, it should also have the influence of the blessing of King Ho, and now my own luck has also increased. When the thought flashed, the treasure chest interface was opened, and the treasure chest was directly opened. Lines of information appear. You have obtained the way to use superpower, Super Beacon. You have obtained the exclusive skill of the beast, Spiritual Break. You have acquired the skill, Sleep. You have acquired the skill, Reflection Wall. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the strong mental fragment X15 close black lens bracket. You got Spirit Blade fragment X17. You get a special influence, Mewtwo's friend. Lin Jing glanced at it and said to himself, I don't feel good enough. It's going to be the trend of baldness before Mewtwo. Summon Shenado and give it the skill fragment to learn. In any elf treasure chest, it is possible to open skill fragments, which can enhance the power of the skills, and the power of the elf skills of Lin Jing has been greatly improved. Watching Shanae Duo's spirit break the distance and go further, Lin Jing looked at the remaining 2 rewards. Super Power Beacon, a special way of using superpower, which converts superpower into beacons, which can be sensed by specific elves. Lin Jing blinked. That's not what I did with the support of Dream God and Victini. But now, has it become a way of controlling superpower? In this way, I can call Mewtwo anytime, anywhere. He looked to the next reward. Open black lens bracket Super Dream Friend close black lens bracket. Introduction. The word friend is a word that Cheomung is not familiar with, but under constant contact with you, it gradually understands the meaning of the word friend, and begins to regard you as the only remaining friend of its own. When you are in danger, Chaomeng will rush to the scene with a great probability. Lin Jing let out a small breath. Since you treat me as a friend, then, and the result of the first meeting of the dream may change because of me. In the flash of thoughts, the urging method of the super beacon lingers in my mind. Lin Jing took out the elf picture book and sent a message to Sharona through the text. Give me the activation device that restricts the star. Soon after the message was sent, Sharona's reply came. Open black lens bracket it is good close black lens bracket. A simple one-sentence reply. Sharona didn't ask much. After fighting side by side, their mutual trust in each other reached new heights. Lin Jing put away the elf picture book. For Zhengxing's idea, Lin Jing can also understand a thing or two. And, with the continuous improvement of his strength, coupled with the identity of the investigator of the Shanao Alliance, it is indeed impossible to do everything personally, and some things will inevitably require subordinates to deal with. Zhengxing, who used to be a cadre of the Galaxy team, naturally has enough abilities, and with the means to restrict him, Zhengxing is indeed a good candidate. As the thoughts flashed, Lin Jing's eyes gradually sharpened. During the journey of the spaceship, it is about to arrive at the first Galaxy team base as the target. During the finals of the superpower contest, the 3 judges of 3.1 left at the same time. Although this scene did not appear in the live broadcast room, it was seen by countless audiences at the scene, so soon, it caused waves on the interstellar network. At the same time, there is even a news from the Celebration Star that there is a big battle in the Alliance station. For a time, there were countless topics of discussion on the interstellar network, trying to figure out what happened. According to the base address provided by Zhengxing, the Alliance is attacking the Galaxy team. After discussions on the internet continued for a period of time, the Shanao Alliance released a new announcement today. The announcement is divided into 2 parts. Article 1. During the superpower competition, the underground forces of Shanao Starfield, the Galaxy team, launched an attack on the Celebration Star Alliance station. The 3 judges of the superpower competition returned to the Alliance station. Win a complete victory and hit the Galaxy team hard. Article 2. In view of the performance of trainer Lin Jing in the battle against the Galaxy team, and his strength not inferior to that of the Heavenly King level trainer, he has been certified by the champion Sharona and many Heavenly Kings. Forest View Trainer, promoted to Quasi-King. Chapter 164 Pluto's Research Records, The Abnormal Perception of Fire-Breathing Dragons, Sidoran. Quasi-King. It refers to a powerful trainer who has the power of the King of Heaven, but does not have the position of the King of Heaven. Generally speaking, there are a certain number of quasi-king trainers in each star field. They are the real top powerhouses in each star field, and they can also be regarded as candidates for the king. When a Heavenly King level trainer gives way for some reason, with the consent of the individual, and the approval of the champion and other Heavenly King level trainers, a new Heavenly King level trainer can be selected from the prospective Heavenly King. Lin Jing's becoming a quasi-celestial king has undoubtedly caused a lot of discussion on the internet, but most of them are supportive. After all, in the superpower competition, Lin Jing has shown enough strength. When there is enough strength to support, all doubts will disappear. In the Shanao Star territory, the name of Lin Jing is completely related to the word, Tian Wang. Anyone who pays attention will know that in the Shanao Star territory, there is an extremely young Tian Wang level trainer. At the same time, the Galaxy team has also caused quite extensive discussion. As an underground evil force in the Shanao Star domain, the Galaxy team has reduced a lot in recent days because of the distortion of time and space. But in the past, for their plans, in order to expand their strength, the Galaxy team has done a lot of bad things. Now, the huge victory has been put out, which undoubtedly makes people feel a little happy. Compared with Sakagi, the rocket boss of the Kanto Alliance, Akagi of the Galaxy team usually disappears easily, and the Alliance has never obtained any photos of him. But 26. This time, while causing heavy damage to the Galaxy team, many cadres of the Galaxy team were captured. Under the harsh interrogation, in conjunction with the information obtained, the Shanao Alliance restored Chiri's portrait through scientific and technological means, allowing him to enter the wanted. In the entire Shanao Star territory, there is also a bounty for the Galaxy team. Anyone who provides information about the Galaxy team will get a relatively rich reward as long as it is confirmed. Each base was destroyed, and the personnel were captured and killed. The Galaxy team suffered the most serious blows since its creation. It is to be expected that, for a long time to come, the remaining strength of the Galaxy team will not be able to make any waves. After all, their loss this time is extremely serious. Shanao Star territory. Within a planet. Under the leadership of Lin Jing, the Galaxy team base in front of them was completely cleared, all related things were sorted out, and the personnel were captured. Under the premise of using space transition at all costs, the speed of each combat team was pulled to the extreme, and they strived to destroy the base and capture the personnel before the Galaxy team evacuated. Now, in front of Lin Jing, the Alliance's subordinates held a document and handed it over. King Lin Jingtian, this should be the most important document information in this base, which is stored in the deepest safe. A quasi-celestial king-level trainer can already be called a heavenly king, but he does not have the powers of a heavenly king. After the announcement of the Alliance was issued, the Alliance trainers who followed his combat unit also changed their names. Lin Jing nodded slightly and took the document. In the interstellar era, the interstellar network has developed to the extreme, so many hacking methods have also been born. Because of this, the most precious information will be recorded in the oldest paper to ensure that it will not be leaked. After taking the document, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the top. Assumption record of extracting space-time power in the space-time distortion area. In the lower right corner, a more special name is identified. Hades. Lin Jing frowned slightly. He naturally knew who Pluto was. One of the cadres of the Galaxy team, a scientist in the Galaxy team, Pluto. Is this base in charge of Hades? Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing opened the document and read it in it. After reading it carefully, Lin Jing's expression was a little serious. Time and space power. During the Galaxy team's attack, the Haruga, who is only affected by the power of time and space, gave him a very deep impression, and that was one of the results of the Galaxy team's research on the distortion of time and space. In Chiri's plan, the study of the space-time distortion area is to increase the understanding of Dialga and Palkia, and to confirm the exact location of the space-time gods. However, Pluto, a genius scientist without a doubt, naturally has his own ideas. By studying the distorted area of time and space, he has extracted special time and space power from it, which can enhance the elves regardless of the consequences. This document is obviously the secret record of Hades, and it is even more recorded in it. In addition to increasing the elves, he has also researched another way to use the power of time and space. Imprisoned. The power of time and space is tyrannical and extremely special. In Pluto's view, it is completely possible to use this power to imprison some special elves. Because of the peculiarity of space-time power, even an elves with terrifying combat power would be difficult to break without special means. Pluto. In the information in the original work, although he lives in the Galaxy team, he also has his own plans and purposes. Looking at it now, the same is true. Just don't know. Just as Lin Jing was thinking. A pokeball on his waist suddenly trembled slightly. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the elf was released. Charizard. Now, while the red golden flames on the fire-breathing dragon's tail are burning continuously, it looks up at the sky, as if through the sky, looking into the sea of stars. You said, you vaguely sensed the call from the depths of the star sea. Lin Jing grasped the power of vibrant, and instantly understood its meaning. The fire-breathing dragon nodded slightly, and while thinking, it roared again. As this call for help. Lin Jing repeated what the fire-breathing dragon wanted to express. After receiving the confirmation of the fire-breathing dragon, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed, and he pressed the special communicator that was issued before the operation started. Soon. An alliance trainer walked over quickly. King Lin Jingtian, what happened? He is the vice captain of this combat unit. The specific information of this base, has the interrogation been clear? Who was in charge of the Galaxy team before? Hearing this, the vice captain replied, it's been figured out. Here, a cadre in the Galaxy team, code-named Pluto, is in charge, but before we arrived, Pluto had hurriedly evacuated and failed to leave him successfully. I see. Lin Jing nodded slightly, his expression became serious, and he said quickly, next, you will be responsible for this base, cleaning the battlefield, interrogating the prisoners, and trying to obtain more information. As he spoke, he jumped up. Having jumped to the back of the fire-breathing dragon, the fire-breathing dragon had already soared into the sky when the order was given. I have urgent matters to deal with. If there is anything, report it to me through the communicator. After leaving the last sentence, the fire-breathing dragon's wings unfolded, and it was already flying towards the anchorage of the Alliance's spaceship. Soon. Target reached. After greetings from the Alliance trainer stationed here, Lin Jing boarded a spaceship. Because this time, it was a unified operation, and he also followed the Alliance spacecraft and never took the Nightmare God. After boarding the spaceship, Lin Jing said to the pilot on the spaceship, give me the driving authority, and then you can leave. Driver of 480 was stunned for a moment, but seeing Lin Jing's serious expression, he didn't ask any more questions and acted immediately. Those who can participate in the operation are all elite trainers in the Alliance. In addition to knowing Lin Jing's identity as a new quasi-celestial king, they also know that this Lin Jing trainer also serves as a search officer. During the war, his orders are not inferior to those of any heavenly king. At the same time as the pilot was in control, Rotom got out of the Elf Pokédex and integrated into the driving system of the Alliance ship. With the experience of driving the Nightmare God, Rotom quickly became familiar with it. The driver leaves. In the entire spaceship, Lin Jing was the only one left. Next moment. Under the control of Rotom, the spaceship rose into the sky, entered the atmosphere, and moved forward at full speed. In a blink of an eye, it had already entered the Sea of Stars. Lin Jing looked at the fire-breathing dragon beside him and said, Fire-breathing dragon, is that call clear? The fire-breathing dragon shook his head. This, Lin Jing said softly, Victini. On the shoulders, the figure of Victini was revealed. Excuse me, help me increase the power of the fire-breathing dragon and see if it can enhance its perception. Victini nodded slightly, and the dazzling brilliance was already shining around him. With the increase of Victini, all the abilities of the fire-breathing dragon have been improved. It closed its eyes for a moment, then suddenly opened its eyes. The dragon head turned around, and looked towards the end of the star sea. A low growl sounded. Rotom, follow the direction of the fire-breathing dragon and move forward at full speed. With a serious expression, Lin Jing looked into the deep sea. The thing that can make the fire-breathing dragon induce induction must be the existence that has been connected with it. Involving the Pluto of the Galaxy team, plus the file information obtained, in an instant, he thought of an elf, a divine beast elf. Cytolane. Chapter 165 Manaphy's Achievements, the Mutual Induction of Super Dream and Dream, Sakaji's Ambition. Sidoran. This is a divine beast elf in the Shanao star territory that had been in contact with Lin Jing at a very early stage. In the past, in the ruins of the ancient star, the time-space storm touched the key of time, thus opening a door to the ancient times for Lin Jing. There, Lin Jing returned to the Temple of Sidoran, which had not collapsed and destroyed, and the fire-breathing dragon had been greatly improved because of Sidoran. And Lin Jing still remembered that in the treasure chest at that time, there was a reward that involved a special influence. It was pointed out that because its power appeared in the outside world, Sidoran, who had been sleeping for a long time, was very likely to wake up from his deep sleep. Pluto, in the original work, is a character who has a plot against Sidoran. In the original work, he even developed small devices that could control sprites. Now, he has discovered the special use of space-time power, and the Galaxy team has been severely hit. If there is no breakthrough at this time, then the Galaxy team, which has been hit in the eyes, cannot support him to carry out further research. So, did you put your mind on Sidoran? The thoughts in Lin Jing's heart turned sharply, and everything was quickly connected. Through the information of the original work he has mastered, he can undoubtedly connect all the information faster. His eyes gradually sharpened. For whatever reason, he couldn't just sit back and watch this happen. Pluto is a scientist, but also a careerist, the purest careerist. He inhabits the Galaxy team and helps the Galaxy team in research, but his purpose is completely different from the Galaxy team. Chiri's goal is to destroy the entire world and rebuild a new world. The purpose of Pluto is to control the legendary beast spirits and phantom beast spirits to accomplish his ambitions. If he really completes the control of Sidoran, it will become the starting point for everything, and his ambitions will continue to expand, eventually disrupting the entire Shanao star territory. As the investigator of the Shanao Alliance, he naturally couldn't sit idly by and watch all this develop. Moreover, as far as Lin Jing is concerned, the attack on Sidoran's treasure chest has made the fire-breathing dragon a good improvement, and he can't just sit back and watch everything happen. With Victini's increase, the fire-breathing dragon's perception became clearer, indicating the direction of the spacecraft. Under the control of Rotom, the spaceship is moving at full speed. Shanao Star Territory. Deep in the Sea of Stars. The Temple of the Sea has been hidden at one end, and Manaphy sank into the mountain range built by the nebula, and is constantly traveling and searching. Manaphy is undoubtedly a very patient elf, and when it comes to making friends, he is even more unique. Now, after a long period of exploration, Manaphy seemed to sense something faintly, and her expression became more serious. When the brilliance in front of her flashed, her power was activated and merged into the nebula not far ahead. The power melted into the home, and the nebula trembled violently, and then suddenly shattered. At the moment when the nebula shattered, the place quickly dimmed, and a vortex rose and swirled continuously. At the center of the nebula, a huge black hole emerged. Finally, let me find. Manaphy's expression showed surprise, and he said excitedly, "Giratina, I am here." After a soft whistle, its body flashed, and it had entered the black hole. Shortly after it entered the black hole, the black hole slowly disappeared, and the surrounding nebula gathered again, covering everything, as if the black hole channel here did not exist. Outside a space wormhole connecting the Shanao star field and the Guandu star field. Cheomeng's eyes were deep, and he stopped here. After getting the news from Lin Jingko, it headed towards the Guandu star region at full speed, but after reaching the space wormhole, it hesitated, and it stayed here for a while. Now, with a slight squinting of eyes, Chao Meng completely set foot in the space wormhole. The shuttle of the space wormhole is extremely fast, and soon, at the other end of the Guandu Star territory, Chow Meng's figure has appeared. Just the moment it appeared, Super Dream seemed to feel something, and his eyes suddenly looked in one direction. Dream. It whispered to itself softly, and the figure had disappeared. Vibrant Star. Jobin Forest. The vibrant forest of Vibrant Star is one of the famous locations in the Guandu Star region. Many trainers who start traveling in the Guandu Star region often go here for the first battle. The area of the Viking forest is very large and vast. Inside, there are mainly insect-type elves and flying-type elves. There are also many elves of other attributes. Today, in the depths of the Vivian forest, around a towering tree, two small figures were playing. Celebi. Dream. At this moment, Dream seemed to sense something faintly, and moved slightly. Celebi's suspicious eyes were delivered. In the dreamy eyes, there is a trace of doubt, a trace of ignorance, and he looked up at the sky, and looked at the sea of stars beyond the sky. The line of defense was completely torn apart during the impact of the fierce bite of the land shark. Under the leadership of the champion trainer, all the defensive preparations for this galaxy base were in vain, and it was quickly captured. Soon, the battle is over. Sharona's expression was calm. She looked at her assistant, and said, "How is the progress of the other teams?" "Everything is going well." Assistant Kuayu replied. "According to the information provided by the Dark Line, each team will attack the Galaxy Team's base at the same time. At present, nearly 4/5 of the planned Galaxy Team's base has been completed. However, the next harvest should not be big. We have increased the speed as much as possible, but due to personnel restrictions, we must also ensure that the strike is sufficient. The remaining Galaxy bases should have enough time to evacuate." Sharona nodded slightly. Assistant continued. "Just now, I received a summons from the team led by Inspector Lin Jing." "Oh." Sharona looked at her. Inspector Lin Jing temporarily handed over the command to the deputy captain and left in a hurry, saying that there was an urgent matter that needed to be dealt with. Hearing this, Sharona nodded and said, "I see." Seeing this, the assistant hesitated for a while, then said, "Would you like to send a message?" "Not for now." Sharona waved her hand. "If there is a need, Lin Jing will contact me. Besides, it must be an urgent matter to let him go so urgently, so don't disturb him for the time being." The assistant's expression became serious, and he replied seriously, "I see." Fangyuan Star Field. In a vast underground hall. The leader of the lava team, Kai Yansong, looked at the things on the table, and his expression showed a strong surprise. Following his gaze, on the tabletop is a transparent tubular storage device. And in the storage device, there are vermilion orb fragments. At this moment, there was a hint of amazement in Kai Yansong's tone, and he smacked his tongue. "As expected of the existence of Team Rocket, Sakagi, I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me and find the remaining fragments, but I feel sorry for you." Some admiration. Sakagi was wearing a black suit, leaning on the seat. His joy and anger were not expressed, and calmly said, "After all, this is a cooperation between the Rockets and the Lava team, and I naturally have to show my sincerity. The sincerity is really strong, I feel it." As soon as the words fell, Kai Yansong got up and was about to take the storage device. But, at the same time, on the side of Sakagi, a figure took the lead, reaching out and stopping Kai Yansong's movements. He was wearing the uniform of the Rockets, with bluish-blue hair and a gloomy face. He was one of the cadres of the Rockets, Apollo. Kai Yansong's movements were blocked, and he raised his eyebrows and looked at Sakagi. "Sakagi, what do you mean?" Sakagi's expression did not change. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. He took out a cigar of money from his arms and lit it quietly. Including Kai Yansong, the members of Team Rocket and Team Lava around him watched his movements. Red Flame Pine. Sakagi took a deep breath of the cigar, then put it down, and looked at Kai Yansong. "My meaning is very simple. The Fangyuan Star region is the site of the Lava team and the Ocean team. Now, I, the rocket team, have to intervene. Kai Yansong returned to his seat. He shook his head directly and said, Sakagi, your rocket team has just been severely damaged in the Guandu Star region, and now you want to intervene in the Fengyuan Star region, and you are not afraid of the wind. It's impossible. Nothing is impossible to Soft. Sakagi glanced at the storage device on the desktop, and continued, anyway, he is also the boss of the lava team. Take a long-term view, not just limited to the Fengyuan star field. He pointed to the storage device on the desktop, got up and said, with it, I think anything is possible. After getting up, Sakagi's eyes swept across the audience, and his voice was calm. The vast sea of stars has been silent for too long, and it's time to make some big moves. Red Flame Pine. You have to think about it. Kai Yansong bowed his head slightly, his face a little cloudy and uncertain. Chapter 166 The Cage of Time and Space, the God of Beautiful Dreams and the God of Nightmares attack, break the cycle. Chanao Star Territory. According to the guidance of the fire-breathing dragon, the spacecraft was moving at full speed. At this moment, the fire-breathing dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, and he let out a low roar. The place where the record call came, is it getting closer? After understanding what it meant, Lin Jing immediately said, Rotom, activate the hidden plate of the spaceship. Afterwards, Lin Jing said in his heart, Darklay, I need your help to hide the spaceship to avoid being discovered by the other party. After Lin Jing's voice fell, Darkray's figure appeared on Lin Jing's side as the smoke rose. Its arm was raised, and it entered the surrounding of the hidden spaceship, and a faint smoke rose, completely obscuring the existence of the spaceship. The spaceship continued to move forward, and through the porthole, Lin Jing looked at the sea of stars. In the hidden state, the speed of the spacecraft was reduced a little, but soon, they reached the destination of the trip. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes were suddenly fixed on the sea of stars in front of him. In the sea of stars, there are 4 spaceships, arranged in a neat formation, moving forward. And on the respective hulls of these 4 spaceships, special forces surged out, forming a special light curtain cage in the Xinghai. At this moment, inside the cage, a figure is attacking frantically. Cytolane. That was exactly what Lin Jing had guessed about Cytolan. Confined by the cage formed by the power of time and space, Sidoran roared, and flames spewed out. But the power of time and space is an extremely special existence, and ordinary attacks cannot break 757 at all. The flame scorched on the space-time cage, just rippled layer by layer, and it was quickly disintegrated and dissolved. Sidoran became more and more angry, the fire energy surged, and the lava storm was cast. In the time-space cage, the violent lava storm raged, but it was only in vain. In the 4 spaceships, the time-space power of the time-space cage was constantly replenished, restricting the movements of Cytolan. Restricted by the cage of time and space, the 4 spaceships moved forward together, carrying Sidoran in their arms. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed, and his expression showed seriousness. After the elf's strength reached a certain level, he became more and more vigilant about this kind of technological creation. Human intelligence is quite terrifying. It can create a divine beast spirit like Mewtwo that is comparable to a first-level god, and it can create a special device such as a time-space cage that restricts Cytolane's actions. It can be seen in general. He chose to approach in obscurity, precisely so, to avoid getting into some trouble. Looking at all the situation, Lin Jing whispered, Darklay, Cresselia, this time, I will use your strength. In a flash of brilliance, Cresselia's figure has appeared beside him. Compared to the taciturn Darkrai, Cresselia looked at the scene in the sea of stars, and there was a rare trace of anger on her normally peaceful face. It is a very kind spirit, but it does not mean that it has no temper. Seeing Sidoran being treated like this, imprisoned and kind, it is also a little hard to accept. Lin Jing, you say. Lin Jing's voice was calm and he said, the opponent's galaxy scientist, Pluto. I'm not sure what means they have, but if they can successfully restrain Sidoran, they must not be underestimated. Since this is the case, in an instant, give them a thunderous blow. Darkley, it's up to you to hide our presence and not be detected by the scanning radar built into the opposite spacecraft. Then, after getting closer, attack the 4 spaceships at the same time, and try to solve them all at the first time, so as to avoid accidents. In the face of the enemy, Lin Jing has never held back any hands. Giving the enemy a chance is cruel to himself. Darkrai and Cresselia nodded. Lin Jing looked at Victini on his shoulder. Victini, this is also inseparable from your help. You can seize the opportunity and increase it yourself. Victini nodded with a serious look on his face. In that case, Darkley, let's get started. At this moment, when the hatch of the spaceship opened, Darkrai's power filled the air, and a faint smoke filled the air, shrouding Lin Jing and the elves. Biting land sharks, fire-breathing dragons, and Shinado all appeared one after another. Stepping on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Jing logged into the sea of stars. Under the power of Darkrai, his breath completely disappeared, as if he was completely integrated into the sea of stars. The distance quietly narrowed. Inside the cage of time and space. After struggling for a long time but still to no avail, Sidoran stopped. In one of the ships, a figure in a research coat looked at Sidoran, who was no longer struggling, and nodded slightly. His face was a little old and he wore glasses, and now he looked at Shidolan, who was imprisoned in the cage of time and space, with an intoxicated look. Finally it worked. This is just the first step. Next, as long as there is further progress in the scientific research of the control device, we can completely control Sidolane and control this divine beast elf. At that time, it will become the starting point for everything. In his self-talk, there is turbulent CGDF ambition. Aside. The subordinate in the uniform of the Galaxy team echoed, "Great, with the help of Sidoran, our Galaxy team can make a comeback." Heard. Pluto glanced at him and said nothing. His eyes became deeper. For a long time, although he did provide good research results to the Galaxy team, he was also using the power of the Galaxy team to improve his research. Now, the Galaxy team was hit hard, and he also successfully imprisoned Sidoran. In Pluto's heart, he had already begun to consider whether to leave the Galaxy team directly. Just then, inside the ship, the piercing alarm sounded suddenly. Alert! An astonishing energy strike has been detected. Alert! An astonishing energy strike has been detected. Pluto's expression suddenly changed, and at the same time, on the 4 spaceships, the expressions of the members of the Galaxy team changed greatly, and the shouts came out one after another. Enemy attack! Be alert! Be alert! Confirm the enemy's position. That is the beast spirit. The beast spirit is coming. How is that possible? Activate the energy barrier, fast. At the same time, in the Xinghai, the 4 spaceships are a certain distance away. After reaching a certain distance, Lin Jing looked at Darkrai and Cresselia, and nodded slightly at this moment. In an instant, Darkrai and Cresselia no longer concealed their auras, and as their momentum climbed, the crown representing authority and power was revealed above. At the same time, Lin Jing's command sound also sounded directly. Victini, bless. Bite the land shark. Use the subcong slash. Target, the spaceship on the far left. Fire-breathing dragon. Use the lava storm. Xanadu, assist Cresselia's attack. As the crown flickered, Darkrai and Cresselia's aura rose. Darkrai's hands were focused in front of him, while the energy surged, the shadow balls containing terrifying energy gathered. On the other side, the strange brilliance in Cresselia's eyes flashed, and superpower gathered. In this sea of stars, the brilliant superpower light rose, turned into a sharp blade, and slashed down in the sea of stars. Mental blade. Between the fierce bite of the land shark's roar, the subcong slash that is enough to cut off the spaces urged. The dragon wings of the fire-breathing dragon moved, and within this sea of stars, a lava storm swept up. When Shandua waved his arm, its superpower and Cresselia's superpower merged together, and a sharp meaning appeared faintly above the spiritual blade that spread in the sea of stars. In an instant, skills are brewed and come with a bang. The first thing to fall is the spiritual blade from the god of dreams. The defense shields of the 4 spaceships have all been raised, but, facing the god of dreams who holds the power, when the spiritual blade fell down, the energy shields only resisted for a moment, and then shattered, and the energy was shattered. Consumed to the extreme. Then, Darkrai's shadow ball followed and bombarded one of the spaceships. At the moment of contact, the shadow ball suddenly exploded, and the terrifying energy contained in it exploded and surged. Witnessed by the naked eye, in front of Darkrai's attack, without the defense of the energy mask, the spacecraft disintegrated in an instant. The disintegration of one of the spaceships caused a chain reaction. Sidoran, after all, is a divine beast spirit. How easy is it to limit it? Pluto is a well-deserved genius scientist. After extracting the space-time power in the space-time distortion area, it is transported through the devices on the 4 spaceships at the same time, thus forming a cycle of space-time power, which confines Sidoran in the space-time cage. Now, with a ship disintegrating, the device shatters. The cycle of the time-space cage was directly broken. Chapter 167 The fireworks blooming in the sea of stars, the dragon god swooping through the spaceship, and the king of Pluto died. As Xinghai looked at the past, the fireworks of the disintegration of the spacecraft were blooming, and the continuous transmission of space-time power was suspended, and the light curtain constructed by space-time power in the 4 directions of the space-time cage rippled. The balance was directly broken. Sidoran, who had already stopped struggling, stood up abruptly when the god of dreams and god of nightmare appeared. Now, it noticed that there was a problem in the time-space cage that imprisoned it. Without hesitation, the surging fire energy spread around it. At this moment, in the time-space cage, the lava tilde storm swept up again. At the same time, under Lin Jing's order, the sub-Kong slash that fiercely bites the land shark, slashes impressively, toward the time-space cage. A terrifying slash that contains space energy. As an existence that has received the help of the gods of time and space, the bite of the land shark contains the breath of time and space in its attack. Under the blessing of Victini, Yukong slashed across the sea of stars, and instantly slashed on the light curtain of the time-space cage. At the moment of contact, a crack appeared on the light curtain in the silence. At the same time, the energy contained in Yukong Lizan suddenly erupted, and when the lava storm released by Neri Sidoran was raging, the time-space cage that had lost its circulatory support was completely shattered in this instant, and in an instant, it was transformed. For the sake of countless fragments, they were then dissolved into space-time power and scattered in the sea of stars. At this moment, Sidoran successfully got out of trouble. Everything happens in an instant. When one of the spaceships was bombarded by Darkrai's shadow ball and disintegrated directly, the other spaceships panicked in an instant. This is the god of dreams and the god of nightmare. Damn, how could they be here? The intensity of their attack is too high, we can't stand it, get out, get out. Cytolane is out of trouble, fight back. How to fight back, quickly retreat. Facing the crisis scene on the spaceship, while the chaos was completely chaotic, the lava storm of the fire-breathing dragon had already arrived. The fire-breathing dragon has undergone an amazing transformation, and now it is under the increase of Victini. The lava storm blooms in the sea of stars, just like the gathering of bolides in the sea of stars, and the scene is a spectacle. Without the shackles of the cage of time and space, the lava storm of Sidoran also came at the same time. The two merged together in the Xinghai, creating the wonders in the Xinghai. Bite the land shark, Darkrai, Cresselia, don't give each other any chance. In the soft drink, darkly black light burst out from the emerald green pupils of Darkrai. At this moment, a black hole appeared in the middle of one of the spaceships that had turned its direction. When the black hole emerged, the entire spacecraft was directly cut into two ends by the black hole. Under the burst of energy, it burst into flames. As Cresselia's superpower surged, the new spiritual blade condensed, and the crown above the head shone. In a blink of an eye, the spiritual blade had grown to a kilometer in size and slashed directly toward another spaceship. The condensed spiritual blade is indestructible, and when it falls, it is like a realm of no one. The moment it touches the spaceship, the hull is directly cut open, and when the spiritual blade falls, when it cuts into the belly of the spaceship, the supernatural hidden inside the power exploded completely. Boom! Another spaceship exploded and turned into the wreckage in the Shanghai, bursting with the last fireworks. The lava storm continued in the Sea of Stars. At the same time, the fierce bite land shark on the other end was already diving towards the last spaceship in the Shanghai. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the keystone was revealed, which resonated with the super evolution stone on Li Bite Lu Shark. While diving, the super evolution unfolded. Super Bite Land Shark debut. Around him, while the faint brilliance circulated, the armor of time and space had been activated to form a barrier, and the dragon god swooped and performed, and the airflow behind him rushed towards the spaceship. The speed of the fierce Bite Land Shark climbed to the extreme, and in an instant, it had caught up with the last spaceship. Then, its space-time armor bloomed brightly, and from the tail of the spaceship, it directly shattered the tail armor of the spaceship and rushed into the interior of the spaceship. After the energy defense was broken, these spaceships lost their strongest means of defense. The lava storm swept through, and the spaceship's armor was constantly being worn away. Li Bite Lu Shark rushed into the middle of it, and the speed did not decrease. In an instant, the head of the spaceship exploded in the cockpit, and Li Bite Lu Shark's huge body flew out from it. Covered by the armor of time and space, it did not suffer any damage, and any attack was swallowed and dissolved by the power of time and space at the moment of contact. And the moment it rushed out of the cockpit. Rear. Boom. The spaceship that was directly penetrated by the Bite Land Shark, the various spaceship devices inside were completely invalid, and everything was broken. At this moment, it could no longer be supported and completely burst. Right at the same time as the explosion. Under the spread of super perception, Lin Jing suddenly freezes in one direction. Only see. At the lower end of the exploding spaceship, a small circular escape pod fell from it, and the whole body flashed, about to enter a hidden state. In order to operate the escape pod, the front is all portholes made of special materials. Now, after discovering its existence through super perception, Lin Jing's line of sight looked over, and through the porthole, he suddenly saw the figure inside the escape pod. Face. He was wearing a research coat, a little messy, his hair was in a mess, and there was a mark on his face that he had worn glasses for a long time, but the glasses had been lost somewhere. Although it was the first time they met, Lin Jing recognized his identity immediately through the information in the original work. Hades. Open hollow corner bracket. Kindergarten crowdfunding group. Close hollow corner bracket. 0.9 inches 4. 2 inches. 3 inches. 8. 1. 7. 6. 5. Open hollow corner bracket. Close hollow corner bracket. 5. 4. 1.8 feet 4. 7 inches 0. 2.0. The genius scientist of the Galaxy team is also the first-hand planner of the imprisoned Shi-Dolan, Pluto. His eyes were slightly cold, and he issued an order through superpower. Fire-breathing dragon, cyclone attack, don't let it run away. For flowers. Underneath, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the fire-breathing dragon, and as the dragon's wings moved, the cyclone attack reappeared in the Sea of Stars. The cyclone lingering with red golden flames swept across the Sea of Stars, and it was about to hit the escape pod. At this moment, Pluto in the escape pod seemed to be aware of it, and his expression changed drastically. Through the configuration in the escape pod, his voice spread in a very special way. I can surrender, I have very advanced technological means, which will definitely be of great help to you. No one answered him. His expression became more and more panic. As a genius scientist of the Galaxy team, he does have many means, but those means are all left in the spaceship. The moment Lin Jing and a group of elves appeared, they launched the fastest blow to the spaceship, and the spaceship ruptured. All his preparations were destroyed with the exploding spaceship. At this time, he had only the escape pod to rely on. The next moment, the flame cyclone swept across the Shanghai and directly bombarded the escape pod. Between the burst of fire attribute and flight attribute energy, the escape pod completely burst, becoming a new group of fireworks in the sea of stars. Victini. Lin Jing stood on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and called out softly. Victini's energy boost poured into Lin Jing's body. The purple light in the eyes appeared, and the super senses spread. The entire battlefield is full of wreckage left by the explosion of the spaceship, and the super power perception spreads. Among them, the members of the Galaxy team have completely died with the explosion of the spaceship, and Pluto, who struggled for the last time, also died here. Signaling Victini to stop the increase, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the position of Pluto's body, and his eyes were deep. Pluto is different from Zhengxing. As a pure ambition, the Galaxy team can't fill Pluto's ambition. If he survives, his endless ambition doesn't know what to do. Therefore, Lin Jing did not stay behind at all and tried to kill him. Now, looking at the battlefield full of wreckage, Lin Jing let out a long sigh of relief. In the past, when I saw Chao Meng in the Shanghai, I used my own strength to smash Team Rocket's spaceship in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, now I also have the ability to do this step. At that time, Chao Meng's blow undoubtedly left a deep impression on Lin Jing. Compared to Team Rocket's 10,000-meter spaceship, the 4 spaceships of Team Galaxy are much weaker in terms of scale and defense strength. However, it is unimaginable to be able to do this. After thinking about it, Lin Jing took out the elf picture book, took a picture of the battlefield, and sent a message to Sharona. Team Galaxy Cadre, scientist Pluto has died. After doing all this, Lin Jing turned his eyes to the other end of Shanghai. There. The goal of his trip has now calmed down, and at the same time that Lin Jing's line of sight is delivered, he and Lin Jing meet each other's eyes. Cytolane. Million. Chapter 168. The first meeting of the Super Dream and the Dream. Giratina appeared, the token of Sidoran. His eyes met Sidorlin's. Shiduolin's eyes looked at Lin Jing, and then at the fire-breathing dragon under Lin Jing. A dull voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Human. Have I seen you in it somewhere? Exidoran, I used to travel to the time and space a long time ago through a special method, and went to your temple. There, the fire-breathing dragon has grown quite well because of the power you left behind, and it is precisely because of this that it has a certain connection with you. This time, you can faintly hear your call and come to the rescue. Having said this, Lin Jing paused and continued, you woke up from a deep sleep, and it should have something to do with us. So it is. There was a hint of understanding in Sidorlin's eyes. This is not a place for small talk. Lin Jing's eyes swept to the surrounding wreckage. In the rear, after the battle, under the control of Rotom, the spaceship has cancelled the concealment state and is slowly approaching. Sidoran, come up and talk about 410 feet. Cytolin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Lin Jing and a group of elves boarded the spaceship. Then, under the control of Rotom, the spacecraft turned around and fled away. Guandu Star Territory. Jobin Forest. In the depths of the vibrant forest, Celebi and Dream had stopped playing and frolic, and all looked towards the sky. At this time, the Dream seemed to have a feeling, and withdrew his eyes and looked at the other end of the giant tree. There, faint ripples circulated, and a figure had appeared from it. Mewtwo. This, naturally, got the news from Lin Jingko, and then came all the way to Cheomeng. At the moment when I saw the Dream, I felt that it was the first time I met, but it was very familiar. I felt the throbbing from the genes, the super dream look, and some uncontrollable excitement twisted. The momentum exploded. In an instant, the elves in the depths of the vibrant forest were disturbed. Under the influence of Cheomeng's terrifying momentum, they panicked and fled quickly. Dream looked at this scene, big eyes flashed, and the brilliance of the whole body swayed. The energy spread, preventing the spread of Chow Meng's momentum. At the same time, as the momentum spread, Chao Meng seemed to have thought of something, and after seeing the dream's actions, he came. Dreamy looked at it suspiciously. Chow Meng took a deep breath. Then, its unique thick voice sounded. Dream. I am the elf that was created because of your genes, Mewtwo. We need to have a good chat. It was word by word, and the tone was extremely serious. Behind the big tree, Celebi just stuck out a small head and looked at the scene curiously. The brilliance in the eyes flashed, the excitement calmed down a little, and the momentum quickly subsided. Hearing Chow Meng's voice, Dream was even more puzzled, but it also sensed the seriousness in Chow Meng's tone, and his little head nodded lightly. After traveling through the black hole in the nebula, the shuttle lasted for a long time. And at this moment, in front of Mana Fei, suddenly brightened up. This is. Its gaze was slightly condensed, and it suddenly looked around. Looking at the line of sight, all the surrounding space seems to be a little weird. It looks like it is reversed, very weird. Is this the special world where Giratina lives? After much effort, I finally found this place. Although the environment is a bit weird, Manaphy, who wants to make friends, is not afraid of everything. It never hesitated, and encouraged its own power to bless it. It was born with the ability to telepathically communicate with any elves. At this moment, it fully displayed its ability, and the call from the spiritual level spread to the whole world. Giratina, hello. Giratina, where are you? The call of the soul is constantly being passed on. The place where Giratina lives is called the world of destruction. Here, there is a high possibility of a strange world in balance with the real world. Now, destroy some unknown location in the world. A huge figure was slowly rising and falling, as if in a deep sleep. It went up and down together, and the breath spread to the surroundings. In this strange world. Just then, everything around it, because of its breath, was directly broken and reorganized in an instant. Its ups and downs stopped slightly, and in this unknown space, a voice full of coercion sounded. Who is calling me? At the same time as the voice sounded, the figure slowly got up in the same place. Its body is huge, its main body is gray, and its appearance is somewhat inclined to dragons. On its back, there are golden half rings, and there are 6 very thick legs under it. The legendary Pluto dragon. Giratina. Inside a temporary office. Sharona is processing the information from the various combat units. Now, the communicator on the waist sounded. Sharona held it and looked at it, her eyes fixed on the top. Above, it was the message that Lin Jing had conveyed. In the sea of stars, the wreckage of the spacecraft was floating. The Pluto of the Galaxy team. Sharona frowned slightly. Shanao Alliance and the Galaxy team have played against each other for a long time, and she naturally knows that there is a genius scientist in the Galaxy team who provides scientific research support for the Galaxy team. Pluto's death has solved a serious problem for his confidants. In this way, even if the Galaxy team integrates its forces and the research on the distortion of time and space will have to be terminated, any plan of the Galaxy team will be empty. As her thoughts flashed, Zyrna's eyes were fixed on the wreckage of the spacecraft. Looks like there's more than one shipwreck. Lin Jing chased after him alone. What kind of battle did he go through? Your combat power is getting stronger and stronger. Seemingly thinking of something, Sharona smiled slightly, put the communicator aside, and continued to get busy. The spaceship that Lin Jing was on had already turned back towards the starting point. Above the spaceship, Sidoran's voice sounded. Humans, and you, thank you. If it wasn't for your presence, I'm afraid I would have been completely imprisoned by them. Hearing Sidolan's thanks, Lin Jing shook his head and said, my fire-breathing dragon has also improved because of you. Furthermore, you are imprisoned by the evil forces of mankind in the Shanao Star territory. Naturally, I can't sit back and watch this episode happen. Anyway, you saved me. At the same time as Shi Dulan's dull voice sounded, the fire energy around his body surged and gathered in front of him. During the gathering of fire energy, in front of Sidoran, an irregular crystal was finally formed, the color of firework, and it looked like ore. This crystal floated in front of Lin Jing. Human, still don't know what to call you. My name is Lin Jing. Lin Jing. Sidolane continued. This stone is for you. When you need help, you can contact me through it, and I will wake up from a deep sleep to help you. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top of the crystal, and the hint of the treasure chest system naturally emerged. Sidoran's token, the special crystals of Sidoran condensed by its own energy, which can be used to contact Sidoran at any time. With a glance of his eyes, Lin Jing keenly noticed the key point in Sidoran's words, and said softly, Sidoran, are you going to continue to sleep? Shi Dolan nodded slightly, and his voice was a little deeper. After I woke up from a deep sleep, I found that everything had changed, and after I had some understanding of the whole world, I wanted to find a suitable place in 3.9 and continue to sleep. As a result, I encountered the evil forces in your mouth. And now, I'm going to keep looking for a place to sleep. Hearing this, Lin Jing nodded slightly, and said softly without saying anything, then I wish you a smooth journey. Shi Duolin's eyes swept across Lin Jing, and then looked at the god of dreams and god of nightmare at one end, nodded slightly, and then jumped out of the open hatch. There are flames rising around it, and in the sea of stars, it quickly escapes away. Lin Jing looked at its back, and then looked at the crystal in his hand. Although I didn't get Sidoran's treasure chest, I got a more important token. This time, the rescue of Sidoran has been unexpectedly rewarded. Thoughts flashed. At this moment, in Lin Jing's ear and in front of him, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Under the influence of the host, Chao Meng's first meeting with Dream went very smoothly. Chao Meng's affinity for you has increased, and you have obtained Affinity Treasure Box Chao Meng. Chapter 169 Chao Meng's Heart Knot, Super Transformation, Fierce Bite of the Battle of the Land Shark, Chao Meng is here. Lin Jing blinked. Ah, this. Sidoran didn't leave a treasure chest. It is far away from Chao Meng, who doesn't know how far away, and actually produced a treasure chest. It really is a big lucky star. I, Lin Jing, have grown up all the way up to now, and it all depends on my own super dream efforts, right? With a joke in his heart, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the system prompt. Did the first meeting go well? It seems that my words did have some influence on Mewtwo. When facing the dream, there should be no conflict between the two sides. As his thoughts turned, Lin Jing activated the treasure chest interface, looking at the treasure chest with the shadow of Chao Meng reflected faintly above, and chose to open it without hesitation. You have obtained Super Transformation X1. You get a special influence, Mewtwo's Heart Knot. Open black lens bracket. You get special influence, Dreamy Curiosity close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You get special influence, Celebi's Attention close black lens bracket. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, his brows raised slightly, his eyes fell above, and he checked the specific information. Super Power Transformation. After Chao Meng's affinity for you has been continuously improved, you have obtained the core power from Chao Meng, and your super power will usher in a transformation. This. In the past, the superpower improvement rewards were all increases. This time, it has become a transformation. His thoughts flowed, looking at the other rewards below. Open black lens bracket Super Dream Heart Knot close black lens bracket. Introduction. For a long time, as the source of one's own genes, the dream is the source of the super dream. Now, after seeing the dream in person through your guidance, most of the 26 super dreams heart knot has been solved. The control of the robot has also been improved. It regards you as its own friend. When you are in danger, it will arrive at the first time, and any creature is attacking you. When it strikes, it will be regarded as its own enemy. Because I saw a dream, my heart opened, and my strength even improved. Super Dream. In Lin Jing's mind, he recalled the appearance of Chao Meng. For a long time, Cheomung has been acting quite arrogant, and seems to not care about everything, but it clearly remembers Lin Jing's help to it, and the relationship with Lin Jing has been steadily improving. When it finally found the dream, and the knot in the heart was unraveled, the relationship with Lin Jing also reached a new height. Open black lens bracket dreamful curiosity close black lens bracket. Introduction. In the communication between Cheomung and Dream, Cheomung once mentioned you, and Dream became curious about you, and it has a certain probability to find you. Celebi's attention. Introduction. Celebi, who is playing with Dream, also heard about Mewtwo's introduction about you. It can make the murderous Mewtwo pay so much attention and attract Celebi's attention. It has a certain probability to find you. Sweep at a glance. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Buy one get two free. Sure enough, Manaphy's theory is not wrong. A friend of a friend is a friend. Through Mewtwo, I have successfully connected with Dream and Celebi. Celebi and Dream are undoubtedly very special existences in the elves. Among them, Celebi has the special ability to travel through time and space with other creatures. Dream, because of its genetic characteristics, can master almost all skills and moves, and it is also quite unique in the combat power of elves, and it is very capable of fighting. These two elves are existences that Lin Jing really wants to meet. As the thoughts turned around, the reward disappeared. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and directly activated the super transformation. At this moment, above the forest scene, in the void, vaguely, a phantom with a super dream appeared. Chao Meng's phantom hands gathered together, and a light group containing pure super power gradually formed, fell from the top, and slowly landed on Lin Jing's body. At the moment of contact, super power poured in. At this moment, Lin Jing closed his eyes slightly, super power was directly activated, and the airwaves all over his body suddenly rose. In the past, the increase of superpowers was more of an increase in the number of superpowers, which caused qualitative changes due to quantitative changes, increasing the power of superpowers. And now, under the transformation of superpower, Lin Jing's superpower has begun a real qualitative change, and the power of superpower is increasing. This transformation lasted for nearly an hour before the brilliance that enveloped Lin Jing gradually diminished. Lin Jing suddenly opened his eyes. At the moment when he opened his eyes, in the void in front of him, the superpower condensed, and a superpower blade like a spiritual blade was constructed, and the sound of breaking through the sky suddenly sounded. As Lin Jing's thoughts flickered, the superpower blade shattered in an instant, returning to the most essential superpower. He lowered his head slightly, looked down at himself, felt the surging superpower gathered around him, and his eyes were bright. The power of superpower has been improved by a qualitative change. Now, my own combat ability has improved considerably, and the increase in the combat power of Shinado will be even more terrifying. As the thoughts turned, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with purple brilliance in the moving spaceship, and his super perception quickly spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, he had already broken through his previous perception range and headed for a farther distance. Everything in Shanghai was reflected in his heart. At this moment, between perceptions, Lin Jing seemed to have a feeling, and suddenly looked at the other end of the sea of stars. Outside of his perception range, he could also vaguely perceive an extremely special aura. The aura was very vague, as if there were layers of obstacles blocking it, but Lin Jing was very familiar with it. That's Super Dream. Today, Cheomung should be located in the Guandu Star territory. Because of the super energy breath, I have been able to vaguely perceive its existence. Then, if we are in the same star field, can I locate its exact location? Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply. As his thoughts flickered, the super senses that spread out converged. In any case, the increase in my superpower is quite amazing. The light of superpower in the eyes converges. The spaceship flew away. The entire Shinao Alliance, like a most exquisite fighting machine, is cleaning up the Galaxy team. The bases were destroyed one by one, the members of the Galaxy team were defeated, captured, and the Shanao Alliance completed the most serious blow after the formation of the Galaxy Team. This cleanup against the Galaxy Team lasted for a long time, and the entire Shanao Alliance was almost completely wiped out. Although the leader of the Galaxy Team, Kairi, has not been arrested, the loss of the Galaxy Team is even more than the rockets in the Guandu star field. Just this wave of losses, if the Galaxy Team wants to make a comeback, it is almost starting from scratch. Several years and even for more than 10 years, it is impossible to cause any threat to the Shanao Alliance. During this period, the Shanao Alliance often made record announcements. The title of King Lin Jingtian spread in the Shanao Star territory and became famous. As a person who personally led a team to destroy the Galaxy Team base, Lin Jing's military exploits were illustrious, and he personally killed the Galaxy Team cadre Pluto. In the plan for the Galaxy Team, his military exploits were one of the most outstanding. In addition, the Shanao Alliance also intends to enhance his reputation. Today, in the entire star field, the doubts about Lin Jing have almost completely melted away. On the Internet 593, there are discussions about Lin Jing, and most of the titles are changed to Lin Jing Tian Wang. Sheng Sheng Yi. After a period of fighting, the plan for the Galaxy Team came to an end. Today, Shanao Alliance headquarters. Similar to the Alliance on Celebration Star, it is only a branch. The real Shanao Alliance headquarters is located on a rather special planet. Now, in the auditorium of the Alliance headquarters, a commendation ceremony is taking place. Commends an Alliance trainer who has performed outstandingly in this campaign. The commendation has come to an end. In the seat below, there are trainers from the Alliance, and Lin Jing's seat is in the first row. And beside him is the champion trainer of the Shanao League, Sharona. At this moment, as the commendation draws to a close, Zyrna's gaze is over, looking at Lin Jing, and whispering, "Lin Jing, the matter of the Galaxy Team has come to an end. Now, are you ready?" Lin Jing's brows were slightly raised, and he reacted in an instant. Without hesitation, he nodded. What Sharona said, of course, was referring to the invitation battle from the fierce bite land shark. After the commendation ceremony, Lin Jing and Sharona went directly to a secret battle hall in the headquarters of the Alliance. The two stand apart. Sharona's eyes flashed with fighting intent, already touching the Pokeball. Just then, Lin Jing seemed to feel something, and suddenly raised his head, as if looking at the sky through the ceiling. His expression changed slightly. He sensed the aura of Mewtwo. On the side of Cheomung's breath, there seemed to be two special breaths. Chapter 170 Super Dream. Dream and Celebi, the Zeon champion bites the land shark fiercely. Opposite the battlefield, Sharona was keenly aware of Lin Jing's movements. She touched the Pokeball's hand for a moment, and she said calmly, "Lin Jing, what's wrong?" Lin Jing also had a hint of doubt on his expression, and said softly, "Super Dream." Super Dream is coming. Although the relationship between him and Cheomung is constantly improving, but now he is not in danger at all, and Cheomung's sudden arrival has exceeded his expectations. Super Dream. Sharona's expression became more serious. The Shanao Alliance once cooperated with Mewtwo, and Hyrna naturally knew how terrifying Mewtwo's combat power was. At the same time, she is also a little puzzled. What is the reason for Cheomung's arrival? It was not long after Lin Jing's explanation came down. In this opposing battlefield, not far from the opposing battlefield, among the faint ripples, a familiar figure. Mewtwo. Lin Jing looked at it and raised his brows slightly. Because, Chao Meng's arms are coiled in front of him, and after appearing, his expression seems to be a little helpless. What kind of situation can make Cheomung helpless? In a flash of thoughts in his heart, Lin Jing said directly, "Super Dream, what happened?" His voice did not fall. On the side of Chao Meng, the ripples appeared again. At this moment, Lin Jing and Sharona's gazes were frozen at the same time. Has appeared. Among the ripples, two small figures emerged from it and also arrived in this secret battle hall. The moment those two small figures appeared, their eyes turned to Lin Jing, their expressions full of curiosity. As a champion trainer, Sharona has a lot of knowledge, but at this moment, there are waves in her eyes. This is Dream, Celebi. In her soft voice, her eyes fell on Lin Jing. Qiao Meng's unique thick voice sounded, and there was a hint of impatience in the tone. These two guys insisted on seeing you after hearing me mention you. Hearing this sentence, Sharona's expression appeared, as expected, and the waves in her eyes disappeared a little. Lin Jing blinked. Looking at Qiao side, looking at his Dream and Celebi with wide eyes, he was speechless for a while. Really, buy one get two free. Through the introduction of the special influence in the Super Dream Affinity Treasure Chest, Lin Jingqing, Dream and Celebi may all find him. However, he never imagined that it would be in this kind of time and in this kind of scene. Let Mewtwo bring them here. What a dream operation. Thinking about the process of Qiao dragging his family along with his family and bringing two little guys to find him, he always felt that this picture was a bit funny. At this time, after looking at Lin Jing for a while, a young voice sounded. The breath on your body is so complicated. There is still a blessing left by King Ho, no wonder. The source of the sound is the dream, and at this moment, it has an expression of wanting to understand something. Dream with a kind-hearted nature has something similar to Manaphy, that is, Dream also knows many beasts and spirits, and has a good relationship with them. Listening to Dream's voice, Lin Jing groaned and continued, Dream, Celebi, my name is Lin Jing. Initially, it was I who discovered your traces in the Sea of Stars and informed the Dream. I know. Dream approached actively, flew a few laps around the forest scene, and continued, Super Dream told us. At this moment, Sharona hesitated and approached from the other end of the battlefield. Lin Jing continued, This is Sharona, the champion trainer of the Shanao Starfield. Dream, Celebi, you want to see me because of curiosity. Celebi's voice sounded for the first time. Compared to the immaturity of Dreams, Celebi's voice sounded soft and waxy. Its voice sounded and its body fluttered. It opened some distance from Qiao, and continued, This guy Qiao is fierce. When he just arrived, he looked like he was going to fight with Dream. Later, after getting familiar with it, Qiao Meng said that it was because of your influence. It's not over yet. Qiao Meng's heavy voice sounded, Celebi. Celebi's body shrank, and his figure swept away, hiding directly behind Lin Jing, leaving only a small head sticking out. Lin Jing blinked. He said to himself in his heart, As expected of you, Qiao. Thoughts moved slightly. Lin Jing opened his mouth and said to himself, Victini, don't hide it, come and meet new friends. On the shoulders, the figure of Victini was revealed. Lin Jing's eyes swept over the elves such as Qiao, and said calmly, I have a battle with Sharona. After the battle is over, I will talk to you. Victini looked at Dream and Snow curiously. Rabbi. It was the first time that it came from the Hujong Star territory to meet these two phantom beast spirits. In contrast, in the Battle of Yveltal, it has already seen and met Mewtwo. Battle. Celebi turned his head sideways. What is that? Battle of the Elves. Victini became interested in an instant and approached the past. The battle between human trainers is very interesting. Lin Jing's opponent is Hyerna, but she is a champion trainer in the Shanao Star territory, and she is a very powerful trainer. Under its introduction, Celebi was instantly familiar with it. After looking at Sharona, Lin Jing and Sharona came to opposite ends of the battlefield again. Now, opposite, is the champion trainer of Shanao Starfield. The audience is the beast spirit, the ghost beast spirit. Lin Jing slowly let out a breath, and his palm was already on the Pokeball. At this moment, the brilliance flashed, and the huge figure of the fierce bite land shark has appeared. Roar! At the moment of his debut, the sound of dragon chants rang out. At the moment when the fierce bite land shark appeared, Celebi's eyes focused directly. The big guy. Celebi, who can travel through time and space, is naturally particularly sensitive to the breath of time and air, and is keenly aware of the unique breath of time and air emitted by the fierce bite land shark. On the side, Victini said very experienced. Lin Jing's fierce bite of land sharks, but with the help of the gods of space and time, his fierce bite of land sharks is quite special. In the field, the moment Lin Jing's fierce bite Lu shark appeared, his eyes were fixed on the opponent. Sharona reached out and touched her waist. At this moment, the fiercely biting land shark with an equally astonishing body made his debut. Lin Jing's eyes fell on it, and his eyesight ability was activated quietly. Information emerges. Bite Lu Shark Quasi-God Champion. Level LV87. Qualification Overlord. Attribute Dragon, Ground. Introduction Bite the land shark. Flying stars in the sky at a speed not inferior to that of a jet fighter, and the prey being targeted has nowhere to escape. As the main elf of a champion trainer, it has a different kind of champion atmosphere emerging from its body. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Lin Jing's expression became serious. As the strongest champion trainer in the Shanao Star region, Xyrna's strength is fully revealed. Her combat power of biting land sharks is extremely terrifying. There is no doubt that, apart from the battle involving the beasts and elves, this is the Xian battle after Lin Jing really became a trainer. At this moment, even Lin Jing himself has no certainty of winning. Compared with his bite land shark, Xyrna's bite land shark has more experience, has a deeper understanding of her own potential, and has a lot of leadership. However, he also has an advantage. The fierce bite Lu shark, which has the power of time and space, is destined to be incapable of being ranked according to its strength, and Lin Jing himself possesses the transformed dragon fighting power, which can increase the fierce bite land shark. No one can predict the final outcome of the battle until the actual battle begins. In the venue, two amazingly sized Lu sharks were standing at the two ends of the field, Zhao Nuos, looking at each other with unparalleled fighting intent. As the invisible momentum spread, it collided in the venue and made a loud noise. In front of Lin Jing, Lai Bite Lu Shark's expression was extremely serious, and there was a surging fighting intent in his eyes. Old days. When it was still the little round land shark, it saw Sharona's fierce bite land shark. At that time, the huge figure hovering in the sky left a deep impression on it. At that time, Lin Jing had told it that it would grow to that extent one day. And now, it evolved into a fierce bite land shark and came to the front of the former idol. In the breath, the whole body of Lu Shark was bitten fiercely, and the brilliance of the armor of time and space had already flickered into a donkey. At the other end, Sharona's fierce bite of the land shark also showed serious intentions, without any contempt. It and Sharona have witnessed the growth of Lin Jing and its fierce bite land shark along the way, and they also have some understanding of this, Junior, of their own. Within the venue, in the surging fighting spirit, the atmosphere fell silent. Infected by this atmosphere, outside the venue, several Eudemons elves, including Mewtwo, all looked over seriously. Next moment, the command sound suddenly sounded in this field. Chapter 171 The Fengyuan Star Domain Champion Conference, Kona and Du, the Terrifying Collision. Fengyuan Star Field. Fengyuan Alliance Headquarters. Now, in an emergency meeting room, several figures are sitting on the seats, and at this moment, all eyes are focused on the big screen. At a glance, they are all the top trainers in the Fengyuan Star region. Fengyuan Xingyu, Contemporary Champion, Dao. Evil King, Yu. The King of Ghosts, Furong. Dragon King, Ung. Looking at the content of the video on the big screen, the expressions of the three Heavenly King level trainers changed slightly. Genji took the lead and said, "Is the news accurate?" It was really awakened. Genji was wearing a coat and hat, looking very capable. As the Dragon King, he is undoubtedly a very powerful existence. Hear his inquiry. Above the first place, the current champion trainer of Fengyuan Star region, Dao nodded slightly. Dao, the champion trainer of the Fangyuan Star region, is also the heir of the Dewin company that spans the entire Fangyuan region. Nodding slightly, Dao said, the video was taken by the surveillance machine deployed by the Alliance in Shanghai, and the source is true. Moreover, the Alliance is lurking in the dark lines of the Lava Team, and there has been news recently. During this time, the Lava Team's activities have become more active, and they seem to have contacted the rockets and are conspiring with the rockets. What? According to the information returned by the Dark Line, combined with the information we have, it is very likely that it was awakened by the Lava Team. Team Rocket. Farong, the King of Evil, is wearing a short skirt and tube top, full of youthful vigor 047, but now his eyes are slightly narrowed, and he whispers, Team Rocket, didn't they just suffer an extremely serious loss in the Guandu Star territory some time ago? Their hands were actually inserted into our Fangyuan Star territory. Perhaps it was because the Guandu Star region was blocked that they temporarily detoured to the Fangyuan Star region and joined the Lava Team's conspiracy. Genji responded, and then looked at Daigo. It is urgent, we must prepare as soon as possible. The legendary records cannot be believed. When one of them has woken up, the other one is very likely to wake up too. It is very likely that they will use the Fangyuan Star region as the battlefield to start a desperate war. At that time, not only the Lava Team, the Rocket Team, but also another underground force hidden in the Fangyuan Star region, the Ocean Team will also take action, and the entire Fangyuan Star region will be completely chaotic. Genji Heavenly King is right. Dao sits above the first seat, his expression is extremely serious. The entire Fangyuan Alliance must immediately enter a state of combat readiness. The oil has come to the legend, such as fine cooking, a couple can't have it. It is possible to deny the silk plugs. It is difficult to give the mink a bitter and a star. Having said that, Dao pondered and said, this time, the rockets are also involved. In that case, ask the Kanto Alliance and the Shanao Alliance for help. According to the information I got, the rockets were hit hard. It was the Shanao Alliance and the Guandu Alliance that worked together. They know the rockets better, and the legendary elves are involved. We also need more strength. CGED immediately send a message to the King of the Kanto Alliance and Miss Sharona of the Shanao Alliance, requesting reinforcements. Quote, the Fangyuan Star region must not be allowed to fall into disaster. Having said that, Daigo took the lead in getting up from his seat. The other three Heavenly King level trainers also all got up. The message is sent out, so that the King of Bani will return to Fangyuan as soon as possible. The King Bani is the King of Ice in the Fangyuan area. As soon as the words fell, Dao waved his hand, go straight to action. Subsequently, he walked out of the meeting room first. The other three Heavenly King level trainers filed out. The door to the conference room was closed, and only the video footage on the big screen continued. At this moment, the video screen just returned to the starting point. At first glance, it is the silent star sea. At a glance, several unknown planets in the star sea are included in the picture. Just a moment later, the tranquility of Shanghai was directly broken. One of the planets in the picture, at this moment, seems to have been attacked extremely terribly inside. The entire planet, in the sea of stars, burst open. Inside the exploding planet, an incomparably huge figure, looming, seems to have just woken up from a deep sleep. Guandu Star Territory. Dragon King, crossing. Ice King, Kona. Are talking. Now, on the screen in front of Du, rows of news are listed impressively. He browsed, he said, the Shanao Alliance has made a huge move this time. According to the results they announced, although they failed to capture the leader of the Galaxy team, the entire Galaxy team is not far from being destroyed. The results are really amazing. Having said this, Du paused and continued, that Inspector Lin Jing is a blockbuster, and is now ranked as the quasi-celestial king of the Shanao Star Territory. Kona, you have been in contact with him, what do you think of him? A trainer who can be so optimistic about Zyrna and fully support it is naturally not an ordinary person. Kona replied, recalling the scenes when he first met Lin Jing, and finally said with some emotion, "I can only say, hide it. I didn't have long contact with him. He left in a hurry because of the Shanao Star territory, which should be related to the Galaxy team. However, I have seen the fire-breathing dragon he sent out. The strength of that fire-breathing dragon is absolutely extraordinary." "Oh, fire-breathing dragon." There was a flash of interest in Wataru's expression. As a dragon king, he also cultivated a fire-breathing dragon. Although the fire-breathing dragon does not have the dragon attribute, after all, there is a dragon in the name and the flying attribute. In the beginning, as a special being who could communicate with Cheomeng, he was very curious about Lin Jing, but now, after hearing that Lin Jing has cultivated a fire-breathing dragon, this curiosity is even stronger. Kona noticed his interest, shook his head and said, "Now that the rockets are dormant, and the Galaxy team in the Shanao Star region has also been hit hard, the next work for our two alliances will be much easier. If you want to meet the newly promoted King Lin Jingtian for a while, can you set off for Shanao Star territory now?" "You're right." Du nodded slightly and thought about the proposal seriously. At this time, at Du's waist, the communicator rang rapidly. Duo held the communicator and connected the communication. After a few simple exchanges, Du's expression became extremely serious. Kona noticed the change in his expression and said seriously, "What's wrong?" After responding again, Du put down the communicator. "Looks like we can't relax anymore." Kona's expression became more serious. Du got up from his seat and said quickly, "Fangyuan Alliance has sent an urgent summons, urgently asking for help. The lava team and the rocket team are working together, which seems to have awakened a legendary elf who was sleeping. According to the legends of the Fangyuan Star territory, the awakening of this legendary elf is very likely to cause a chain reaction. If it can't be handled properly, the entire Fangyuan Star region may evolve into a battlefield of legendary elves. At that time, the consequences are unimaginable." Having said this, Du's eyes were sharp. "Contact Senior Kikuko. Guandu Alliance, let her sit for the time being. Kona, you and I will leave immediately and go to the Fangyuan Star field for reinforcements." Kona was already up. Hearing this, she quickly said, "Do you need to send other forces to go with you? Do you want to convene a combat team under the alliance?" "No." Du shook his head, his eyes were deep. "It involves legendary elves, ordinary trainers, elves, and they are not qualified to participate in that level of battle. Fangyuan Xingyu asks for help, and also hopes that we will send the top combat power." "I see." During the simple exchange, without the slightest hesitation, Kena and Du have already left from the Guandu Alliance headquarters. Shanao Star Territory. Union Headquarters. Concealed in the battle hall. At this moment, Lin Jing and Sharona's command voices converged and sounded almost at the same time. "Bite the land shark fiercely, the dragon god swoops. Bite the land shark fiercely, use the dragon god to dive." Although this was a battle, it was more of a sparring nature. Both Lin Jing and Sharona chose to let the elves fight in the most essential way. Roar. The roars of the two fiercely biting land sharks resounded throughout the audience. At this moment, the figures of the two fiercely biting land sharks soared into the sky at the same time and dived towards each other. Unparalleled airflow roars through the venue. In the blink of an eye, at the center of the opposing battlefield, these two terrifyingly stinging land sharks slammed into each other fiercely. During the collision of the fleshly bodies, the energies inherent in each other were also colliding. With the collision of the two as the center, the astonishing aftermath stirred up and spread to all directions. As the aftermath spreads, it senses the energy mask around the battlefield and rises instantly, but the moment it touches the aftermath, it is shredded and the aftermath continues to spread. The collision of champion elves is extremely terrifying. Chapter 172 Time Roar vs Dragons Fluctuation, the call for help from Dao, the awakening of the legendary elves. In the turbulent aftermath, it spread to the surroundings. At this time, in a flash of brilliance, Cresselia's figure had already appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield. When the dazzling rays of light flashed in its eyes, superpower gathered around the battlefield, forming a superpower barrier to prevent the aftermath from leaking and affecting the venue. As early as the Battle of Yveltal, Sharona had already known the existence of the God of Dreams and God of Nightmare, and there was nothing to hide from Sharona. The aftermath of the battle between champion elves must be quite astonishing. Before he came to the battlefield, Lin Jing had already communicated with the God of Dreams, so that he could take action when needed to block the aftermath so as not to affect the venue. On the battlefield, after the two sides collided with a bang, they stepped on the ground. Under the action of the huge weight, cracks appeared on the ground. The two elves slammed into each other. Bite the land shark, dragon claw. Bite the land shark, use split. When the command sound rang, Lin Jing's fierce bite of the land shark whistled, the dragon's claws raised, and the brilliance of determination disappeared in a flash, and then slammed down. The other side. Sharona's fierce bite of the land shark was not to be outdone, and the skills were activated at the same time, and the two sides directly fought together in close combat. In this collision, the bodies of the two fiercely biting land sharks retreated a little while the terrifying power erupted. Comparatively speaking, Lin Jing's fierce bite of the land shark has to retreat more. Have you fallen behind? Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, but there was no surprise. Compared with Sharona's fierce bite land shark, his growth time is much less, and there is also a gap between the two sides. He was not surprised. Moreover, the battle between elves also has the influence of the trainer. His eyes sank slightly, and the strange brilliance was in his eyes, and the power of the dragon was mobilized in an instant, pouring into the body of the fierce bite blue shark. With the increase of the power of the royal dragon, the momentum of the fierce bite of the land shark surged, and the invisible air waves surged. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed, and at this moment he suddenly said, "Bite the land shark, time roars." Roar. The armor of time and space around Lai Bite Lu Shark burst into a dazzling light, and the power of time gathered at this moment. In front of Lai Bite Lu Shark, an extremely terrifying shock wave was brewing. Another side. Xyrna's eyes focused on Lin Jing's fierce bite blue shark, and she said to herself, "Amplify the special ability of the direction. Superpower, it shouldn't be able to complete the increase in the fierce bite land shark. Is it other special abilities that were displayed in that battle? It is worthy of being a trainer with a variety of special abilities." With a sigh in her heart, Sharona said softly, "We can't lose to each other and use the wave of the dragon." Roar. Dragon wave. During the surge of energy, another shock wave condensed in front of Sharona's fierce bite land shark. In a short moment, the energy accumulation was completed, and then it was released with a bang. Two shock waves shining with different rays of light, on both sides of the field, bombarded towards the middle at the same time. Time roar vs dragon wave. The shock waves suddenly bombarded together in the middle of the battlefield. At the moment of contact, the terrifying energy contained in it exploded, and in the field, a terrifying explosion took shape. Boom boom boom. During the burst of energy, the ground shattered and the aftermath surged out. The aftermath of these two purely energy-type attacks was far more astonishing than melee combat. Cresselia's eyes flashed with seriousness, and she decided to strengthen her defense. But, before it could take action, at this moment, a special superpower poured into the barrier to prevent the aftermath from spreading. Cresselia looked over. Mewtwo. It was Xiaomeng who shot, and at this moment, its arm was raised, and the dazzling superpower poured into the barrier. With two divine beast spirits taking action to stop the aftermath, the mighty power between skill collisions was limited to the opposing battlefield. During the continuous surge of energy, the entire opposing battlefield seemed to be covered by fire, with constant explosions and smoke and dust. And at the same time, seemingly aware of the situation on the battlefield, Sharona's expression changed slightly. Looking around, I saw that the main body of the fluctuation of the dragon and the roar of time were constantly colliding. While the energy was being consumed, the shock wave of the dragon's fluctuation was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. That is the special feature of the time power. During the contact, through the time power, the energy contained in the local skills is continuously dissolved. After a brief stalemate, the wave of the dragon whose energy was dissolved could no longer be stopped. Time roared forward, traversing the battlefield, and finally bombarded the body of Sharona's fierce bite land shark. Under the impact of the roar of time, the face of bite loose shark showed a hint of pain, and his body kept retreating under the powerful shock wave. With its strength, coupled with its own terrifying defense capabilities, ordinary attacks almost have no effect on it. But it is facing Lin Jing's fierce bite of the land shark, and the damage caused by the power of time and space is obviously unstoppable. In the close combat, Lin Jing's fierce bite of the land shark fell on the downwind. And after using the power of the dragon, in the collision of skills, Lin Jing's fierce bite of the land shark successfully suppressed Sharona's fierce bite of the land shark, and gained the upper hand. With the termination of the skills of the two elves in the field, the aftermath continued to spread, and the permeating smoke quickly dissipated. The entire situation in the battlefield is lingering. At a glance, at both ends of the venue, there are two huge figures standing. At this moment, the ground of the entire opposing battlefield has been completely shattered, and the aftermath is confined to the opposing battlefield, causing a very terrifying destruction to it, and a huge pothole created by the aftermath on the ground. Sharona raised her head and looked at the opposite, the fighting intent in her eyes became more and more intense. There is no doubt that with the strength shown by Lin Jing's fierce bite of Lu Shark, she is already qualified to let her fight with all her strength. Looking at Lin Jing, Sharona smiled slightly. The warm-up session is over. Ask for flowers. Next, I will have no reservations. With a flash of determination in her eyes, the keystone carried by Sharona has been revealed. The stronger the elf on the body, the greater the gain after the mega evolution. The super strong bite of the land shark is the true strength of this champion elf. Lin Jing lifted his sleeves, and the keystone was also revealed. Just then, on Sharona's waist, the communicator she carried with her made a special sound. The moment she heard the sound, Sharona's expression became serious. She looked at Lin Jing and made a stop, held the communicator, and quickly connected. See. Lin Jing stopped, and there was a hint of seriousness in his expression. In the communicator of the Alliance, different reminder tones are often set to confirm the importance of communication, which can make Zyrna so serious. This communication is obviously very important. After connecting to the communication, Sharona communicated seriously. 0. After the communication lasted for about a few minutes, Sharona put down the communicator and let out a long breath. Immediately afterwards, her gaze turned to Lin Jing, to the two fiercely biting Lu sharks in the field, and shook her head slightly. It seems that this battle cannot continue. Oh. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said quickly, what happened? The Fangyuan Star region has entered a state of combat readiness. Zyrna said seriously. The one who sent me the communication is the champion trainer of the Fangyuan Star region, Dao. In Fangyuan Star territory, there is a legendary Elves Awakening, and the entire Fangyuan Star territory is very likely to be caught in the flames of war. He sent me a message asking for help from the Shanao Alliance, and he made it clear that it involves legendary elves. If possible, he hopes that I can go there in person. Having said that, Sharona looked at Lin Jing's Lu Shark, and said with some emotion, Lin Jing, your Lu Shark has grown to a terrifying height. If you fight with all your strength without any hesitation, no matter what. As a result, my fierce bite land shark will definitely be traumatized, and when that happens, it will inevitably affect some time. Quote. The situation is urgent, I can't delay it. It is at a time when the Galaxy team has been hit hard and the Shanao Starfield is stable. I can indeed go to the Fangyuan Starfield for personal reinforcements. I will quickly convene a meeting of the kings to determine who will accompany me for reinforcements. Lin Jing quickly understood what she meant. His tone was calm. It's okay, we can fight again later. However, Lin Jing's tone contained a hint of confidence. Hyerna, this battle has been going on until now, and there is only a winner and a loser. But if it drags on any longer, with the growth rate of my fierce bite land shark, next time, it will ruthlessly defeat its predecessors. Then I'm looking forward to that day. Sharona whispered. Lin Jing pondered, without saying much on this topic, and instead said, since the situation is urgent, I propose that there is no need to convene a meeting of heavenly kings. Xylona, let me and you go to the Fengyuan Star territory. JII. Chapter 173 The Legendary Elf in the Fengyuan Star territory, Cheomong. The Nightmare God Strikes. Lin Jing's voice fell, and Sharona groaned, nodded and said, okay. In the entire Shanao starfield, the person who knows Lin Jing the most is Sharona. Although she didn't know the specific reason, she knew that Lin Jing was accompanied by two unfathomable beast spirits. Cresselia, God of Dreams. Nightmare God Darkrai. Not to mention, Lin Jing's own strength, in her opinion, has reached the level of the king, and even surpassed the level of the king. Because of this, compared to other Heavenly King level trainers, it was a more appropriate choice to go with Lin Jing for reinforcements. After Sharona agreed, she wanted to say something, but at this moment, at the other end, Lin Jing had already stepped in the direction of Chao Meng. Seeing this, her eyes narrowed slightly and she fell silent. Lin Jing stepped to the opposite end of the battlefield, and his eyes fell on Chao Meng. Perceiving its gaze, Chao Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, and a heavy voice sounded, Human, what do you want to say? Super Dream, do you want to fight? Mewtwo. Lin Jing said quickly, what Xierna and I exchanged just now is about another vast, 253, Han Star Field. Fengyuan Star Region. Today there are legendary elves awakening from their slumber. I have some understanding of the information about the Fengyuan Star Field. To be able to make Fengyuan's trainers attach so much importance, and even ask our Shanao for help, must involve the top few beasts and elves. The legendary beast spirit that controls the power of the earth, Groudon. The legendary beast spirit that controls the power of the sea, Kyogre. They are all elves with very terrifying combat power. Chao Meng, you have found the dream, and the knot of your heart has been untied. There should be nothing to do next, right? Would you like to follow us to the Fengyuan Star region to see the top existences in other star regions? There was a wave in Chao Meng's eyes. As a Chao Meng who was originally made as a weapon of war, although his intelligence is extremely high, in his heart, he undoubtedly yearns for battle. Everything Lin Jing said undoubtedly moved him a little. On the other side, Sharona connected to the communication again at this time and communicated. Under Lin Jing's gaze, Cheomong's eyes flashed, and he suddenly shook his head and said, Human, I won't go with you. Huh. Lin Jing blinked. Immediately after, Cheomong raised his head, looked at the sky, and said solemnly, Fengyuan Star territory. I will go there myself, to see the top existence in your mouth. As soon as the words fell, Chao Meng looked at Celebi and Dream on the side, and said solemnly, you two guys, do you want to follow me? Aside. In the brief acquaintance, Victini has become one with Dream and Celebi, and strongly sells them the joy of battle. Now, after hearing Chao Meng's voice, Meng Meng approached with fluttering body, and said tenderly, I'll follow you. Celebi got closer, and a soft and waxy voice sounded, me too. His eyes stayed on Lin Jing for a moment. At this moment, the faint ripples circulated, and Chao Meng's figure was about to disappear. And Dream leaned on Chao Meng's side, waving their little hands quickly. Lin Jing, Victini, see you next time. When the sound fell, under the leadership of Chao Meng, this wonderful combination of family and mouth has disappeared in place. Lin Jing looked at the direction in which it disappeared. God, he can't feed with us, go by himself. Isn't it right? If it wasn't for the introduction in the treasure chest system, you already regarded me as a good friend, and I almost believed your nonsense. Lin Jing shook his head with a murmur in his heart, but he also vaguely understood Cheomong's idea. As a weapon of war made by humans, Mewtwo is essentially a very lonely and out-of-place existence. It is not a pure elf, and after breaking with Team Rocket, it has nothing to do with humans. In this case, Lin Jing entered its line of sight. When they first met, it was not polite to Lin Jing. However, with the gradual contact and familiarity, Lin Jing's frankness and help gave him a better understanding of Lin Jing, and he also began to have some connections with Lin Jing. In the entire elf world, in terms of relationship, the deepest relationship with it is naturally a dream with the same genes. Lin Jing didn't know what happened to the meeting between Cheomeng and Mengmeng, but looking at Cheomeng, who is now dragging his family with him, he can also imagine that the meeting was indeed very smooth. Among them, there is also the influence of Lin Jing, and because of this, the relationship between him and Cheomeng goes further. However, due to the influence of his own experience, Cheomeng can let go a little when facing the dream. Facing Lin Jing, even if he has regarded Lin Jing as a friend in his heart, he is still a little reserved. Thoughts flickered. Rear. Sharona put down the communication and walked over quickly. She noticed that Cheomeng and other elves had left, and whispered, "Lin Jing, what's the matter?" "I invite Xiaomeng to go with us to the Fang Yuan Star region." Hearing this, Sharona's eyes narrowed. It refused. Lin Jing continued. Before Sharona could respond, Lin Jing continued, "Although Xiaomeng refused to go to the Fang Yuan Star region with us, it was going to go on its own. Sharona, this time, we have a potential reinforcement." Sharona's expression was serious, and she looked at Lin Jing deeply. She has personally seen Cheomeng make a move, and she naturally knows Cheomeng's power. After looking at Lin Jing for a moment, Zyrna shook her head and said with emotion, "When Fangyuan Star region was asking for help, I'm afraid I didn't expect it to be able to invite such a terrifying reinforcement." After speaking, she has already walked to one side. Let's go to the docking place of the spacecraft and set off immediately." The two fierce-biting land sharks had been retracted into the Pokeball, and Victini returned to Lin Jing's shoulders and hid. Sharona said as she walked, "In the communication just now, I got more detailed information. The legendary elf awakened this time, according to the information obtained by the Fang Yuan Alliance, is the legendary super ancient elf who holds the power of the earth, Groudon. According to the legend of Fang Yuan Star territory, when Groudon wakes up, another super ancient elf may also awaken because of this, and the two sides will start a war without scruples. Therefore, Fang Yuan Star territory has entered a state of combat readiness." At the same time, Zyrna looked at Lin Jing. This time Groudon's awakening, according to the information of the Fang Yuan Alliance, has the shadow of the Lava Team and the Rocket Team. Team Lava, Team Rocket. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Zyrna explained, "The Lava Team is a local underground force in the Fang Yuan Star region, and the Rocket Team should have chosen to cooperate with the Lava Team after suffering great losses in the Guandu Star region and brewed a conspiracy together." Lin Jing nodded slightly. Two figures appeared in his mind. The leader of the Lava Team, Kai Yansong. Rocket's boss, Sakagi. Zyrna continued, "The situation in the Fang Yuan Star region is more complicated, and the Lava Team will take action, so this time, another underground force in the Fang Yuan Star region, the Ocean Team, is also very likely to take action. We not only have to try to stop the battle of the legendary elves, but also face the three underground forces. However, in addition to us, the Fang Yuan Alliance has also sent a request to the Guandu Alliance for help. The Guana King and the Dugian King of the Guandu Alliance are already on their way to the Fang Yuan Star territory." "I see." Lin Jing nodded slightly. He pondered, "Since the underground forces are involved, Zyrna, I propose that instead of taking the Shanao Alliance's spaceship, let's take my Nightmare God." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Maybe. This can bring them some surprise." "You're right." Between words, Lin Jing and Sharona walked out of the venue. 4.6 minutes of the mind, the fire-breathing dragon appeared. Lin Jing and Sharona jumped on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and headed for the spaceship. At the same time, Sharona has already contacted other Shanao Alliance Heavenly King level trainers through the communicator. Standing on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, the camera included both Hyerna and Lin Jing. Hyerna looked at the other Heavenly Kings on the screen and said seriously, "Just now, I received a request from the Fangyuan Alliance for help. I and Lin Jing have already set off and are going to Fangyuan Star Region. The stability of Shanao Star Region will be left to everyone." Listening to Sharona's words, the other Heavenly Kings in the picture all showed serious intentions and nodded. During this period of time, Lin Jing's performance has completely convinced the other Heavenly Kings who fought side by side, and they did not question Xyrna's reinforcement candidates. Sharona continued, "During the time I left, all affairs of the Shanao Alliance were led by King Kikuno." After a brief explanation, the communication hung up. Lin Jing and Sharona arrived at the spaceship berth and boarded the Nightmare God. Next moment, the Nightmare God takes off. Chapter 174. The Ocean Team is in action. The King of the Sky is sitting in the sky, and Xyrna is surprised. In the Fangyuan star field. In an underground base on an unknown planet. At this moment, in the hall of the underground base, a group of figures gathered. At the very front is a tall figure. He was wearing a blue tights that looked a little bit more like a diving suit, with a full beard, looking quite heroic. One of the underground forces in the Fangyuan Star region, the boss of the Ocean Team. Water Indus. In the Fangyuan Star region, the Ocean Team and the Lava Team are the two major underground forces that coexist. Because of their different philosophies, the Ocean Team and the Lava Team often conflict. Now, Shui Wudong's eyes swept across the audience, swept across the Ocean Team members in front of him. His eyes were slightly lost, his voice did not hide his mockery, and he said loudly, "I didn't expect this guy Kai Yansong, actually going to work with Sakaji's rockets. It seems that he, the leader of the Lava Team, is coming back as he lives." The sound fell. The members of the Marine Team present burst into laughter. Shui Wudong reached out and stopped the laughter, and there was a hint of seriousness on his rough face. However, the cooperation between the Lava Team and the Rockets is not useless. They actually achieved something, and successfully awakened the super ancient legendary elf, Groudon, that the Lava Team has been longing for. And now, according to the information we have, because of Groudon's awakening, under the chain reaction, that other super ancient legendary elf that can only help our Marine Team achieve the ultimate ideal will also slowly wake up from a deep sleep. Quote. "Now, our task is to find it and control it at all costs." Between the words, on the desktop on the side of Shui Wudong, a storage device was grasped. Inside the cylindrical storage device, there are broken indigo orbs. Above the orb, a faint brilliance is blooming, and in the broken area, a phantom vaguely emerges, which seems to have the appearance of a huge figure, reflecting on the top of the broken orb. Our next mission, there are only two. One, is to find the rest of the orb. The second is to find Kyogre, who is still in the process of awakening. Do you understand? In the hall, unanimous responses sounded. Good. Shui Wudong waved his heroic hand and shouted, "What about Team Lava and Team Rocket? Team Rocket, a force that is about to lose their way in customs. The Lava Team has suffered a lot from our hands. It's time for them to see what our Ocean Team is capable of." Speaking of this, Shui Wudong's tone was a little more serious. Contact members of other bases, and all members will participate in this operation. After his voice fell, the entire hall responded in unison, and then filed out. At the same time, there is a channel of communication information passed out. The Ocean Team, one of the strongest underground forces entrenched in the Fangyuan Star region, moved at full speed. Fangyuan Star Field. In the Sea of Stars, 3 Alliance spaceships, in the shape of characters, moved forward quickly. Dao stood in the spaceship headed by him, and beside him, a huge and special-looking elf was hanging in the air. Giant Gold Monster. Steel plus superpower attributes are also quasi-god elves. This is the champion of the Fangyuan Star Field, the main elf of Dao. At this moment, it is ready for battle and is silently accumulating its strength. At the front of Dao, the video communication is always going on, connecting these Heavenly King level trainers and those in charge of other important tasks. Daigo's expression was calm, and he quickly asked, "Have you found the exact spot where Groudon woke up?" The exact location has been determined, but Groudon has left and is searching for the exact location. In the video, a response sounded. Dao pondered. Using our dark line in the lava team to find a way to determine the position of the lava team, since Groudon was awakened by them, they will not let Groudon move freely. As soon as the words fell, he continued, "Have the reinforcements of the Shinao Alliance and the Guandu Alliance set off?" Already set off. King Kenna and King Du of Guandu Star region will set off as soon as they receive the information. Miss Sharona from Shinao Star region and a newly promoted quasi-celestial king named Lin Jing came together. The quasi-celestial king Lin Jing. Dao frowned slightly. In the video screen, a response sounded. According to the information we understand, this is a very young Heavenly King level trainer, who is very trusted by Hyerna and has shown strength that is not inferior to that of a Heavenly King level trainer. Some time ago, Shinao Starfield's attack on the Galaxy team achieved great results, and he is a trainer that should not be underestimated. Dao nodded slightly and said softly, "Since he is a person who is valued by Sharona, it should be extraordinary." When they arrive at the Fangyuan Star region, they will be connected to the video conference as soon as possible. Yes. Also, send someone to keep an eye on what the Marines are doing, they're never going to take it seriously. Yes. Has the 1,000-mile pavilion master returned? He is also one of the very important combat powers. The owner of the Chinli Pavilion took his leave king to the Hujang Star region for special training. After receiving our summons, he has returned as soon as possible. Daigo nodded slightly. His eyes swept across every face in the video conference, and said solemnly, "Everyone, this is an eventful time. Only we work together to ensure the safety of Fangyuan Star region." Having said that, he turned his gaze to a figure in the video conference. "Mickey, how are you doing?" In the video screen, there is a man in a white shirt with a handsome face. He is the current owner of the Luli Gym in Fangyuan Xingyu, and he is also a friend of Dao, with a very close relationship. Hearing Dao's question, Michael, who seemed to be on his way at the moment, shook his head and said calmly, "Looking for a needle in a haystack, it's not that easy to find. But, I'll try my best." Daigo nodded slightly. He retracted his gaze from the video conference, and through the porthole, he looked at the vast sea of stars outside. The legendary super ancient Pokemon that holds the power of the earth, Groudon. The legendary super ancient Pokemon that controls the power of the ocean, Kyogre. These two legendary elves, involving the battle between the earth and the ocean, will fight every time they wake up from their slumber. However, in the legend, there is also a spirit with a spirit that prevents them from fighting. Dao took a deep breath and his eyes became sharper. The legendary king hidden in the sky, Lai Kong sits. Shinao Star territory. After Lin Jing and Sharona boarded the Nightmare God, Sharona's communication never stopped. As a champion-level trainer, it is generally not easy to leave the star field to which you belong. After all, this is the last guarantee for the stability of the star field. This time, if it wasn't for Dao's personal request for help, coupled with the emergency situation in the Fangyuan Star region, and the Galaxy team was almost destroyed, Hyerna would not have left in person. Since she is going to leave, all affairs must be allocated to ensure that the operation of the Shinao Alliance will not be affected by her departure. By comparison, Lin 410 scene will be much easier. In the Battle of Yveltal, Hyerna had already seen his main elf, and facing Hyerna, there was no need to cover up. So, after boarding the spaceship, the elves were released one by one, allowing them to adjust and start their daily activities one by one. The other side. When Sharona finished processing everything and walked over quickly, what caught her eye was a rather peculiar scene. At a glance, Rotom was staying beside Doran Baruto, teaching earnestly. On the other side, the nightmare god brought Gengar, and the beautiful dream god brought the fairy elf, teaching them to better control their powers. Sealai bites Lu Shark, fire-breathing dragon. His eyes are full of fighting intent, he is constantly moving his body, and he looks like he is seriously preparing for the upcoming battle. The only one who is calmer is Shinado. However, in Shinado's eyes, when the brilliance appeared, super power surging quietly, and beside Shinado, Lin Jing's eyes also bloomed with the same dazzling superpower brilliance. After the superpower transformation, his superpower surged, and these days, he and Shinado were familiar with the surge of superpower. Now, aware of Sharona's arrival, the light in Lin Jing's eyes disappeared and he looked at her. Sharona clicked her tongue with some emotion, and then said, being able to let the god of dreams and god of nightmare act as teachers, Lin Jing. Looking at the entire vast star field, you are also the only one. No wonder your elves grow at such a terrifying rate. Lin Jing smiled slightly, but did not respond. Sharona's expression became more serious. According to the information from Fangyuan Star Region, the entire Fangyuan Star Region is in chaos. This is a mission that is more dangerous than blocking Yveltal. Chapter 175 Tianan Pakis, Manaphy, who is about to find an old friend, a huge figure in the nebula. Hearing Sharona's voice, Lin Jing nodded. Then, he said, Yveltal, an elf filled with thoughts of destruction. In contrast, Groudon and Kyogre aren't that serious. Furthermore, compared to the time of Yveltal's invasion, the Fangyuan Star territory was more prepared, so he contacted us to send reinforcements. The only problem is that the underground forces in the Fangyuan Starfield who created all this will definitely block the Alliance's actions. While we are trying to intercept the legendary elves, we will also be attacked by them. Sharona nodded slightly. Lin Jing's voice changed and he said, it's useless to say more, the details will only be better understood when we arrive at the Fangyuan Star region. Hyerna. Lin Jing called out softly. Sharona looked at him with a puzzled look in her eyes. Let your elves out too, and take a good rest. After all, after we enter the Fangyuan Star territory, everyone, I'm afraid we won't get a good rest. Sharona nodded, and lightly touched the Pokeball with her green fingers. After a flash of brilliance, more figures appeared in the Nightmare God. Bite the land shark fiercely. Lucario. Minos. Pakis. Rose Riador. Rock Monster. This is the main elf that Sharona carries with her. As the main elves of champion-level trainers, each of them is quite astonishing in momentum and contains astonishing power. Lin Jing's eyes swept away and said softly, everyone is familiar with it. After all, you will be real comrades in arms from now on. At this time, Sharona's Pakis fluttered his wings and gliding to Lin Jing's side, with curiosity and closeness in his eyes, and he called out twice. Sharona looked at this scene and said with some surprise, Pakis said that it likes the breath on you very much. Lin Jing nodded slightly and opened his hands. Pakis looked familiar and fell directly into his arms. After pondering, Lin Jing opened his mouth and asked, this Pakis is a gift from heaven. Sharona nodded slightly. No wonder. Lin Jing reacted in an instant. Pakis, who has the characteristics of God's grace, is called a boy who is favored by God, and is an elves with amazing luck. On the other hand, Lin Jing had the blessings left by King Feng, and he was obviously very lucky as his luck increased. It's no wonder that this Pakisi will have a kindness towards him and like his breath very much. On the Nightmare God. The well-stocked elf food was taken out by Lin Jing. After eating together, Lin Jing's elf and Sharona's elf quickly became familiar with each other. The Nightmare God set off at full speed, and soon, ahead, within the Sea of Stars, a huge vortex portal has come into view. It is the space wormhole that connects the Shanao star field and the Fangyuan star field. The Nightmare God accelerated and rushed into the whirlpool. Between the faint ripples, the Nightmare God has completely left in the Fangyuan star field. Not long after the nightmare god entered the space wormhole. Outside the space wormhole, in the void, among the ripples flashing, the figure of Chow Meng appeared. Next to Mewtwo, followed by Celebi and Dream with small tails. At this moment, Celebi looked at Chow Meng and said in a soft and glutinous voice, "Chow Meng, didn't you say you want to go by yourself? Why do you have to wait for Lin Jing and the others to go first, Tilda?" Chow Meng glanced at Celebi and said solemnly, "Celebi, you have too many questions." "Oh." Celebi made a face rather mischievously, and said no more. Cheomeng pondered for a moment, and then said, "I have had contact with the top legendary elves in the Shanao star field. They are all very powerful existences. Thinking about it, the top existences in the Fangyuan star field should not be inferior to them. Dream, Celebi, if I fight with them, you have to stay away and don't get hurt by accident." Heard. Celebi's little head nodded seriously. Although he has the special ability to travel through time and space, Celebi is not an elf suitable for battle at all. In contrast, Dream spun around in the Xinghai, and a tender voice sounded, "Super Dream, I can help you. I'm good at fighting too." Mewtwo was noncommittal and did not respond. Subsequently, it no longer hesitated, and in a flash, with Celebi and Dream, it had already plunged into the space wormhole. Shanao Star Territory. The misty nebula gathered together to form a mountain-like spectacle of the Sea of Stars. At this moment, it seemed to be affected by some special force, and the nebula in a part of it suddenly shattered and turned into a black hole. In the black hole, a small figure flew out from it, and there was a voice flowing in the heart between the teeth and claws. Take it easy, Giratina, take it easy, how can you be fiercer than that guy from Dialga?" Between the words, the small figure rolled a few times in the nebula, and finally calmed down. It looked like it didn't fly out by itself, but instead seemed to be thrown out directly. This, of course, is Manaphy. In the rear, after Manaphy came out, the black hole quickly healed and disappeared, returning to the original nebula appearance, which seemed to be behind closed doors. Manaphy looked at this scene, but did not have any depression, but looked a little excited. "Manaphy, you are awesome. Meet another great big guy." While it was talking to itself, its eyes lit up slightly. "Lin Jing really didn't lie to me, Giratina really exists, and it still exists in such a special world. I don't know what Lin Jing is doing. I want to tell him the good news." As the figure fluttered, the temple of the sea hidden in the nebula slowly emerged, and Manaphy sat directly above the temple. Its eyes narrowed slightly, and special power was exerted, spread, and perceived. On Lin Jing, he carried the mysterious water droplets presented by Manaphy, which contained Manaphy's power. Therefore, Manaphy could perceive the location of Lin Jing. After a serious perception, Manaphy was slightly taken aback. "Isn't it in the Shanao Star Territory?" Its gaze turned, and with the help of that vague perception, it looked towards the end of the Sea of Stars. Went to Fangyuan Star region. A slight bend of her head, Manaphy's eyes became brighter. "Just right, there is my old friend in the Fangyuan Star Territory. Well, even though I met new friends, I can't forget the friends I made in the past." As the thoughts turned, Manaphy entered the interior of the Temple of the Sea. The Temple of the Sea swayed, disappeared into the void, and moved forward quickly. After Manaphy left, everything fell silent. Just then, in the turbulence of the gathered nebula, vaguely, within the nebula, a pair of rather strange eyes seemed to emerge, observing the outside world. Through the space wormhole, the Nightmare God shuttles, and after a very short time, the Nightmare God has reached the other end of the space wormhole. The entire Fangyuan Star region entered a state of combat readiness. Outside the space wormhole, there were Alliance spaceships. After the Nightmare God arrived, an Alliance spaceship approached to confirm their identity. Therefore, the Nightmare God stayed outside the space wormhole for a while. After Zyrna showed her identity, the Fangyuan Alliance trainers stationed here immediately respected, and at the same time provided a special video conference password that Zyrna could join. And at the same time, Lin Jing seemed to have a feeling, glanced in the Xinghai, and withdrew his gaze at random. After the transformation of superpower, he is no longer before. Because of the superpower connection with Chao Meng, he has been able to perceive Chao Meng's position in reverse Wang does. At that moment just now, he clearly noticed that the breath of Chao Meng was passing away in a flash. Obviously, Chao Meng has just arrived in the Fengyuan Star territory. It said on the face not to come together, but the result is not far from me. I'm worried that I'm in danger, so I didn't really go directly to find the legendary elves in the Fengyuan Star region. Lin Jing shook his head slightly, and said to himself in his heart, as expected of you, Chao Meng. Front end. Through the video conference password provided by the Fengyuan Alliance trainer, under the operation of Zyrna, the large screen in the Hall of the Nightmare God was successfully connected to the video conference. At this moment, video boxes pop up one by one. Lin Jing's eyes looked over. Inside, one after another quite familiar faces came into view. Come. Fengyuan Star Field. In the depths of the Star Sea, a large number of nebulae gathered. Now, the nebula fluctuated violently, and in the midst of the fluctuations, there was an incomparably huge figure like a whale, which seemed to turn over inside the nebula. Between turning over, countless nebulae shattered and dissipated. In some confusion, the eyes of this huge figure were faintly opened. Chapter 176 Sky Orb, the attack of the underground forces, the legendary elves who marched towards the middle of the star field. Nightmare God. In the video conference, the final position is the champion trainer of Fengyuan Star region, Dao. Through the video screen, Dao's eyes swept across Zyrna and Lin Jing, and finally settled on Lin Jing. This is the newly promoted King Lin Jing of Shanao Star region. Lin Jing nodded slightly in response. In memory, through the original, he knew a lot about this champion trainer. But this is the first time in my life I have seen it with my own eyes. After a brief familiarity, Sharona said quickly, "How is the situation now?" "The situation is very bad." Dao shook his head helplessly, and said solemnly, "The star field is vast, we knew about this the first time we woke up in Groudon. But then we lost track of Groudon. It has left its sleeping place. At present, we are trying our best to find confirmation, but we have not found any trace of Groudon." Lin Jing thought thoughtfully. Sharona frowned slightly, and then said, "Is there anything that needs our help?" Also a champion trainer, Daigo is not qualified to command Hyerna. However, Lin Jing and Sharona came to the Fengyuan Star territory as reinforcements, and naturally they should focus on the Fengyuan alliance. Not yet. Dao's tone was serious. The two of you, including King Kona and King Du, are extremely secretive. In my plan, you are the last hidden top combat power, you can only shoot at the most critical time, don't expose it easily. Until then, you can move freely. But, having said this, Dao's voice paused, and then he said, "There is an extremely difficult task, which is currently being performed by Mikri. Perhaps, you can help him first. I'll set up your private communication channel now." Lin Jing and Sharona looked at each other. In the video conference, everything is dominated by Dao. When he wants to communicate with one of them, other people can't hear the conversation between them. Now, Dao said a few words in the video screen, and then, the communication screen in front of him suddenly changed, and another separate figure appeared in the screen. Michael. Lin Jing's eyes fell on him. Michael is currently the owner of the Fengyuan area. However, according to the memory of Lin Jing's previous life, after serving as the champion for a period of time, Dao chose to voluntarily abdicate, and it was Makori who succeeded the champion of the Fengyuan League. To be able to become a champion, Michael's strength is of course needless to say. After the private communication channel was connected, Michael seemed to be riding on the elf, and the wind was howling around him, and now he said quickly, "Miss Zyrna, King Lin Jingtian, first meeting, hello." Sharona said directly. What did Dao mean by the task? I'm looking for the sky orb. Mikri spoke very fast. In the legend of Fangyuan Star region, besides Groudon and Kyogre, there is also a legendary elf named Lycongzai. The sky orb is a grass-green orb. It is a special item that can wake up Lycongzai from his slumber. There are also relevant records in the legends of our Fangyuan Star territory. Lycongzai has the ability to stop the battle between Groudon and Kyogre. If our interception of the legendary elves is unsuccessful, we must make a final plan to wake up the sleeping sky of Lycongzai. Orbs will be the last resort. Speaking of which, Mikuri sighed slightly. The Alliance has been prepared for this, and has been looking for it for years, but so far, it can only be located on my planet, and its exact location cannot be determined. One day before the first TF, a special person will deal with the school and the house will be shackled in the 3 plans of the morning too. Miss Sharona, King Lin Jingtian, I will send you the star map. After saying a word, on the big screen, M.I. Kelly's figure disappeared, and the communication was temporarily disconnected. He pondered, and then said, Hyerna, we will go immediately. Maybe, I can help them find the sky orb. Sharona didn't question, and nodded earnestly. Everything Lin Jing showed made her trust Lin Jing more and more. The star map was imported into the Nightmare God, and the Nightmare God quickly turned its direction and headed to the planet marked in the star map. Lin Jing's expression was deep. The sky orb, as a special orb that can wake up the rift seat, must be quite secretive. From the current point of view, the Fangyuan Alliance has obviously used scientific and technological means to find it, but it has not been successful, so it has to use the most primitive manpower to explore and find. However, since technology-oriented methods are not successful, what about the abilities of elves? Can the perception ability of elves be discovered? At present, the situation of Fangyuan Star region is not serious enough to require him and Sharona to fight. In this case, go to the place where he can play a role first. Looking out of the porthole, the Nightmare God has activated the space transition, and strives to reach the location as quickly as possible. Within the Sea of Stars. The diffuse nebula was completely shattered when the huge figure turned over. His eyes opened slightly, and as time passed, this behemoth completely woke up. Aura gradually fills the surroundings, and the nebula gathered together are all shattered under the impact of the momentum. It is in the Fangyuan star field, the legendary super ancient fairy who has mastered the power of the ocean. Gyoka. After waking up from a deep sleep, Kyogre's huge body was surging through the nebula. It had been sleeping for a long time and was getting familiar with the body that was gradually recovering. As the momentum climbed, at this moment, Kyogre's gaze turned to the far side of the Sea of Stars. In this vast Sea of Stars, Kyogre's body swam forward, as if the goal was very clear, swimming toward the far end of the Sea of Stars. Fangyuan Star Field. At the same time, in the Sea of Stars, another huge figure is moving forward in the Sea of Stars. Its whole body is red, with a black circular pattern on the top. During the breathing of the body, the airflow that just spits out, blows the meteorites floating in the star sea into powder. Another super ancient legendary elf in the Fangyuan star field, Groudon, who holds the power of the earth. At first glance, Groudon is not walking in the star sea with his own body. Beneath it, there was a huge wreckage of unknown size. That is the wreckage of the planet. Groudon fell asleep in the planet, because after the Scarlet Orb was awakened, the power of the newly awakened Groudon exploded and completely exploded the planet he slept on. At the same time, due to the influence of Groudon's power, the exploding planet did not completely annihilate and dissolve, but retained a part of it. Under Groudon's control, it became its special vehicle in the star sea. Now, from around Groudon's body, the rich energy continues to pour into the wreckage of the planet under him, moving forward at full speed. In its eyes, the fierce color permeates, and the target is also quite clear, heading towards the far end of the Shanghai. Beyond a certain range from Groudon. Several spaceships without any indication were closely following Groudon. On the spaceship headed by them, two figures stood side by side. The leader of the lava team, Kai Yansong. Rocket and More Boss, Sakagi. At this moment, Kai Yanlu's holding a red wine glass in his hand, looking at Groudon's figure through the big screen on the spaceship. A look of intoxication flashed on his face. What a terrifying force. Tisk, when it wakes up from its slumber, with its help, our lava team's ideal will be successfully completed. Aside. Sakagi's expression did not waver, and he said, Kai Yansong, don't be too happy. The Fang Yuan alliance is not an easy one. There are frequent strong players in the alliance. They have entered a state of combat readiness and will not sit idly by and watch everything happen. It's time to start our preparations. That's right. Kai Yansong put down the red wine glass. His eyes were deep, and he said solemnly, Go on, let the combat units arranged in each main star act immediately and raid each branch of the alliance. We want to make the entire Fangyuan star region completely chaotic. Mistakes make mistakes, and then we will have more opportunities. Yes. At the same time as the sound of harmony sounded, one after another information was passed. At this moment, long before all the plans started, everything arranged by Team Rocket and Team Lava was fully activated. At this moment, if you draw the entire Fangyuan star field into a vast giant star map, you will find that Groudon and Kyogre, who had woken up from their slumber, were constantly moving forward at the two ends of the Sea of Stars, constantly approaching. Their goals are exactly each other. Earth and Sea. After each awakening, there will be desperate and unreserved terrorist battles. Chapter 177 The Super Dream with Surging Fighting Spirit, the ultimate boost from the beautiful dream god, Planet Perception. In the Fangyuan star territory, Groudon and Kyogre are undoubtedly inherently antagonistic existences, and every time they wake up, they have to fight. Now, Fangyuan star territory, in the vast sea of stars. Between the faint ripples, Chao Meng's figure was revealed. It looked at the nightmare god, which was undergoing space transition in the Sea of Stars. Then, when the eyes turned, Chao Meng's eyes looked at the other end of the starry sea, and looked at the depths of the Sea of Stars. Are you the top legendary elves in the Fangyuan star territory? A sharp color flashed in his eyes. Chao Meng's figure, at this moment, flew in a wind direction that was completely different from that of the nightmare god. In the Sea of Stars, its momentum was constantly rising, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Fangyuan Alliance Video Conference. Daigo is arranging everything properly. At this moment, the emergency communication was connected, and the report sounded. Your Excellency, the Elf Alliance of Wudoxing has been attacked. The Glazed Star Alliance is attacked by unknown forces. Orange Star was also attacked. It's Team Lava and Team Rocket. Confirm the identity of the attackers. Damn it, this time. Hearing the successive reports in the communication conference, Daigo's expression became heavy. Team Rocket, Team Lava. He read softly. This time, the awakening of the legendary elves was caused by these two underground evil forces. And now, under the premise that the Fangyuan Alliance has entered a state of combat readiness, they directly attack the various branches of the alliance at the expense of big shoes. Their thoughts are obvious. With a slight squinting in his eyes, Dao said solemnly, selection of some personnel to go to each alliance branch to block the attack. Team Rocket has suffered great losses in the Guandu Star region. Even if the Lava team is added and they launch raids on so many alliance branches at the same time, their strength must have reached the limit. The attack is fake and wants to disturb us. The procrastination is real. Quote. Since this is the case, it is even more impossible for them to do so. Continue the search to confirm the exact location of Groudon. After he said a word, he tapped his palm on the top of the big screen, and the separate communication channel was tuned out. In the screen, there are two figures. The Dragon King of the Guandu Star region, Cross. The Ice King of the Guandu Star region, Kona. Now, with the communication being called out separately. In the private communication channel, Kina and Du's eyes are all directed to Dao. Daigo, what do you need us to do? Kona asked directly. Team Rocket and Team Lava have simultaneously launched raids on various alliance branches in the Fangyuan Star region. Kona, Du, I hope you will take action and deal with all the raiders of Team Rocket and Team Lava first. Since they dare to act like this, then destroy them all. Heard. Du nodded slightly and said solemnly, I'll leave it to us. The Rockets are old rivals. The Lava team. Let's also see the strength of the underground forces in the Fangyuan Star region. Speaking of which. Du Wei paused, as if thinking of something, and said again, have the reinforcements from Shanao Starfield arrived? Who did they send? Du is nominally a Heavenly King level trainer in the Guandu Star region, but as one of the leaders of the Alliance, his status is almost equal to that of Dao. In the face of a person of his level, Dao has nothing to hide, and said bluntly, Miss Sharona from Shanao Starfield came in person, accompanied by King Lin Jingtian. Lin Jing. Du's eyes lit up slightly. Then, he didn't say much on this topic, and instead said, prepare us a star map of the fastest space transition locations to various planets. Kona, let's get started. After consuming a lot of energy for space transition, in the Sea of Stars, amid the turbulent ripples, the Nightmare God has arrived at another location in the Fangyuan star field. Then, the target confirmed the planet ahead, and the Nightmare God landed rapidly. According to the information provided by Makori, the sky orb is hiding in this planet. This is a survivable planet, but there are no humans living on the planet. After the Nightmare God landed, the hatch opened, and Lin Jing and Sharona left from the Nightmare God. Surrounded by endless yellow sand. Sighed. Sharona looked at Lin Jing, thought for a moment, and said, according to the information of the Fangyuan Alliance, the sky orb they said is hidden in this planet. However, the area of a planet is vast, and they must have used scientific and technological means to search for it, and finally ended up without a problem. Searching in this way can be called finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Jing, what are you going to do? Need to contact Michael. Not for now. Lin Jing shook his head slightly. I'm not sure if my idea is useful, so don't waste his time. After he finished speaking, his eyes swept around, looked at the surrounding environment, and said solemnly, I'm going to use a simple method to find it. Plain. Sharona's brows were slightly raised, and a look of doubt appeared. Lin Jing's eyes gradually became serious, and he said softly, elves have different combat power, and the combat power of divine beast elves is even more terrifying. This is not only the difference in level, but also the level of power that is controlled by oneself. Influence. A divine beast spirit like Lai Kongzai's own power level must have reached an extremely terrifying level. Because of this, the sky orb that can awaken it, the power contained in it, is absolutely extraordinary, a very special existence. Then, at this moment, he opened his mouth slightly and said, Zanaido, Cresselia, Victini. Between the shouts, through telepathy, his specific thoughts have been transmitted to the three elves. At the same time, the sleeve on Lin Jing's arm was lifted, revealing the super keystone. The keystone and the super evolution stone resonated, and Shinado started mega evolution at this moment. The light of evolution enveloped, and in an instant, Super Shinado appeared. The black dress is full of mystery, while the brilliance of the Seagud's crown shines, a faint blue gauze emerges all over the body. Ask for flowers. You want to. Sharona's eyes narrowed slightly, as if faintly guessing the mystery. Cresselia, Victini, please. After saying another sentence, Lin Jing's whole body's superpower surged, and superpower resonance activated. He and Shinado entered a state of resonance. As Shinado's arm danced gently, superpower suddenly surged up around him, and at the same time, in the void, light spots scattered out, blessing the surroundings. Super energy burst, spiritual field, enabled at the same time. Shinado and Lin Jing have reached the peak of their current power. But their goal is not to fight against elves, and because of this, they can also have external help. Above the shoulders, Victini was no longer hiding, floating in midair, dazzling brilliance rose up, and endless energy surged into Lin Jing and Shinado at the same time. Momentum rises. At the same time, the figure of Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, also appeared. 0. Cresselia's mysterious eyes bloomed with soft colors, and when the superpower was urged, it merged into Shinado's body at the same time. This is Lin Jing, the inspiration he got when he first actively wanted to contact Chao Meng. Superpowers, too, are different. However, the god of beautiful dreams, as a very kind elf, can bring people the existence of beautiful dreams. Its superpower is very gentle, and because of this, its superpower can bless Lin Jing and Shinado, and don't let Lin Jing and Shinado get hurt. The god of dreams, who holds the power and power, is also very terrifying at the level of power. It is precisely because of this that Lin Jing came up with this idea. Now, with the resonance of Victini, the god of dreams, and Lin Jing, Shinado's superpowers were surging and surging, almost condensed into substance. From a distance, the superpower of Zon Purple is constantly swirling around it, like a flowing super sea. Sharona's eyes lit up with waves, watching this scene in shock. Even she, at this moment, was shocked by the terrifying breath revealed by Shinado. At this moment, Lin Jing's expression was serious, and he said softly, "Shinado. Using all your current powers, psychic perception." Boom. The superpower erupted in an instant, because the superpower was too turbulent. Even if it was just perception, the superpower filled the air, and there was still a popping sound. Under the super resonance, everything Shinduo perceives is immediately known to Lin Jing. With them as the center, Shinado's super senses spread rapidly at an unimaginable terrifying speed. The desert they are in, the surrounding mountains, rivers, oceans, sky. Everything was reflected in Lin Jing's heart. With the dual blessings of the god of dreams and Victini, Shinado has accomplished almost unimaginable things. It is carrying out indiscriminate and meticulous exploration of every inch of land and every space of the entire planet. With the power of elves, perceive the planet. Evening. Chapter 178 The joint strike that cuts off the sky orb comes into the world, and Cheomung arrives on the battlefield. With Shinado's exploration, the information came into Lin Jing's heart in real time, and fine beads of sweat appeared on Lin Jing's forehead. All the information on the entire planet, how cumbersome is that? What's more, under Shinado's detailed perception, information gathered in Lin Jing's heart, as if he were reshaping a three-dimensional map of the entire planet. In his heart, everything about the planet was traced back. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that it has long been unable to support it, and even faints directly. However, Lin Jing has experienced physical transformation again and again, and his special abilities have been enhanced again and again. His own abilities have reached a very high level before he can be supported. Aside. Because of the spread of superpower, Sharona was farther away. At this moment, she was keenly aware of the beads of sweat that kept appearing on Lin Jing's forehead, and there was a hint of worry on his normally calm face. The same planet. Somewhere. In the low sky, a figure is constantly moving forward. That's a Tyrannosaurus dragon. And at the dragon head of the tyrannical carp dragon, a figure stood. It was Michael. Makori, 347 inches, was dressed in white, with a handsome face, holding a very precise small instrument in his hand, and was conducting a real carpet search. At this time, beneath him, the tyrannical carp dragon seemed to have sensed something, and a vigilant look suddenly appeared in his eyes. With a low roar, his eyes suddenly looked into the distance. Tyrannosaurus, what's wrong? Michael frowned slightly and asked. The tyrannical dragon roared again. As one of Mikri's main elves, the strength of this tyrannical carp dragon is obviously extraordinary. Hearing this, Michael's expression changed slightly. You said that the amazing superpower has just spread, and it seems to be exploring here. The tyrannical carp dragon responded with a low growl. Michael's expression became serious. The news of the sky orb on this planet is the top secret of the Alliance. Team Rocket and Team Lava should not know it yet. Could it be? Are you Miss Sharona and King Lin Jingtian of the Shanao Alliance? At the same time, as the super senses spread, a three-dimensional map of the entire planet appeared in Lin Jingxin. Time lapse. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes were still tightly closed, but his expression changed slightly. In the three-dimensional map reproduced in the heart, there is a space that is quite abnormal. Although it is very secret, Lin Jing himself has been exposed to the power of time and space, not to mention the super perception at the moment is very amazing, he is keenly aware of this. Opening his eyes, Lin Jing confirmed the location of the abnormal location in space, and suddenly shouted, Hyerna. As the champion of the Shanao League, Hyerna's wisdom is undoubtedly the top existence. She has been watching and waiting for Lin Jing. The first time she heard Lin Jing's call, she reacted without even needing Lin Jing to say more. At the touch of the elf ball with her palm on her waist, Lu Shark had already appeared. Sharona stepped onto the back of the Bite Land Shark first. At the same time, Bite the Land Shark and stick out the dragon's claws, and directly put Lin Jing and Shinado, who were still perceiving, on his back together. Victini and Cresselia followed. Lin Jing's eyes closed tightly, and his voice sounded again. North, go. Roar. The moment his voice fell, the low roar of the fiercely biting land shark sounded, and the incomparably powerful airflow behind him erupted in full speed, and it rushed away without a hitch. All the way north. Bite Blue Shark is an elf with an amazing speed, not to mention, the main elf from the champion trainer is now performing all this. While traveling at full speed, the environment below changes rapidly. Deserts, hills, forests. Further north. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and while rushing on the road, the ice surface gradually emerged below. They are about to reach the northernmost point of this planet. Just as Lai Bite Blue Shark was on its way, when the iceberg could be vaguely seen below, Lin Jing's voice sounded. Bite the land shark, stop. Biting Lu Shark's body fiercely, it hung in the air. Sharona looked around. At the same time, the brilliance in Lin Jing's eyes gradually dissipated, leaving the state of resonance with Shinado. Just as he exited the resonance state, a sense of weakness came from all over his body, and Lin Jing's body softened slightly. Sharona, who was beside him, immediately supported him and said with concern, Lin Jing, are you all right? It's all right. The faint fragrance from the side lingered on the tip of the nose, and the Victini brilliance next to him shone. Energy has poured into Lin Jing's body, and his physical strength was recovering quickly. Lin Jing waved his hand and said, It's just a bit of a consumption. But, it's all worth it. Between the words, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the surroundings. Sharona let go of Lin Jing's hand, her cheeks were slightly rosy, and she said quickly, as the sky jewel hidden in this glacial river. It's not certain if it's the sky orb or not. Lin Jing shook his head slightly, and then said, and it's not hidden in the glacier. Looking at the sky that is almost parallel to Li Bite Blue Shark, Lin Jing said solemnly, if this is really the hiding place of the sky orb, then I can understand why the Fengyuan Alliance has been unable to find it. Because it is indeed in this planet, but in another way, it is not in this space. Sharona was thoughtful. Lin Jing pondered, looked at Sharona beside him, and said directly, Sharona, next, I need your help too. What should I do? Sharona's expression became serious. After my bite shark attacks, have your bite shark follow and attack. The voice fell. Lin Jing lightly touched the elf ball on his waist, and the brilliance flashed, and the figure of fiercely biting Lu Shark appeared beside him. Lin Jing's eyes swept across the sky in front of him, and finally settled on a spot. In the surging superpower, the purple superpower, in the sky he locked, faintly converged into a sign. Sky orb, hidden in the sky. After sighing softly, Lin Jing said softly, Bite Lu Shark fiercely, the target is there, use Yukong/. He paused, then said solemnly, break the sky for me. Roar. Between Lin Jing's instructions, the low roar of the fiercely biting land shark suddenly sounded. At this moment, the armor of time and space appeared all over the body, the arm that bit loose shark raised up, and the space force gathered, slashed down in the direction pointed by Lin Jing. The sub-Kong/ surged up. This is a terrifying blow that can cut through space. With the continuous growth of the fierce bite land shark, this scene has really begun to reproduce. Where Yukong crack passed, unparalleled terrifying power bloomed, faint space cracks flashed, and finally fell on the target. It was a sky that didn't seem unusual. But at the moment when the sub-Kong/ fell and the energy exploded, the brilliance was reflected, blocking the consumption of the sub-Kong fissure. Sharona already understood what Lin Jing meant, and commanded at this time, destroy the death light. Roar. Under the body, the dragon's mouth that fiercely bites the land shark opened, and the turbulent destructive energy condensed. Following the traces passed by the Yukong/, the brilliance full of destructive energy penetrated out, and immediately after the Yukong/, it bombarded. In the sky. Yukong/, destroy the death light. This is a joint effort of two champion-level bite land sharks. When the energy collided, it exploded, and in the sky, the most splendid energy fireworks bloomed. During the outbreak of terrifying power, the abnormal space here was completely broken. At first, only a faint black spot appeared, but in a short while, the black spot spread, and the whole sky turned into a black screen, which seemed to be in another mysterious space. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes swept across the 5.2 shady screen, and finally settled on one of them. There, in the void, an orb that contained considerable power and bloomed with grass-green brilliance was slowly spinning. That's the sky orb. The same planet. Now, Mikri was riding on the carp dragon and was on his way quickly. At this moment, the precise instrument in his hand for searching suddenly vibrated extremely violently. This is. Mickey raised the instrument and looked at the screen above. I saw that on the screen, in the most northerly direction, the light spots were constantly shining. Sky orb appeared. With a change of heart, M.I. Kelly controlled the tyrannical carp dragon and sped up his actions. Fangyuan star field. As the ripples circulated, Chao Meng's figure slowly emerged. Beside him, Celebi and Dream appeared together. You stay away. After appearing, Chao Meng first spoke. As soon as the words fell, it looked towards the front. I saw that at the far end, there was a huge figure, stepping on the wreckage of the planet, moving forward in the sea of stars. Chapter 179 Super Mewtwo X debuts. The guidance of the sky orb, the trace of Groudon appears. On the side, when I heard Cheomung's voice, Dream and Celebi looked at each other, but did not refute, and took the initiative to retreat a little to the back, hiding in the sea of stars. Mewtwo's eyes were fixed on the front. That incomparably huge figure, the whole body is red, with black lines. It stepped on the wreckage of the planet, and its momentum was extremely amazing. Is this the top legendary elves in the Fangyuan star region? According to what Lin Jing said, it should be called Groudon, the divine beast elf that holds the power of the earth, Groudon. As the thoughts turned over, a hint of fighting intent appeared in Cheomung's eyes. Let me take a look at the difference between the legendary elves in the Fangyuan star region. When the thoughts in his heart turned, at this moment, Chao Meng no longer concealed his power, and its whole body, turbulent superpower, rushed straight ahead. On the way forward. In the whole body of Cheomung, the dazzling light of evolution has risen, and in a short moment, its appearance has undergone great changes. Its body seems to have grown taller, and an armor-like existence emerges around its body. Mewtwo's Mega Evolution form. Super Mewtwo X. Wrapped in an unparalleled terrifying aura, Chao Meng turned into a beam of light in the sea of stars, rushing towards the huge figure. Remote. Groudon, who was walking on the wreckage of the planet, felt it. At this moment, Its fierce gaze was fixed on Chao Meng's body. Looking at the sky orb that finally revealed his true body, Lin Jing slowly exhaled, and the superpower 26 surged around the sky orb and took it back. Soon, the sky orb was brought back and hung in front of Lin Jing. Lin Jing looked at it and said softly, "This sky orb is hidden in a special space entrusted to this planet, and that special space does not have any entrance at all, so it is no wonder that the Fang Yuan Alliance has been unable to find it. If I hadn't been in contact with Palkia many times, my perception of space power is very keen. I'm afraid the super perception just now would not have been able to detect it." Sharona nodded slightly, with a hint of amazement in her tone, and said softly, "Fang Yuan Alliance, I owe you a big favor this time. No matter how far the situation develops, if the sky orb is found, at least everything has a countermeasure." At this time, the communicator that Sharona carried with her vibrated urgently. Sharona connected the communication. In the communication screen, it was Makori who appeared. At this moment, he was on his way at full speed, and said quickly, "Miss Sharona, the sky orb has appeared in the northernmost." Mickey stopped abruptly before he could finish speaking. Because at this moment, Sharona turned the camera of the communicator and aimed at the sky orb in front of Lin Jing. "This is..." Makori's eyes suddenly fixed on the top. He took a deep breath, and then said, "The sky orb, have you found it already?" Sharona nodded slightly. During the turn of the camera, Sharona pointed the camera at Lin Jing and said seriously, "Lin Jing came up with a suitable method and successfully found the existence of the sky orb." "The right way." Makori's eyes were fixed on Lin Jing, recalling the terrifying superpower he felt not long ago, and he had a new understanding of the new quasi-celestial king who had met for the first time in front of him. He said quickly, "Successfully found the sky orb. My mission is also considered a perfect completion. I want to come to Dao to know this news. I will be very happy." Lin Jing nodded slightly. He looked at the orb in front of him and pondered, how should this sky orb be used? Hearing this, Mikri said quickly, "According to the legends, the trainer who finds the sky orb will have the qualification to wake up the sleeping Lai Kongzai. And if you want to wake up Lai Kongzai, you have to go to the depths of Xinghai, to a hidden place in Xinghai." Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. "Feng Yuan Xingyu, do you have accurate information?" Michael shook his head. "We have been searching for the sky orb for a long time, and this is the first time we have actually seen this orb." King Lin Jingtian. "Perhaps only you, who have truly found the sky orb, are qualified to know the secret place where Risikusa slept." Lin Jing nodded thoughtfully. "Sharona, Lin Jing, I will report this good news to Dao immediately. Not long ago, I got the news that Team Rocket and Team Lava launched raids on the Alliance branches of various planets at the same time, trying to disrupt the Alliance. Now, there is finally good news." Sharona nodded slightly. Communication was hung up. She looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing was looking at the sky orb in front of him and seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing this, Sharona suppressed what she wanted to say and waited quietly. After taking a careful look at the sky orb, Lin Jing recalled Mikri's words. As the trainer who found the sky orb qualified to awaken Lai Kongzai. In that case, a special brilliance shone in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Jing merged not only superpowers, but also other abilities he possessed. The brilliance of various abilities converged together and merged into an extremely special power, reflecting the sky orb. Under the light of the brilliance, the sky orb, which originally only radiated a faint light, suddenly became bright at this moment. In the dazzling brilliance flashing, the brilliance of the sky jewels reflected, and the strange brilliance flowed, and pictures came into view. The vast sea of stars. Diffuse nebula. In the sea of stars, in a cosmic wonder hidden in the depths of the sea of stars, there is a huge figure, in a deep sleep together. It is the legendary king of the sky, Lai Kongzai. The screen stopped abruptly. Everything returned to calm. While Lin Jing tried to pour his own energy into it, a star map would emerge in his heart, guiding him to find the exact interstellar coordinates of the place where Lai Kong was sleeping. After getting acquainted, Lin Jing held the sky orb and calmed down. Aside, Sharona said quickly, "Lin Jing, did you gain anything?" This, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and asked back, "Sharona, can't you see it?" Huh. Sharona's expression was a little puzzled. Seeing this, Lin Jing understood and explained, "After I poured the special power I mastered into it, I successfully activated this sky orb. The information contained in this sky orb is known to me. But looking at it now, the information contained in this sky orb can only be viewed by me who really found it, and no one else can know." Having said this, his expression became a little more serious. Bulardo has woken up, and as time goes by, it is expected that Kyogre will most likely wake up from his slumber. This battle involving legendary elves is imminent. It's not too late. Hyerna, we immediately head to the location indicated in the sky orb. Good. The elves returned to the Pokeball, and Lin Jing and Sharona boarded the back of Sharona's Bite Land Shark. At the same time, through the small controller they carry, they are parked in the autopilot of the Nightmare God in the distance, close to their current position. Bite-Loo Shark and the Nightmare God were advancing at the same time, bursting out at full speed, and in a very short time, they had already boarded the Nightmare God. 510 The next moment. The Nightmare God soared into the sky and climbed into the sea of stars. Under the guidance that Lin Jing obtained through the sky orb, he quickly rushed to the sleeping place where Lai Kong sat, the legendary king of the sky. Fengyu and Xingyu video conference room. At this moment, the separate communication was connected, and Mikri's face appeared on the video screen, with a hint of excitement on his expression. Dao, King Lin Jingtian from the Shanao Star region, successfully found the location of the sky orb. Now, he and Sharona should have set off, rushed to the place where Lai Kongzai was sleeping, and tried to wake up the Rift Kongzai. Good. After hearing Michael's report, Daigo's expression showed a look of joy. With a mind and no heart, the Lava Team and the Rockets conspired to plot this conspiracy. Even if the Fangyuan Alliance responded extremely quickly and entered a state of combat readiness, it was still frustrated everywhere. Team Lava and Team Rocket can carry out their own conspiracy without any scruples. However, the Fangyuan Alliance also needs to take into account the safety of the entire Fangyuan star field, and this is the gap between the two. Now, the existence of the sky orb has been successfully found. In Dao's opinion, it will undoubtedly give the entire Fangyuan Alliance an extra trump card that can turn the tables at the most critical moment. Don't bother them next, let them concentrate on their actions. Hopefully, Sharona and that King Lin Jingtian can successfully find where Lai Kong sits. Having said that, Dao paused for a moment, and just wanted to continue to say something. Just then, in the interstellar spaceship he was in, behind him, a researcher suddenly exclaimed, "Your Honor, we have found the exact location of Groudon. But it seems a little different from what we imagined. There are other divine beasts and spirits present." Chapter 180 The Sword of the Cliff That Runs Through the Galaxy, Unexpected Visitor, Deoxys, Reinforcements and Reinforcements. What's the situation? Please elaborate. Your Excellency Champion, please take a look. A sound fell, the screen on the spacecraft was turned, and a video screen appeared. At the same time, the researcher quickly said, "A moment ago, our exploration machine scanned an extremely terrifying energy intersection, so it was confirmed that the solid where Rado is. But, in addition to Groudon, there is an unknown elf with equally terrifying combat power. It is fighting with Groudon." In the video screen, everything has played out. Daigo's eyes were fixed on the top. In the picture, Groudon stepped on the wreckage of the planet and stopped slightly in the sea of stars. In front of it, there is an elf, with unimaginable terrifying superpowers all over his body, in the sea of stars, like an aurora swept forward, quickly approaching Groudon. Just as it moved forward, Groudon's eyes flashed a fierce color, and as the energy surged, his right paw suddenly raised and slammed down. At the moment of its swing. In the emptiness of the sea of stars, under the path of the unknown elves, in the emptiness of the sea of stars, amid the surging energy, there is a cliff that blooms with terrifying energy brilliance, climbing out of the sea of stars, growing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it has grown to a distance of tens of thousands of meters, and it is still continuing, almost running through the galaxy. There is amazing energy inside. Groudon's beast exclusive skill, the Sword of the Cliff. The terrifying Sword of the Cliff had determined the path forward of the unknown elves, and attacked from the bottom up. At this moment, in the picture, an incomparably bright brilliance bloomed in the eyes of the unknown elf, looking down. The terrifying spiritual blade composed of superpower suddenly took shape, spread, and came into contact with the Sword of the Cliff below. This is superpower, and the collision of the power of the earth. At the moment of contact, when the terrifying energy inside exploded, everything around was shattered and annihilated. At the same time, facing the aftermath that spread, the picture also shattered at this moment. Afterwards, the picture is reversed, and the camera seems to be zoomed out a bit. Obviously, in the aftermath just now, the machine that was originally filmed has also been annihilated. In the picture, the aftermath is still surging, and at this moment, the figure of the unknown elf is in the aftermath, the right fist is clenched, the superpower is gathered, and at this moment, it has crossed the sea of stars, and is heading towards Groudon. Shock away. Groudon's arms were raised. Next moment, these two figures with a huge gap in size, in the sea of stars, launched the most substantial collision. Between the contact between the two, a more terrifying aftermath spread. Dao's brows furrowed into a ball, and thoughts flashed in his mind, thinking about the identity of this unknown elf. At this moment, the researcher quickly said, "Your Excellency Champion, it's more than that." Huh. Daigo's eyes continued to be delivered on the screen. After landing on the video screen again, Dao's eyes suddenly froze. In the collision between the unknown elf and Groudon, at the far end of the screen, in the corner, among the ripples flashing, a figure slowly emerged. It was a figure with a rather special shape. After it appeared, Dao suddenly recognized its identity. Deoxys. How could it be here? Deoxys is an elf who lives in the sea of stars in the universe. As the champion of the Fang Yuan Alliance, Dao has a lot of knowledge, so he naturally understands it. What is the purpose of Deoxys' appearance? The moment the thought arises, Dao's doubts have been answered. After appearing, Deoxys' target fell directly on the unknown elf who was colliding with Groudon. The appearance of Deoxys' body has changed, and it has transformed into an attacking form. Multiple arms are condensed in front of him, and the energy is gathered into a group, and then he suddenly fires at the unknown elf in the eyes of Dao. The video stops abruptly here. Is Deoxys' target actually that unknown elf? Is it also part of the Lava and Rocket's plans? As the thoughts in my mind turned sharply, Dao said quickly, "Turn the direction immediately and head towards the location where Groudon is fighting. Since we have found its existence, no matter what the identity of the unknown elf is, it is fighting against Groudon, that is, it is standing by our side invisibly, and immediately go to reinforcements." Yes. Give me the communication between Kona and Du. At this moment, the picture in front of him was reversed and divided into two ends, and the figures of Kona and Du appeared in one end respectively. Daigo, how is the situation? Send the video to them. After whispering, after the video screen transmission was completed, Dao said, "We have determined the exact location of Groudon, but the situation is a bit unexpected. There is an unknown elf fighting with Groudon." His voice fell. On the other side, listening to his voice and opening the video at the same time, Kona's expression changed slightly, shaking. "Super Dream. Is this a special form of Mewtwo?" Dao looked at her suddenly. "Super Dream. King Kona, do you know this unknown elf?" Kona's expression was serious, and he nodded again and again. "Its origin is quite special, but some time ago, we joined forces with the Shinao Alliance to fight against the Rockets, and it was the participation of Chow Meng. So, this unknown elf is completely on our side. Watt nodded. Korna thought for a moment, seemed to think of something, and said quickly, has this news been passed on to Sharona and Lin Jing? Compared to us, the Shanao Alliance and Cheomeng have a closer relationship. Among them, King Lin Jingtian, who came with Sharona, is the one who is responsible for communicating with Cheomeng. Is that so? Dao looked back and said quickly, send this video and let them know the current situation. Then, he looked back. Kona, you can stop what you are doing now. We have found the trace of Groudon. We have a new target. Intercept Groudon. Don't let it meet another legendary elf Kyogre, lest the war between them will cause damage to the entire Fengyuan star field. Irreparable damage. Quote. Xylona and Lin Jing have found the sky orb and are looking for Lai Kongzai. We are about to have the last means of restraint. Good. Kona and Du's response sounded. Video communication hangs up. The spaceship that Dao was on had already turned its direction. At the same time, while the screen in front of him kept flashing, Dao and other Heavenly King-level trainers in Fengyuan Starfield completed the communication. After everything was over, his gaze turned to the vast sea of stars outside. His eyes sank slightly, and Dao said softly to himself. Groudon, Mewtwo, Deoxys. Is this also part of Team Lava and Team Rocket's plans? Nightmare God. Following the instructions from the sky orb, the Nightmare God was moving fast. Just then, Zyrna's communicator received the video file, synchronized it to the big screen of the Nightmare God, and played it. As soon as the picture started, Lin Jing and Sharona's eyes were frozen at the same time. Mewtwo, who was separated from them not long ago. And Groudon, who was desperately sought by the Fate Star region. At this moment, Mewtwo, who evolved into Super Mewtwo X, has already started a battle with Groudon. His eyes fell on the top, and Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder I can't sense the aura of Chow Meng. It turns out that it has detected Groudon and took the initiative to find it. Lin Jing was not worried about Cheomeng. Under the super evolution, Mewtwo is in its current strongest form. In comparison, Groudon, which has not returned to the original, is not currently in its heyday. However, get money. As the video screen changed, Lin Jing's expression changed slightly. His gaze was fixed on Deoxys, who appeared mysteriously at the end of the video and attacked Mewtwo. Sharona was also keenly aware of this point. She suddenly thought of something, her expression changed slightly, and she whispered, "This is the Deoxys who fought with Cheomeng in the Shanao star field before the elf exam." The appearance of the two divine beast spirits attracted the attention of the Shanao Alliance at that time. Lin Jing was the real witness, and Zyrna knew this very well. It should be the Deoxys. That battle should end with the victory of Chow Meng. However, it seems that the injury of the Deoxys has healed. It obviously sensed the existence of Mewtwo and chose to shoot at this time to repay the revenge of the defeat at that time. As the thoughts flashed rapidly, Lin Jing's eyes had a hint of worry, and he looked at Sharona, on the premise of 1 against 2, facing Groudon, who controls the power of the earth, and the very strange himself. Deoxys, Mewtwo may not be able to get out of it. Hyarna. We need to go and reinforce Mewtwo. Chapter 181 The Dream God and Hyarna who went to reinforce, Darkrai who traveled in the Star Sea, the raid of Deoxys. Lin Jing's mood was filled with waves, and his tone was unusually urgent. The fighting power of the beast spirit is extraordinary. But, when faced with the existence of the same level, even the beast spirit may be injured because of it. For a long time, the relationship between him and Chow Meng has been steadily improving. According to the introduction of the treasure box system, Chow Meng will come to rescue him when he encounters a crisis. What about Lin Jing? Of course he does too. When Chow Meng may be in danger, he will never let this arrogant friend go, but will choose to help as soon as possible. Sharona heard the concern and worry in Lin Jing's tone, and comforted. Super Dream is not going alone, and there are Dream and Celebi beside it. Heard. Lin Jing shook his head and said, although Celebi has the ability to travel through time and space, his combat power is probably completely out of the question in a battle of this level. Dream. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Dream's actual combat power should be quite unique among illusionary beasts, qualified to participate in this level of battle. But Dream itself may not have enough combat experience. Facing such an opponent, the role it can play should be relatively limited. Between the words, Lin Jing's mood calmed down, and the thoughts in his mind turned sharply. He looked at Sharona and said, Sharona, please. Huh. Sharona's eyes focused. The two looked at each other. Lin Jing never avoided Sharona's gaze. On the bright side, there are Groudon, Deoxys, and in the dark, there is Team Lava, Team Rocket, and even Kyogre, who may show up with him. In the entire Fang 725th star region, chaos is increasing frequently, and there may be other forces intervening. In this case, we must continue to strengthen our own strength, which is the most rational choice. Lai Kongzai, we must look for it. It has the ability to stop the battle between Groudon and Kyogre, and it may exert great power at a critical moment. At present, only I can receive the guidance of the Sky Orb. I can't go to reinforce Mewtwo in person. In that case, I will ask you. Between words. Lin Jing said softly, Cresselia. As the brilliance flickered, Cresselia appeared beside him and looked at Lin Jing. Cresselia, please, go with Hyarna to reinforce Mewtwo. Super Dream. Cresselia's eyes flashed with brilliance, as that arrogant guy. Leave it to me. Cresselia, as an existence with a powerful force, is also very terrifying in combat power. And, from Lin Jing's point of view, Cresselia also has various healing methods, and it is the most suitable as reinforcement. Lin Jing turned his head and looked over his shoulder. Victini's figure was also revealed. Victini, you are with me too. At a critical time, don't keep your power and provide blessings for our own elves. Victini nodded seriously, fluttering his body, from Lin Jing's body to Sharona's shoulder. As the champion of the Shanao League, Xyrna's victorious aura, CGFH, is not as special as Lin Jing's, but it is also very strong. Sharona watched this scene quietly. Lin Jing pondered and took out the space backpack on the side. In the end, he took out an item in the space backpack. It was a flute in the shape of a conch. Ocarina of Lugia. Holding the flute of Lugia, Lin Jing handed it to Sharona and said calmly, Sharona, this is a token left by the king of the Lugia family. If the situation reaches an irreversible point, and I haven't come back, blow it, the king of the Lugia clan, the real sea god will come to help. Sharona glanced at the conch in Lin Jing's hand, then looked at Lin Jing and frowned. Lin Jing, what about you? Sky Orb, although it is a special item that can awaken Lai Kongzai, but who knows what Lai Kongzai's temperament is, and how will he treat you after awakening? This kind of trump card level props, you should keep them to protect yourself. It's all right. Lin Jing waved his hand and said meaningfully, Sharona, my cards are more than you think. If all goes well, the Ocarina of Lugia should not be used either. Promise me, bring Cresselia and them, and immediately go to the battlefield of Mewtwo and Groudon to reinforce Mewtwo. Lin Jing's tone was calm. Me and Cheomung have formed a deep friendship since the initial contact, and I don't want it to fall into danger. Sharona stared at Lin Jing for more than 10 seconds. In the end, she took the Ocarina of Lugia, nodded earnestly and said, I understand, leave everything to me. Lin Jing smiled slightly, and walked towards the cabin door under Sharona's attention. Nightmare God, also leave it to you, rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. Rotom, then follow Sharona's instructions to control the spaceship. Looking at his back, Sharona said, what about you? Lin Jing, how did you find Lai Kongzai? Lin Jing's laughter sounded. Hyarna, have you forgotten? Huh. In Sharona's doubts, the hatch opened. Lin Jing stepped out and stepped into the sea of stars. Under him, the faint black smoke condensed into a special defensive barrier, allowing Lin Jing to move freely in the sea of stars. At the same time, on Lin Jing's side, the dark brilliance swept out and quickly condensed. Nightmare God, Darkrai has appeared. I have Darkrai by my side. After Darkrai's figure appeared, he used his own strength to protect Lin Jing, and in this sea of stars, while speeding up, he fled away. Sharona watched Lin Jing and Darkrai disappear completely. The hatch has been closed. She put away the ocarina of Lugia very solemnly, looked at Cresselia, the god of dreams in front of her, and at Victini, who was hanging in the air, and suddenly said, I seem to understand something. The relationship between Lin Jing and you is over. As soon as the words fell, her expression became serious, and her original worried expression completely disappeared. At this moment, the champion trainer of Shanao Starfield, showing her own bearing and fierceness, said solemnly, next, we have only one goal. Quote. Reinforce Mewtwo. Rotom. Sharona's voice sounded, and the calm voice contained a different style. Start the space transition, we have to go to the battlefield of Mewtwo and Groudon as soon as possible. Between Rotom's response, the space transition started. Ripples during the turbulence, the Nightmare God completely disappeared in this sea of stars. In the sea of stars. Under the protection of Darkrai, according to the guidance of the Sky Orb, Lin Jing and Darkrai moved quickly in the sea of stars. This is the first time that Lin Jing has really traveled long distances in Shanghai with his real body. It's a completely different experience than flying on a starship. On the way, Lin Jing's gaze turned and looked at Darkrai beside him. Through superpower, he said in his heart, Darklay, remember that when we first met, you were like now, protecting me and Shanado, and moving forward in the intersection of time and space. There were waves in Darkrai's eyes. There is no doubt that for Lin Jing and Darkrai, it was the most dangerous one in their past experiences. In the face of the two gods of time and space who are fighting furiously, in a special space like the intersection of time and space, trying to escape seems to have become an extravagant hope. Withdrawing his gaze towards Darkrai, Lin Jing looked at the vast sea of stars around him, and said to himself in his heart, Team Lava, Team Rocket. Grado, Kyogre, Deoxys. Fangyuan Star territory is really wonderful. Is there a storm coming? So what? I am no longer the original rookie trainer. As Darkrai moved forward at full speed, he was getting closer and closer to where the Sky Orb was pointing. Fangyuan Star Field. A certain space wormhole is guarded by Alliance personnel. At this moment, outside the wormhole, indistinct ripples flickered and quickly escaped. After leaving a certain distance, the Temple of the Sea appeared, and Manaphy stuck her head out. Fangyuan Xingyu, what happened? Thoughts flashed on its face, then shook its head. Go find my old friend first. I don't know if it woke up from its slumber. Within the battlefield. At the same time as Mewtwo and Groudon collided, Deoxys appeared and attacked. The ball of light containing amazing energy swept across the sea of stars and swept away towards Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng was aware of it, but it couldn't be too distracted when dealing with an existence like Groudon. The barrier was condensed as the superpower surged. But the moment before its super energy barrier condenses, the energy light sphere is blocked. In the void, as the ripples flickered, a small figure emerged from the sea of stars. Fearlessly stopped at the front end of the energy light ball. Chapter 182 God to God, Fantasy to Fantasy, Sakaji's Courage, the original return to Groudon. The figure that intercepted the front of the energy light ball was a dream. At this moment, the dreamy body is slightly curled up, and the superpower surrounds it, quickly consuming the energy of the energy light ball. Dream, as a strange existence that can learn almost all elf skills, the real combat power is definitely not low. Its combat experience is inevitably weaker, but at some critical moments, it is also enough to play an amazing role. Remote. Xiaomeng clearly saw this. Its eyes narrowed slightly, the superpower surged, and the spirit was broken, and it was displayed at this moment. The exclusive skills from Cheomung bloomed with its unique terrifying power in the vast sea of stars in the Fengyuan star field. Mewtwo and Groudon are within easy reach, not to mention, with Groudon's huge stature, he can't easily evade Mewtwo's attack. The spiritual breakthrough bloomed brilliantly in the sea of stars, and the unparalleled super shockwave slammed, bombarded Raido's body. And it slammed down towards Mewtwo. Cheomung is not afraid, the sharp blade of the spirit is condensed, attached to his arm, and the Xinghai is the battlefield. These two gods and beasts who will never be afraid of battle, launch the second round of collision. At the same time. Another side. After Dream intercepted Deoxys' attack, Deoxys' eyes were fixed on Dream. Old days. On the eve of the elf meeting, Cheomung, who had just arrived in the Shanao Star territory, encountered Deoxys, and the two fought a battle in the Sea of Stars. In that battle, Cheomung won the final victory. Deoxys suffered a lot of trauma, and chose to leave the Shanao Star territory and recover quietly. Now, when Mewtwo's aura erupted in the face of Groudon, it immediately sensed the opponent who had defeated itself, and had just arrived at the beginning of the battle. Now, the Dream is in the front. Despite the differences in the auras of Dream and Mewtwo, in Deoxys' perception, the two also share the same aspects. Its gaze was focused on Dream, and while its shape changed, it launched an attack again. The eyes that have always been kind and dreamy, at this moment, finally showed a hint of seriousness. As an elf that has survived countless years, Dream is indeed lacking in combat experience, but in the long years, it has seen too much, never feared, never dodged. At this moment, Dream and Cheomung have become comrades in arms. Mewtwo vs Groudon. Fantasy vs Deoxys. Mythical beasts versus mythical beasts. Phantom beasts versus phantom beasts. In this sea of stars, of brazen war. A certain distance away from Groudon. Several spaceships have turned on the hidden state, quietly suspended in the sea of stars, and observe the battle in the sea of stars through remote means. This is the spaceship of Team Rocket and Team Lava. Now, leading into the spaceship at the forefront, Kai Yansong's expression was slightly gloomy. His eyes suddenly turned to Sakagi, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Sakagi, what's the situation? Do you know the identity of that unknown elf? Is it the trump card of the Fangyuan Alliance? Or is it a means you prepared? The cooperation between us has just begun. Are you going to break it with your own hands?" His tone was extremely serious. From his point of view, just after Cheomung appeared and took the initiative to find Groudon, Sakagi issued an order to quickly withdraw the spaceships of both sides. Cheomung, as a war weapon secretly manufactured by Team Rocket, was in a state of complete secrecy in the early stage of its manufacture, and the outside world did not know it. And after Cheomung saw through the essence of the rockets, after choosing to leave, it became a shame for the rockets, and naturally they would not disclose it to the outside world. Therefore, in addition to the Guandu Star territory, for trainers who have personally contacted Cheomung in the Shanao Star territory, for other star territories, Cheomung is the real, unknown elves. Hearing Kai Yansong's serious tone, Sakagi looked at him. "Kai Yansong, do you only measure these things?" Sakagi's eyes turned, and his eyes became gloomy. "This is not the trump card of the Fangyuan Alliance, nor is it my method. This elf is called Cheomung. It and our rockets are in a state of mutual hatred. I don't know why it is here, even with the Dream. The origin of the Deoxys is also a question." Speaking of this, Sakagi's expression became more serious. "Some things may be beyond our control." Kai Yansong's glasses flashed with brilliance. Sakagi folded his hands and said softly, "Since the chaotic situation in the Fangyuan Star region has already begun, let's make it more chaotic. Reborn in the broken, maybe you can better fulfill the ideal of your lava team." Having said this, Sakagi whispered, "Apollo, take that thing out." Behind it. Team Rocket cadre, Apollo took out an item in the space backpack while he nodded slightly. That. It was a special device that placed the fragments of the vermilion orb. After Team Rocket and Team Lava awakened Groudon through the complete vermilion orb, at the beginning of their distrust of each other, the orb was separated again, and both sides were in charge at the same time. Kai Yansong watched his movements, his eyes condensed slightly. "Sakagi, what do you mean?" Sakagi didn't respond, just waved towards Apollo. While beckoning, Apollo held a special device and handed it directly to Kai Yansong. Sakagi's expression was calm, his eyes became deeper and deeper, and he whispered, "Kai Yansong, I am different from you. Fangyuan Star Territory is the site that your lava team has painstakingly accumulated for a long time. Groudon is like a totem for your lava team. And for me, for our rockets, coming to Fangyuan Star Territory is just a reward for the League." The rockets were badly damaged and of course charged the League with something in return. "Now, the real orb is in your hands. Kai Yansong, don't let me down." Kai Yansong saw the fragment of the orb handed in front of him, and at this moment, a rare silence fell. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Sakagi and said solemnly, "Sakagi, I underestimate your courage. If my wish is fulfilled, I can promise that in the Fangyuan Star region, there will also be a place for your rocket team. Ask for flowers." After saying a word, he waved his hand. At the same time, a subordinate of the lava team stepped forward and took out the device that placed another part of the orb fragment. As the two devices approached, the orb fragments inside bloomed with dazzling brilliance, seemingly attracting each other. The next moment, the devices were opened at the same time, and the orb fragments in the two devices were attracted by each other, and they were suspended in the air, and suddenly condensed together in midair. Between the fusion of the orb fragments, there are still many cracks above. However, over time, the cracks are gradually mending. Sakagi looked at this scene and said calmly, "Kai Yansong, I wish you good luck. Next, we have to watch your lava team perform." As soon as the words fell, he led a group of rocket team members, did not stop, and returned to the spaceship to which he belonged. Kai Yansong watched his back go away. Then, he looked at the orb in front of him that had been completely fused and had no cracks. At this moment, he took off his eyes for the first time, and his deep eyes focused on the orb. The legendary elves that hold the power of the earth, are they really so easy to control? Squinting his eyes slightly, Kai Yansong seemed to be muttering to himself, as if saying to the person beside him, "Sakagi, I underestimated you, and you underestimated me." At this moment, he walked to the side. In the witness of the subordinates of the lava team, the special hatch was opened, Kai Yansong grabbed the orb, and a slightly painful expression appeared on his face the moment he touched it. But immediately, the scarlet orb was thrown directly into the sea of stars by him. In Kai Yansong's expression, there was a hint of fanatical expectation. "Let me see, the real god of the earth at the peak." The orb fell into the sea of stars. At this moment, an incomparably dazzling brilliance bloomed above the orb. Then, as if attracted by something, the orb escaped into the void and disappeared in an instant. In the sea of stars, the battle between Mewtwo and Groudon continues. At this moment, Groudon stepped on the wreckage of the planet, and in his fierce eyes, a longing expression flashed past, its body vibrated, and a roar sounded. In the void, there was a vermilion orb that slowly fell. "This is..." Chao Meng's expression changed slightly. The next moment, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Groudon's body, the power of the earth spread and swept across, and Chao Meng's arms crossed, blocking him. Its gaze remained on Groudon. When the orb fell, it melted into Groudon's body, and an incomparably bright brilliance bloomed on this behemoth. Groudon. The original is back. Chapter 36. When I woke up, my home was gone, Tyrannosaurus vs Cobby Beast. The body of the tyrannical carp dragon is quite large. As the leader elf, its size is even more terrifying. It hangs in the air and looks like it covers the sky. Now, it's night. However, as the roar of the tyrannical carp dragon came out, the surrounding elves who had fallen asleep were awakened, and subconsciously left the vicinity in a hurry. Roar! The fierce carp dragon's ferocious face was even more angry, and the anger was soaring to the sky. It is an elf that is very easy to anger, not to mention the experience of being captured is really disgraceful. In the space-time distortion area, I am not the opponent of the Gengar, I just need to be defeated. The fruit I wanted to snatch disappeared, and I was captured when I was completely confused. Then, was confined to that space. Although his injury was later healed, in addition to the increased probability of catching the elves, the advanced ball also has an amazing restriction on elves. After successfully subduing, even if the tyrannical carp dragon recovers from the injury, it cannot leave the high-level ball without Lin Jing's permission. Now, finally being able to appear in the high-level ball, the anger of the dragon that had been suppressed for a long time was finally released. As the roar spread far, the storm carp dragon's eyes suddenly turned to the four directions. It's looking for the human who captured it. But another side. After the small hill, Lin Jing released the flash cerulean the moment he released the tyrannical carp dragon. Now, flash cerulean's body shone with deep purple brilliance, and together with Lin Jing's superpower, it obscured her own existence. Under the influence of superpowers, their aura was obscured, their sense of existence fell to the lowest level, and even the connection between the advanced ball and the tyrannical carp dragon was temporarily blocked. Roar! Not discovering the human beings who captured him, the tyrannical carp dragon became even more angry. Its dragon mouth was slightly open, and the rays of light full of destructive aura condensed in its mouth, and then suddenly spit out toward the ground. Destroy the dead light. Boom, 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 boom. The destruction of death light bombarded the ground, and the explosion happened suddenly. Rocks smashed, the ground cracked, and in the terrifying blasting room, huge potholes appeared one after another on the ground, and the destructive power was amazing. Tyrannosaurus is venting its anger in an all-round way. Driven by anger, it just wants to destroy everything around it. Boom! Just as the aftermath of the explosion swept the surrounding area, in the smoke and dust surging on the ground, vaguely, a huge shadow appeared in the smoke and dust. At this moment, another sound is not inferior to the violent carp dragon, and the roar of inner anger resounds in the smoke. The tyrannical carp dragon turned his gaze and looked over. In the smoke, a huge figure stepped out and revealed Kirby. Boss Kirbymon. At this moment, the naive expression of the Kirby beast disappeared, its small eyes narrowed into a line angrily, and its face was full of sternness and anger. Kirbymon is an elf that sleeps very soundly once it falls asleep. This kibby had just tasted the perfect meal and fell asleep, and wanted to sleep comfortably. As the leader elf, in this area, there are no other elves to provoke it. Normally, with normal momentum, it is impossible to wake Kirby Beast at all. But the roar of the tyrannical carp dragon, the destructive power of the tyrannical carp dragon, is amazing. During the successive terrifying explosions, even Kirby had to wake up from its sleep. At the first sight after waking up, the leader Kirbymon saw another scene of his own madness. The home where I have been living has been destroyed. It was full of potholes, and the surroundings were in a mess, no matter what the hometown in memory could not match. It's like eating hot pot and singing songs, and suddenly being robbed by hemp bandits. Kirby was furious to the extreme, and quickly found the culprit. The huge tyrannical carp dragon in the sky was too conspicuous. In the smoke and dust, the Kirby beast stepped out, and while the ground trembled, it looked at the tyrannical carp dragon. The Tyrannosaurus carp dragon's gaze shifted, looking at Kirbymon. One full of anger is venting. Excited about the destruction of a home. At this moment, without any hesitation, Kirbymon and Tyrannosaurus began to fight. As the power of destruction condensed, the Kirby beast opened its mouth, and the next second, the light shot straight away. Destroy the dead light. On the other side, the tyrannical carp dragon never hesitated, the energy in the dragon's mouth surged and attacked at the same time. Destruction of the Deadlight vs. Destruction of the Deadlight. From the air and the ground, two rays of light full of destructive aura bombarded together. Then, boom! The energy hits and bursts suddenly. In mid-air, the aftermath of terrifying energy swept around and spread to the surroundings, and the ground opened up, as if a layer of it had been eliminated. With two elves at the center, the ground collapses. The collision that destroys the Deathlight is just the beginning. In the next moment, the fierce carp dragon's hideous face became more and more angry, and it suddenly rushed towards the Kirby beast. After the hill. Confirming that the two boss elves had completely fought, Lin Jing quietly probed over. He looked at the two elves. After successfully capturing the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, this was the first time it was released, and the first time I saw its true face. Now, when the mind moves slightly, the ability of Wisdom Eye is activated. The level of Kirbymon still cannot be checked. But, perhaps because it has been captured, the information of the tyrannical carp dragon clearly caught my eye. Open black lens bracket Tyrannosaurus, leader, close black lens bracket. Level LV52. Introduction. It is considered to be the true body of the dragon contained in the ancient book. In the literature, there are records of it spewing hot rays from its mouth and burning down the village. Attribute: water, flight. Characteristics: intimidation, overconfidence. Qualification: quasi-Tianwang class. Currently mastered skills: bite, stare, tornado, crash, crazy, leap, tide spin, frozen teeth, salt water, ghost face, waterfall climbing, crush, rain, water tail, dragon dance, water cannon, storm, make a scene, destroy the Deadlight. The aptitude of this tyrannical carp dragon is unexpectedly good. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Unfortunately, I still won't obey my orders, otherwise, in the elf meeting, it is an invincible combat power. Thoughts flickered. Lin Jing's eyes were suddenly fixed in front of him. Look around. I saw that in the aftermath of the destruction of the Deathlight, the figure of the tyrannical carp dragon rushed forward, and attacked directly towards the Kirby beast. The Kirby beast was fearless, strode forward, and stepped out step by step. The ground trembled violently. After the distance between the two reaches a certain level. During the roar of the tyrannical carp dragon, its body turned over, and on the tail of the dragon, a sharp current of water surrounded it, and slammed towards the Kirby beast. The dragon's tail pierced through the sky, bringing bursts of gusts of wind. Sip. An amazing collision sound came out. The Tyrannosaurus's tail slammed onto Kirbymon's body without any obstruction. Kirby's eyes narrowed even more, and there was a hint of pain on his face. However, it itself is an elf with rough skin and flesh to the extreme, and the pain has inspired its anger. Facing the tail that was so close at hand, the Kirby beast grabbed the tail with his right hand. Then, its body fell to the ground. With the help of the huge inertia of its own terrifying weight, the power exploded, and at the same time as the Kirby beast fell, the body of the tyrannical carp dragon that was originally in the air was directly pulled down and smashed to the ground. The first one is sent. Ask for evaluation tickets and flowers. Chapter 37 Ground Fisher, Crazy Battle, Teleportation. Two elves with such a huge size hit the ground at the same time. Like an earthquake coming. The ground was shaking constantly, and under the strong impact, the ground cracked. There is an abyss that is at least tens of meters deep, spreading around from the center of the battle between the two elves. Tyrannosaurus was covered in smoke and dust. Its eyes faintly glowed with a hint of crimson, and it looked more and more crazy. During the frantic struggle of the dragon's body, the dragon's tail of the tyrannical carp dragon broke free from the hands of the Kirby beast. The body swirled, the air above the fierce face opened, and the inside of the ape teeth bloomed with frost-like colors. Then, it bit on the body of Kirby. Frozen teeth. As soon as it took a bite, the Kirby beast let out a painful roar. On its face, there was no trace of honesty. It climbed up from the ground and charged towards the tyrannical carp dragon suddenly. The power that such a huge body rushes forward, impacts, and brings is unimaginable. The body of the tyrannical carp dragon was directly hit, and it rolled several times in midair. As the body danced, it almost brought a tornado. After rolling many times, it barely stopped its figure. Roar! The dragon roar sounded. When the dragon mouth of the tyrannical carp dragon opened, the turbulent water flow spurted out, sweeping the trend, hitting the Kirby beast. Oh hell! Kirbymon has completely stood up straight. At this moment, facing the impact of the water cannon, it endured the pain of the injury and strode forward. It ran. The ground is shaking. When it was a certain distance away from the tyrannical carp dragon, when its body exerted its strength, that incomparably huge body leapt forward at this moment. In the frantic battle, the tyrannical carp dragon has been swept away by anger, and now seeing the Kirby beast jumping up, it is vaguely awake, and quickly wants to pull away from the height to avoid it. But one step behind. The leaping copy beast can be said to cover the sky and the sun, like a meteorite, falling from the sky and smashing down towards the tyrannical carp dragon. Mount Taishan hits the top. Although the tyrannical carp dragon made some moves, it was still a step slower. The huge Kirby beast fell and pressed its lower body. Under the unparalleled impact force, the tyrannical carp dragon's tail, together with the Kirby beast, sank directly into the ground. Middle. Roar. At this time, there was even a dazed look in the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. It was the result of severe pain. But then, it's utterly crazy. As the dragon head swung, it slammed into the Kirby beast. Make a fuss. At this moment, the tyrannical carp dragon has completely lost its mind. It no longer thinks about anything, it is just crazy, and it uses its own body to launch an attack on the Kirby beast. Kirbymon also fell into madness. In this dilapidated area, the two boss elves started the most terrifying collision, using their own body instincts to fight a crazy battle. The ground shattered, the smoke filled the air, and only two shadows were communicating. At this moment, at the far end, Lin Jing, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, had a solemn expression. He released the tyrannical carp dragon. Of course, because of the irritable nature of the tyrannical carp dragon, it was too easy to conflict with the copy beast. Once the Kirby beast is injured, the probability of capturing and subduing will undoubtedly greatly increase. Reality is not a game after all. Because of the high level of the tyrannical carp dragon, not only will the current tyrannical carp dragon not listen to his orders, but it is even more likely to attack his trainer. But even if it doesn't listen to the instructions, Lin Jing has a way to accomplish something through the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. Now, everything is in his plan. Looking at the entanglement of the two huge figures, Lin Jing did not hesitate, and held another pokeball in his hand. Light flashed. The figure of the fire dinosaur appeared in place. On Lin Jing's side, Huo Dinosaur and Chirulian all looked at him with serious expressions. Follow the plan. Lin Jing said solemnly. At this moment, Chirulian's whole body flashed with brilliance, and the skill was activated. Mist field. At the same time, the fire dinosaur's energy surged, exerting all its strength. With it as the center, the dark smoke filled the air and spread rapidly towards the surroundings. Smokescreen. This is a new skill that Fire Dinosaur has recently learned. Because of the collision of the two boss elves, the battlefield was filled with smoke and dust. Now, the misty field and the smoke are applied at the same time, and the entire battlefield is like a black fog that can't be seen, completely obscuring everything. From Lin Jing's perspective, the figures of the two huge elves were also obscured, and only a faint shadow could be seen. However, losing vision is not a problem for Lin Jing. At this moment, when the superpower is activated, the perception spreads, and the situation of the entire battlefield comes into view. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, Chirulian. Chirulian is in perfect harmony with him. Now, hearing Lin Jing's voice, he took 2 steps forward and put his arm on Lin Jing's body. Next moment, a faint light flashed, and the figures of Lin Jing and Cherulian disappeared at the same time. Teleport. In an instant, through teleportation, Lin Jing and Cherulian had arrived at the very center of the battlefield, where the two boss elves were fighting. As soon as I came here, the aftermath swept out. At this moment, Lin Jing's superpower and Cerulean's mind power were activated at the same time, resonating together, resisting the aftermath of the attack. Then, Lin Jingkai was able to see the situation in front of him clearly. The two boss elves were completely crazy, their bodies were covered with scars and they didn't mean to stop. The Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, which was supposed to fly in the air, was now like rolling in the mud, entangled with the Kobo beast. The two boss elves were fighting frantically, and they didn't care about the sudden appearance of Lin Jing. The chance is right. At this moment, Lin Jing did not hesitate at all, and when he reached out and grasped it, an empty Pokeball had already fallen into his hand. It was a special Pokeball that was completely pitch black. The overweight ball obtained from the investigator's treasure chest. The function of the overweight ball is to capture the heavier the elves, the higher the probability. It also has the disadvantage that it can be thrown very close, and it can only be used when it is close to the elves. At this moment, just the best chance. Lin Jing holds the ball, takes aim, and pushes hard. The overweight ball crossed a low arc and hit the body of Kirby, who was fighting frantically. Sip. A crisp collision sound came out. The light flashed, and the body of Kirby had disappeared in place. Ding. 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 After 3 consecutive sounds, the overweight ball fell to the ground and calmed down. The figure of Kirbymon did not appear again. The frantic battle with the tyrannical carp dragon caused it to suffer extremely serious injuries. The two elves have fought so far, but they are supported by their crazy consciousness. Now, after entering the overweight ball and losing its opponent, the Kirby no longer has the strength to struggle, and was successfully captured. At this moment, the interface of the investigation machine lights up, and Lin Jing's points are also increasing crazily. In the detailed rules of the investigation machine, points can only be obtained by fighting. When capturing the Tyrannosaurus, he was a scavenger hunter, and he had successfully captured it without fighting the Tyrannosaurus. But now, according to the supervision of the investigation machine, the tyrannical carp dragon is Lin Jing's elf. It was the tyrannical carp dragon who injured the Kirby beast and was captured by the trainer Lin Jing. In this case, the points for defeating Kirbymon are successfully calculated. From 26,000 plus points all the way forward, until 36,000 plus points, the momentum of points stops. Just this leader Kobo beast, in the judgment of the investigation machine, is worth tens of thousands of points. Because, normally, in the elf exam, this Kirby beast is an opponent who cannot be defeated, and Lin Jing has no chance to check it. Because, front, there's another big guy. Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 38 The Last Madness of the Tyrannical Carp Dragon, the Light of Evolution to Drive Away the Haze. When the tyrannical carp dragon and Kirby beast were biting, with a ray of light appeared, the figure of Kirby beast disappeared, and his opponent disappeared. This scene let the mad Tyrannosaurus regain a sense of sobriety, and it seems somewhat familiar. It seems that this scene appeared not long ago. In a short while, Tyrannosaurus had already recalled. Because he saw Lin Jing. I saw the forest scene not far away. It's that human. At the moment when the thought arises, the regained sobriety of the tyrannical carp dragon disappeared again, and he fell into madness again. It clearly remembers the scene where it was captured. For it, that's a shame. The injury caused by the battle with the Kirby beast made it a little weak, but the consciousness was completely crazy. It ignored it, and its huge body charged towards Lin Jing. The characteristics of the Tyrannosaurus carposaurus are inherently coercive, not to mention the sense of oppression brought about by such a huge leader Tyrannosaurus carposaurus. Without any hesitation, Lin Jing held the advanced ball in one hand and aimed it at the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. The red light swept out and landed around the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. But at this moment, the consciousness of the tyrannical carp dragon was completely insane, struggling to resist the power of the advanced ball. The red light surrounds it, but it seems to be in a stalemate. Although the hideous face is full of pain, resisting the high-level ball makes the injury more serious, but the tyrannical carp dragon still ignores Lin Jingchong. Come. A Pokemon with strong enough abilities could have taken the initiative to break free from the shackles of the Pokeball, but now the tyrannical struggle of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, the advanced ball couldn't take it into it in an instant. Cerulean. Lin Jing's voice blurted out. Before Lin Jing's voice sounded. With him moving in an instant, Cerulean, who felt here, had already taken a step forward and stopped in front of Lin Jing. As the initial elf of Lin Jing, the first thing Cerulean saw after hatching was Lin Jing. It and Lin Jing's emotions, tacit understanding, needless to say. Without Lin Jing's instructions, it will not let its master suffer any harm. Stopping in front of Lin Jing, the most dazzling psychic light flashed in his eyes, and Cerulean had no reservations. At this moment, with all his strength, he directly launched his strongest attack. Open black lens bracket spirit break close black lens bracket. Obtained from the mythical beast treasure chest, the exclusive skills of the mythical beast from Cheomong. Although the current spirit breaking is only a pseudo skill because the fragments have not been collected yet, how can it be ordinary from the legendary beast spirit? The superpower ripple is centered on the flashing Cerulean, and it is constantly rippling. In the blink of an eye, the superpower ripples appeared around the violent carp dragon, and then they suddenly gathered and bombarded the whole body of the violent carp dragon. Superpower burst. Cerulean's talent is awe-inspiring, but after all, there is a considerable level gap with the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. However, Tyrannosaurus was also severely injured in the battle with Kirbymon. Now, under the explosive power of mental smashing, the violent carp dragon showed a painful trance. The red light surrounding the advanced ball took the opportunity to go further. Seeing that Cerulean's attack was effective, Lin Jing's spirit was shocked, and without hesitation, he said in his heart, Cerulean. No need for him to say more. Cerulean already understood what he meant. At this moment, in Cerulean's eyes, the dazzling light lit up again. Mindfulness. Lin Jing's superpowers resonate with him. The common mind power from Lin Jing and Cerulean surrounded the tyrannical carp dragon and bound it. Almost at the first moment of restraint, sweat appeared on Lin Jing's forehead, vaguely, and there was even more pain in his eyebrows. That is the reaction force created by the tyrannical carp dragon's struggling mind power. But then, Lin Jing noticed that the pain was shrinking rapidly. Lin Jingxian looked in front of him intently. That's Cerulean. As an elf who can communicate with the master and telepathically, Cerulean clearly felt the pain from Lin Jing. At this moment, there is only one thought left in its heart. Don't let the master get hurt. With the support of this kind of thought, it seems to be exerting its astonishing potential, and the power of thought is like a wave, constantly being stimulated, which greatly reduces the consumption of Lin Jing. And when Lin Jing's eyes came over around Cerulean, a faint brilliance rose. This is light of evolution. It's too late, it's too soon. At the moment when the strange light of evolution rose, the mind power exerted by Cerulean underwent a qualitative change. That is a real transformation. From the level of thought power, the number has suddenly surged. At this moment, the violent carp dragon, which was already at the end of the crossbow, could no longer stop the restrictions of the high-level ball under the shackles of thought power, turned into a red light, and returned to the high-level ball. The advanced ball in Lin Jing's hands returned to calm. But at this moment, Lin Jing didn't care about it at all, but looked straight ahead. Now, on this messy battlefield that seemed to have suffered a major earthquake, the smoke and mist filled the air. But in this, there is a beam of light, shining in it, it seems to drive away the haze. That is the light of evolution from Cerulean. At the moment when the tyrannical carp dragon was taken back into the poke ball, Cerulean's psychic power had dissipated, completely sinking into the evolution. Now, under Lin Jing's attention, the figure shrouded in the light of evolution was gradually changing and increasing in height. Remote. The fire dinosaur, who had been maintaining the smoke screen, realized that the battle was over, and quickly approached. After approaching, it stood beside Lin Jing and looked at the evolving Cerulean together. The light of evolution lasted for dozens of seconds, and then gradually disappeared. What appeared in the light of self-evolution was an incomparably gorgeous elf that had completed its transformation. The evolution of Cerulean. The real super queen. Shinado. Under Lin Jing's attention, Shinado's face showed a bright but elegant smile, and its graceful and pleasant voice resounded in Lin Jing's heart. Master. The third update is here, Shinado is here. Ask for an evaluation ticket for a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 39 The appearance of the Super Queen, the aftermath of the assessment center. At first glance, Shinado's light blue hair looks extraordinarily elegant, and the white dress flutters in the wind. On this battlefield full of smoke and dust, it is extraordinarily special. If Cerulean is a lively girl, then Shinado is a real queen with extraordinary bearing. Super Queen Shinado is not just a name. Lin Jing looked at it. Shinado's expression was soft, and she quietly looked at the forest scenery. For a while, Lin Jing said, Xanaduo, thank you for your hard work. Cerulean is indeed approaching the brink of evolution in the constant battle. But this evolution obviously has a great relationship with Lin Jing himself. As an elf with telepathy ability, Shinado, even his pre-evolution posture, and the trainer's feelings are the deepest. According to rumors, an elf like Shinado is even willing to give his life for his trainer. The evolution of Cerulean in the crisis is obviously because of Lin Jing himself. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, Shinado's body took a few steps forward and gently leaned against Lin Jing's arms. Master. In his heart, Shinado's voice sounded, I am very happy to be able to help you. Lin Jing reached out and caressed Shinado's back, the warmth in his heart kept surging. It is undoubtedly very rare for a trainer to have an elf who is willing to do everything for you. His gaze turned to the front. At this moment, as the rays of light condensed, in the position where Shinado evolved, a treasure chest was gradually taking shape. The mind moved slightly, and the system prompt appeared. You have successfully picked up the evolution treasure chest, Shinaiduo. Is it an evolution treasure chest? With a murmur in his heart, Lin Jing did not open the treasure chest, but activated his superpower. Front. For a moment, the pitch-black Pokeball, wrapped in superpower, came to Lin Jing and was grasped by him. It was the overweight ball that managed to catch Kirbymon. Although there are some waves, but according to the plan, we successfully captured the Kirby Beast. This Kirby Beast has been entangled with the tyrannical carp dragon for a long time. Its aptitude is not as good as the tyrannical carp dragon. It can fight for so long, at least its level is not below the tyrannical carp dragon, even higher than the tyrannical carp dragon. Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. The two elves, like the tyrannical carp dragon and the copy beast, are obviously not in his training list at present. In addition to capturing them at a more appropriate time, Lin Jing believes that in his current period, he also needs some means to protect himself, trump card. The interstellar era is not peaceful. Looking at the major star fields, the various star field elf alliances are the largest official forces, but in addition, there are many other forces in each star field, and even dark forces. Elf hunters, elf poachers, and more. The three main elves that he focused on training, except for the fire dinosaurs, the Flash Shinado, and the Flash Leader Ghost Stone, were all too conspicuous. And when the elf exam is over, he will definitely get the attention of many people with excellent grades. Shining Shinado, Shining Leader Ghost Stone, can't be hidden forever. If you get excellent grades in the Elf Club exam, you can get a certain degree of protection by entering the top Elf Academy. But Lin Jing, he won't bet everything on the protection of others. Only when you have enough trump cards can you be fearless and move forward in the face of crisis. Furthermore, catching the Kobo can also prove some things. Try to see if the elf ball obtained from the treasure chest system is restricted by the elf teleportation machine. As thoughts flashed, he put away the Pokeballs of Kirby Beast and Tyrannosaurus, and Lin Jing lifted the Pokeball and aimed it at the fire dinosaur beside him. It seems that because of Cherulian's evolution, fire dinosaurs are more and more fighting spirit at this time, and they are more and more looking forward to their own evolution. Taking back the fire dinosaur, Lin Jing did not rush to open the treasure chest, but looked around. Although it was night, and the surrounding elves were scared away by the terrifying aura of the boss elves colliding, it was inevitable that some trainers would come here. Shinado, let's leave. After speaking, Lin Jing raised his hand and put it on Shinado's shoulder. Shinado nodded slightly. As the soft rays of light rose, teleportation was activated, and Lin Jing and Shinado disappeared in place. As Lin Jing guessed. After the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the huge momentum caused by the battle here attracted the attention of many people around. Not long after, a trainer set foot together, watching the crazily destroyed battlefield, secretly smacking their tongues, giving birth to all kinds of guesses. Spirit Examination Assessment Center, in an office. It was late, but Sharona was still working with her head down. As a champion trainer in the Shinao Star region, he was already busy with his affairs, not to mention that he is also presiding over the elf exam. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A staff member of the Alliance pushed in the door, and after entering it, he said, Your Excellency Champion, there is news about the exam. After discussion, the rescue team decided to report it. Rescue team. Sharona stopped and raised her head. The rescue team for the examination was arranged in the Shikui area. When the exam trainer was in danger, it was a special team that immediately went to the rescue. It's the exam, what happened? Sharona asked. The staff who came with a small playback device in their hands, and now said, On the western plain of the examination area, there is a leader Kobo beast, with a high level and amazing combat power. During the duration of the exam, many rookie trainers have been injured because of it, so the rescue team specially sent a special person to pay attention to it so that it can be rescued as soon as possible. Not long ago, there was a battle in the area where the Kirby beast was, and he rushed to it quickly, and finally took these pictures from high altitude. The playback device in the hand starts up. In the picture, the ground has broken, and in the smoke and dust that fills the sky, two huge figures hidden in the smoke and dust are fighting frantically. After the battle went on for a while. The sound of the battle is over. Then, as time passed, the smoke and dust dissipated, and there was no one figure here. Seeing this scene, Sharona raised her eyebrows slightly, and immediately realized the problem. That Kirby beast was taken away. Her expression became serious. In the exam venue, a trainer other than the newcomer got in. Could it be an elf hunter? Her tone was serious. If this happens, it will have a huge impact on the entire elf exam, and even the reputation of the Shinao Elf Alliance. Probably not. Hearing the words, the staff shook their heads, with a look of shock on their faces, and said, after the rescue team sent the news back to the evaluation center, the evaluation center immediately began to analyze and speculate. Finally, the assessment center found that a rookie trainer qualified for the challenge mode leader appeared in the nearby area and stayed there for a period of time during the battle between Kobiman and another unknown elf. And after Kirby disappeared, the points of that rookie trainer have ushered in a skyrocket. And, among the rookie trainers who meet these points conditions, no one's points are reduced. When he said this, Sharona has already reacted. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at each other. You mean? The final analysis result of the assessment center is that the rookie trainer defeated the leader Kobiman and subdued it. The fourth is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 40 Super Evolution Stone, the first main force of comprehensive transformation. Facing the questioning gaze handed by Sharona, the staff nodded. We are also a little unbelievable, but according to the results of the analysis after the aggregation of various information, this is exactly the case. Hearing that it was not an idle person entering the examination area, Sharona's serious expression eased, and a hint of interest rose in her eyes. Who is it? Which rookie trainer is on the current leaderboard? The staff touched the playback device with the palm of their hand, the screen was turned, and they came to the interface of the Wizard exam score rankings. Your Excellency the champion, it's him. Sharona's eyes fell on the top. First place, Apocalypse Star Territory, Lin Jing. During the teleportation, a faint sense of dizziness appeared, and in an instant, Lin Jing and Shinado had left an extremely far distance. Lin Jing took out the investigation machine, looked at the map, looked at Shinado beside him, and said, Xanaduo, the distance you can move instantly has increased again. Shinado nodded slightly. Lin Jing was not surprised. Evolution, for every elf, is a transformation. After evolution, the ability of the elf will grow in a very comprehensive way. Suffice to say, today's Shinado has only begun to truly enter its peak period. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing meditated silently in his heart, and the treasure chest interface appeared. Above the treasure chest interface, there is a light blue treasure chest suspended, and vaguely, the phantom of shining Shinado appears above. I don't know what can be obtained in this evolution treasure chest. After thinking about it, Lin Jing said softly, open the evolution treasure chest. On the top of the treasure chest interface, colorful lights flowed, the evolution treasure chest was opened, and information prompts emerged from Guanghua. You have obtained Spiritual Intent Fragment X1. You got Spirit Blade Fragment X1. You have gained Psychic Control Experience X1. You got Super Power Gem X1. You have obtained Shinado Evolution Stone X1. It seems to be more valuable than the Fire Dinosaur Evolution Treasure Chest. Is it because Shinado is the final evolution type? Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing glanced at each reward. Needless to say, the role of the two skill fragments can slightly enhance the power of the skill, which is equivalent to increasing the upper limit of Shinado to a certain extent and reducing the time it takes to hone the skills. The experience of mind control is similar to the experience of fighting dinosaurs. It can improve the fighting experience of the elves and enhance the overall strength. For Lin Jing, this kind of experience reward is quite good. His elf talent is amazing. Because of this, his growth rate is extremely fast, and his combat experience and experience in controlling his own power are inevitably weaker. With these additional experiences, he can undoubtedly make up for the only shortcoming. The Super Power Gem is a purple crystal in the shape of a diamond. It is a prop that can be carried by the elves. When carried on the body, it can enhance the power of superpower skills. However, compared with the charcoal that enhances fire skills, the superpower gem can only play a role in each battle, and it can be enhanced once, and then it will enter the charging state and cannot be used. Lin Jing didn't care. After evolving into Shinado, its combat power has become more and more terrifying, and its attack power is amazing. Its own foundation and the outbreak of superpower gems are enough to defeat any enemy that may be encountered at present. What an opponent! Finally, Lin Jing's gaze turned to the last reward. Open black lens bracket Shinaiduo Evolution Stone Close black lens bracket. This is a bead-shaped gemstone with a red and green leaf pattern inside. Lin Jing, naturally he knows what this is. Super Evolution Stone. In the world of elves, most elves evolve to their final form, which is the endpoint, and can no longer be changed. But there are very few elves who have the ability to evolve into a higher form during battle after they have evolved to their final form. This is Super Evolution, which is Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution requires two very important props. Among them, it is the Super Evolution Stone associated with it that is worn on the elves. I didn't expect that in the treasure box. I got this Super Evolution Stone directly. The price of Super Evolution Stone in the market is quite amazing. Lin Jing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. In this way, Shinado has the possibility to rapidly improve again. Keystone. I have a tacit understanding with Shinado. As long as I can get the keystone, I can let Shinado complete the Mega Evolution in the battle, thereby greatly improving its combat ability. The keystone is exactly what Mega Evolution needs. Same tool. The Super Evolution Stone is worn by the elves, and the keystone is carried by the trainer. When the keystone and the Super Evolution Stone resonate, Mega evolves and appears. Perhaps, when the elf exam is over, you can find a way to get the keystone as soon as possible. Lin Jing pressed these thoughts to the bottom of his heart, then looked at Shinado, and the reward came into play when his thoughts moved. Skill fragments. Mind control experience. A faint light rose in the void and merged into Shinado's body. Its eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a comfortable color. For Shinado, this is not the first time that he has used the treasure chest system to increase the rewards. He clearly knows that his master has the power to help him grow. After about 10 seconds, the light gradually subsided. However, Shinado's eyes remained closed. Just a moment later, its eyes suddenly opened, and a purple light swept through them. Under Lin Jing's attention, Shinado's psychic power was urging, taking it as the center. Zanzi's psychic power gathered together, built a barrier, and blocked it around. At the same time, Shinado's eyes looked around, and in the rush of thought power, he suddenly bombarded the rock on one side. The superpower erupted, the rock was smashed brazenly, and the gravel flew towards the position where Shinado and Lin Jing were. But when they came into contact with the azure purple barrier, it only stirred up layers of ripples, but could no longer move forward. Sense. Master. After trying these things, Shinado's happy voice resounded in Lin Jingshin's heart. I have learned a new skill. Lin Jing smiled slightly and praised, awesome. In Lin Jing's memory, there is no such skill in the superpower system. Apparently, this is a new way of manipulating mind power that Shinado has mastered through mind power, which can form a barrier to defend himself. After pondering, Lin Jing said, since it is a shield made of superpower, this new skill can be called its superpower barrier. Shinado nodded lightly, just listen to the master tilde. Lin Jing showed a satisfied smile. Although she has a teleportation pocket, Shinado is really not good at close combat. Now, the emergence of super energy barriers can also successfully make up for some deficiencies. As the mind moved slightly, the Wisdom Eye skill was quietly activated. After the evolution, Shinado's information appeared in front of him. Evolution, for any elf, is a considerable transformation, and Lin Jing also needs to understand the improvement of the elf to facilitate command during battle. Information lingers. Open black lens bracket Shinado, flash close black lens bracket. Level LV30. Introduction. The Super Queen has the ability to predict the future. When protecting the trainer, the strongest power will be exerted. Attribute, Super, Fairy. Feature, Copy, Telepathy. Qualification, Quasi-Overlord. Currently mastered skills, Charming Voice, Cry, Shadow Clone, Mind Power, Mist Field, Strange Light, Black Eyes, Shadow Ball, Spiritual Power, Spirit Break, Pseudo-Hypnosis, Drain Kiss, Teleportation, Illusion Ray, Spirit Blade, Magical Shine, Coquetry, Moon Power, Healing Wish, Draining Kiss, Life Drop, Wish, Super Barrier. As expected of a Super Queen. After checking it out, Lin Jing felt a sigh of relief in his heart. After evolution, in addition to super power skills, I also learned a number of fairy skills, making myself more comprehensive, and the combat power that can be exerted is even more terrifying. It's my well-deserved number one main elf, Shinado. The information disappeared. Chatting with Shinado for a while, Lin Jing took out the investigation machine and looked it up on the map above. Soon, he raised his head and looked northeast. Shinado, there is a resting base in the northeast, let's go there first. He pointed to the two special Pokeballs that were stored in the backpack. there are two big guys. When it's almost there, you go back to the Pokeball first. Okay Tilda. Shinado responded obediently. Subsequently, Lin Jing's right hand rested on Shinado's shoulder. A faint light rises, and teleportation activates. Need some rescue. The fifth is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 41 Darkrai, who was seriously investigating, had an unexpected encounter. Washing area. Ahead, in the originally calm area, the sky quickly turned gloomy. In the gloomy sky, the gust of wind came, and the thunderclouds gathered, and the thunder raged in it. Storm takes shape. Around the storm, a faint gray mask emerges. Time and space distort the area, take shape. The time and space of the entire Shikui area are not stable, so in various places, there may be time and space distortion areas at any time. Most of the trainers who participated in the exam are already familiar with this situation, and they also know that the space-time distortion area is of high value, but it may also encounter various dangers. Now, at the moment when this space-time distortion area was formed, outside, not far away, quietly, a faint smoke rose up, and a figure had appeared in place. It was the nightmare god who communicated with Lin Jing not long ago, Darkrai. At this moment, Darkrai's line of sight looked to the front, looking at the distorted and chaotic space-time distortion area, and there was a color of thought in his eyes. As its figure flickered, it had come to the time-space distortion area. It tentatively reached out a hand and reached into it. After a while, it takes back the action. That human didn't deceive me. But Darkrai's eyes narrowed slightly. How did they leave this continent? Quietly, Darkrai's figure has been receded again. After teleporting multiple times, Shinado took Lin Jing and had already crossed a very long distance. With only a few hundred meters left from the resting base, Shinado stopped and looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing understood, took out the Pokeball, and put it away. Afterwards, Lin Jing stepped and walked towards the resting base. When I took out the survey machine and looked up the map, I saw that in the resting base, there were flashing spots of light. That represents the leader who is qualified to be challenged. In the entire Shikui continent, the place where the most trainers gather for the exam is naturally the resting base arranged by the alliances. After the challenge mode and the points leaderboard are opened, the resting base has also become the battle place for most trainers. Step closer. The appearance of the resting base is already in sight. This is a resting base located on the plain. Compared with the resting base at the foot of Tianguan Mountain, it is more complete. It is equipped with a treatment center, a shopping center, a temporary rest place, a battle center, etc., and covers a relatively large area. Outside the resting base, there are also a number of Alliance guards who are patrolling with elves to prevent attacks from wild elves. At a glance, on the battlefield, there are already multiple battles going on at the same time. Lin Jing stepped into the area where the resting base was located. Just after he got involved. In the pocket, while the investigation machine flickered slightly, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the broadcast of the rest station. Number 1 in the points rankings, Lin Jing arrived at the resting base. The broadcast sound came out and sounded 3 times in succession. There was a lot of noise in the rest area. But, with the sound of the broadcast, the scene was rarely quiet. Even the trainer who was commanding the elves to fight subconsciously stopped what he was doing and looked towards the gate of the resting base. Number 1 in the points leaderboard. What ruthless man is this? I remember it was Lin Jing from the Apocalypse Star territory. After he came to the first place, he has been there for a while. Someone even hurriedly opened the ranking list, and after checking it, even more shocked voices sounded. The points for the first place have skyrocketed again. It's terrifying. That person is Lin Jing. I have seen him play against others. In the past few days, Lin Jing took the initiative to find trainers to fight, and he had seen many trainers. 1 past 10, 10 past 100, many people remember his face. Now, as someone pointed out Lin Jing's identity, all eyes converged on Lin Jing, with different expressions. Inquiry, envy, curiosity, admiration. First place in the points leaderboard. This means that, at least at this time, this trainer named Lin Jing is the first person in each star field of the same session. This kind of identity really makes people look at it. Facing countless gazes, Lin Jing was accustomed to it. When entering the rest station, there will be a broadcast sound, and Lin Jing has long known that, in fact, the top 10,000 trainers in the ranking list, except for choosing to remain anonymous, the rest will sound the broadcast sound after entering the rest station. He was used to it. As the current leader of the points rankings and a strong contender for the top spot in the ELF tournament, Lin Jing is also used to this kind of attention. Under the gaze of one after another, Lin Jing walked into the treatment center, and facing Miss Joy's sweet smile, handed her the pokeball. Several elves have been fighting for many days and have suffered losses. The Tyrannosaurus and Kirby were even more severely injured because of the battle between them. Because of the instability of the two of them, Lin Jing couldn't release them to smear them with wound medicine. He came to the resting base and used the healing machine that can treat the elves without turning on the pokeball. It is undoubtedly the best choice. Not long. The elves are healed. Lin Jing left the treatment center and wanted to go to the shopping center to buy some necessities for the rest of the time. But, at this moment, in the rest station, the announcement sounded again. 9th in the points rankings, Yun Siqing arrived at the resting base. The broadcast sound also sounded 3 times. In the resting stronghold, it boils again. First comes the first place in the points leaderboard. Afterwards, the 9th trainer in the rankings also arrived here. At this moment, the other trainers in the resting base all showed their excited eyes. 2 top 10 trainers in the rankings have met. It's exciting. Will they play against each other? I'm not sure. They have more points and a higher ranking. If there is a battle, it must be the biggest loss to the losing side. Maybe they will be conservative. Whether there will be a battle depends on Yun Siqing. Lin Jing is the number 1 player in the rankings. He has no reason to take the initiative to challenge him. Yun Siqing, this is the current eldest young lady of our Big Dipper Star region Yun family, a Heavenly King level trainer in our Big Dipper Star region, who was born in the Yun family. There was a lot of discussion. Yun Siqing, who had just arrived at the base, was a tall woman wearing jeans and a shirt. At this moment, she clearly heard the discussions around her, raised her brows slightly, and there was a hint of war in her eyes. Her gaze swept around, and with the help of the attention of other trainers around her, her gaze finally settled on the front and outside the treatment center. Looking at the calm figure, Yun Siqing took a few steps forward and asked, "You is Lin Jing?" To her question, Lin Jing nodded and said calmly, "Exactly. The first one, ask for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket." Chapter 42 Invitation to the Battle, the first versus the 9th, the live broadcast of the battle. As Lin Jing's response sounded, the noisy sound in the resting base stopped temporarily, and all the trainers here focused their attention. At this time, no one spoke, even if the 1st and 9th points in the standings were here, no one challenged them. The ELF exam in this period is now different from the beginning. Today, every trainer who can rank at the top of the standings must have gained points after winning each game. The strength must be extraordinary. Although there are still many trainers who choose to challenge leader, very few people choose to challenge the characters at the top of the standings. After all, few people want to fight a battle that is likely to be lost. Hear Lin Jing's answer. The fighting intent in Yun Siqing's eyes became more and more intense, and she never hesitated. "Would you like to have an elves battle?" Yun Siqing's tone was a little excited. "I really want to see what kind of strength he has that can beat the number 1 trainer in the current session." "Of course you can." Lin Jing smiled noncommittally, and a pokeball had already landed in his hand. He would never refuse an invitation to fight from others. With the pokeball in hand, the battle situation seems to be about to start. Seeing that Lin Jing agreed to invite the battle, the surrounding voices suddenly became noisy. It's really fighting. First in the standings vs 9th in the standings, this should be the most eye-catching battle that the spiritual exam has continued to this day. Yun Xiqing and Lin Jing are both very courageous. Both of them have quite a lot of points. No matter which side loses, they will instantly drop from the points rankings. Don't they think about the consequences? What do you know, Yun Xiqing is the eldest miss of our Big Dipper Yun family. She has been invited by many top elf academies. She participates in the elf exam, and it is more for her to hone herself. Canon points she will definitely not miss a match against the top trainer on the list. Quote. Yun Xiqing's background is extraordinary, so what about Lin Jing? Are there any brothers from Apocalypse Star territory who can introduce Lin Jing to us? I am from the Apocalypse Star region, but I have never heard of Lin Jing's name. There is no big family surnamed Lin in the Apocalypse Star region. Could it be, Lin Jing was born as a civilian trainer? Civilian trainer, overpowering the same candidates in each star field, occupying the first place in the standings. In the resting base, there was a lot of discussion and heated discussions. The battle between the first in the standings and the 9th in the standings has undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. Not far. The opposing battlefield was already full, but at this moment, several trainers stopped their movements at the same time and voluntarily gave up their positions. Lin Jing and Yun Xiqing looked at each other and immediately prepared to go. Just then. Rear. The door of the treatment center was pushed open, and Miss Joy walked out quickly, followed by the trotted auspicious eggs. 2 trainers. Miss Joy greeted her with intense interest in her eyes. After approaching, she whispered, "Can I be the referee?" Lin Jing frowned slightly. Seeing the strong interest in Miss Joy's eyes, his heart moved slightly. Miss Joey of the Joey family are all experts in elf healing, but there are also some alternatives in the Joey family who prefer elf fighting. Is this Miss Joy in front of you one of them? The thought flashed, and he nodded. I have no problem. Beside. Yun Xiqing also nodded in approval. Seeing this, the excitement in Miss Joy's eyes became more intense. She said again, I passed the news that the 2 of them were going to fight against the elves to the assessment center of the examination, and the assessment center intends to broadcast the battle between the 2 of them live. The live broadcast is facing the trainers who participated in the elf exam, and it will be broadcast at all the rest points in synchronization with your battle. You 2, do you agree? If the 2 of you agree, no matter what the outcome of the battle is, you can both get extra bonus points. Live. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Thoughts flow in the mind. With the countdown to the elf exam, the value of the ranking on the points leaderboard becomes more and more important. In this case, the 9th and 1st battle in the standings naturally attracted the attention of the evaluation center. Are you live streaming? He pondered and said calmly, I can accept it. In the interstellar era, live broadcast of battles is a very common way. All levels of elf events have dedicated live channels, which are quite exciting. Just take it as the first Mark 1 left after I came to this elf world. Beside, Yun Xiqing's background is not bad, and she is also very familiar with live broadcasts, so she has never refused. In that case, please come with me. Miss Joy led the way. Lin Jing and Yun Xiqing followed behind, all the way to the battle area. Along the way, the trainers stepped out of the way for them to pass. In the largest battlefield of this resting base, Lin Jing and Yun Xiqing were separated from each other. At the same time, on the battlefield, the cameras that had been arranged all around started recording. Miss Joy stopped in the center of the arena and glanced at both ends, showing a serious look. When she opened her mouth, her voice resounded throughout the audience. The 2 sides in the battle are Lin Jing from the Apocalypse Star territory, who currently ranks 1st in the points rankings. And, from the Big Dipper Star region, Yun Xiqing, who is 9th in the rankings. The rules of the battle are 1 Volt 1. If one side loses, the battle is deemed over. You two, do you understand? The two nodded. In that case. Miss Joy's figure retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Please send the elves you want to fight. The Pokeball was already in his hand. At this moment, accompanied by two crisp sounds, the light flashed, and the figures of two elves have appeared at both ends of the elves. At the same time. In the Shikwi area, in each resting point set up by the Alliance, the big screen lights up at the same time. On the screen, Lin Jing and Yun Siqing appeared. Before waiting for one trainer to react too much, Miss Joy's voice came from within. For a time, countless trainers were boiling in the resting bases. The battle between the first and ninth points in the standings undoubtedly aroused everyone's desire to watch the battle. Number 37 resting base. The sound from the big screen came out. A figure who was about to leave took a step and looked back. He moved his red hat and looked at the screen seriously. The screen returns to the battlefield. The moment the Lin Jing elf appeared, the exclamations suddenly exploded around the battlefield. What kind of spirit is this? It's Shinado, an elf with superpower plus fairy attributes. Its hair color seems a little different. This is a flash elf. A flash elf, the aptitude is far superior to the special elves of the same race. Lin Jing actually owns a flashing Shinado, which is too terrifying. How did he do it? He is a well-deserved rookie trainer who participated in the elf exam. This has been reviewed by the Alliance. Did he cultivate a Shinado in such a short period of time? The sound of shock continued. Standing in front of Lin Jing is the super queen with elegant temperament, Shinado. Lin Jing would not underestimate his opponent, let alone the 9th place in the rankings. And Shinado, who has just evolved, also needs a battle to prove himself. As his well-deserved strongest main force, in this big scene, Lin Jing's first choice is naturally it. Look forward. Lin Jing's eyes stopped in front of Yun Siqing. There, an elf with a pale yellow body, which seemed to be wearing pink armor, was standing on the ground. Ask for an evaluation ticket for a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 43 The Battle of the Flash Elves, Hudi vs Shinado. The color of the elf at the end of the last chapter was changed to light yellow and pink armor, which was wrong when it was written. His eyes fell on the top, and Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. This is around. While paying attention to the elves released by Lin Jing, many people were also paying attention to Yun Siqing's elves. Shocked cries sounded at the same time. Hudi. Is Yun Siqing's elf actually a Hudi? So this battle is a superpower system versus a superpower system. Wait, when Casey grows to a certain level, he can evolve into Yongjila, and Yongjila evolves into Hudi. Doesn't he need special props? How did it complete the evolution in the elf test? Why don't you think about it? The Yun family is not an ordinary family. It's not a simple matter to prepare evolution items for her in advance. Everyone, although this is the first time I have seen Hudi with my own eyes, I have seen it in the live broadcast of the competition. Why does the color of this Hudi seem to be lighter? So, really? Could it be? Lin Jing's expression showed a serious look. Compared to other trainers who discovered that this Hudi was different after observing for a while, he already realized the specialness of this Hudi at the first glance. A series of evolutionary forms of Hudi, like DC, have very little difference between the flashy color and the ordinary color of the same race. From Casey to Yongjira, it is the difference before the color. Hudi's appearance is that the color of his clothes has changed. In other words, the face in front of him is also a flashing elf. Glitter Hudi. As this flashing Hudi evolved through a connection rope. Squinting his eyes slightly, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and at this moment, the ability of wisdom eyes quietly activated information lingering in his eyes. Open black lens bracket Hudi, flash, close black lens bracket. Level, LV26. Attribute, super power. Qualification, quasi-championship. Quasi-championship qualification. This is already quite a terrifying aptitude, and it is the most astonishingly talented opponent that Lin Jing has encountered since he set foot in Shiqui. And elves with quasi-championship level qualifications, as long as there are no accidents during their growth, then one day in the future, they will be able to grow into at least a king-level combat power sooner or later. There was a serious look in Lin Jing's expression. On the side of the battlefield, Miss Joy couldn't hide the shock and surprise on her face at this moment. She came from the Joey family and is said to be well informed. But I never imagined that this time I would preside over the battle and act as a referee, and the two sides of the battle sent out two shining elves. If Miss Joy can still suppress some of the tremors in her heart, then at this moment, the trainers watching the game on the spot, and even watching the live broadcast through the rest station, are completely crazy. A battle between two shining elves. This probability is too small. Every star field participates in the elf exam together. How can it be easy for a trainer to be ranked in the top 10? Flash Hootie vs Flash Shinado, this fight is amazing. Who can win? On the side of the battlefield. After taking a deep breath, Miss Joy said loudly, "Battle, start." The moment her voice fell, Yun Siqing raised her palm in front of her and shouted, "Hootie, keep your mind strong." Hootie held the spoon in both hands, the supernatural power surged, and the thought power poured out. At the same time, Lin Jing didn't speak, but Shanae Duo's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the attack has been launched. Mindfulness vs mindfulness. The superpower from two elves collided in midair. Aside. After the start of the battle, Miss Joy's expression became excited, and now she is directly acting as a narrator, saying quickly, "Lin Jing player did not directly issue an order. This is very easy to explain, Shinado can do it. Telepathic elves, they can communicate in their hearts. Two elves have simultaneously used their mental strength skills. This is the most essential battle in terms of superpowers. Oh, in the collision of superpowers, Hootie lost." With her voice, the strong mental thoughts released by Shanae Duo completely shattered Hootie's superpower, and the remaining strong spiritual thoughts directly hit Hootie's body. Yun Siqing's brows were slightly wrinkled, but without panic, she said, "Hootie, self-regenerate." As the faint rays of light circulated, Hootie's injuries quickly recovered. After smashing Hootie's mind power, the mental strength will be consumed, not to mention that as a skill with super energy attributes, there is a damage reduction for Hootie of the super energy system. Under the recovery of self-resurrection, Hootie left almost no injuries on his body. Aside, Joey's voice sounded at the right time. Hootie's injury has recovered, but from this fight, it can be seen that Shinado's superpower is stronger than Hootie. She was about to say something, but at this moment, with her eyes narrowed, Miss Joy's eyes were fixed on Hootie and Yun Siqing. On the battlefield. While Hootie performed self-regeneration, Yun Siqing looked at Lin Jing with a serious tone and said sincerely, "You are indeed very strong." Being able to gain an advantage in the purest mind power battle, Shinado's strength is stronger than the current Hootie. Hearing Yun Siqing's voice, thought flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. In the battle, take the initiative to admit that the opponent is stronger. What kind of way is this? He hadn't thought about it yet. Yun Siqing's voice has come again. "I have nothing to keep in the face of an opponent like you." In that case, Hootie. At this moment, Yun Siqing's soft drink sounded. She put her right hand on her chest and gently lifted it. On her neck, she wears a necklace. Now, as the necklace was lifted, the ornaments above came into Lin Jing's sight. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The pendant is a round gem with a leaf-like pattern inside. Lin Jing is all too familiar with this gem. That's the keystone. At the same time, Hootie's long beard was raised, and a necklace was hanging around his neck. The gemstones and keystones hanging on the necklace are somewhat similar, and they are all round, but the colors of the leaf patterns inside are completely different. That is Hootie Evolution Stone. At this moment, the keystone was ripped off by Yun Sicheng and held tightly in his hands. In the battlefield, in the eyes of countless trainers, and in the live broadcast, Yun Sicheng held the keystone tightly, with a serious face, and said softly, "Hootie. Super Evolution. The third is sent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket." Chapter 44 Super Hootie, the resonance power with Shinado, the crushing potential. 3-in-1 chapter. A firm voice resounds in the battlefield. The moment the voice fell, the keystone in Yun Sicheng's hand and the evolution stone hanging in front of Hootie burst into a dazzling light at the same time. When the keystone and evolution stone resonate, the elves will super-evolve. Light shrouded Hootie's body, and its appearance changed rapidly. At this moment, around the battlefield, some trainers were watching the battle, some people were shocked, while more people were a little dazed. What is this? Isn't Hootie the final evolutionary type? How can he evolve again? What happened? The exclamation continued. Mega Evolution, as a special ability that only a few elves have, plus the rarity of keystones and evolution stones, is often only spread among the top trainers at the top. Many ordinary trainers have no access to this information at all. On the side of the battlefield, a look of shock flashed in Miss Joy's eyes. She also did not expect that Yun Sicheng actually had the ability to super-evolve Hootie. After a brief shock, Miss Joy quickly said, "What Hootie is doing is super-evolution, that is, mega-evolution. In the vast world of elves, a small number of elves can still fight in battle after they have evolved to the peak. Carry out a more special evolution." Quote. This evolution is through the special power generated by the resonance of the keystone and the evolutionary stone, allowing the elves to complete the evolution. Although the super evolution is only carried out in battle, the improvement of the elves is quite amazing. Every elves that have completed the super evolution will undergo a comprehensive transformation, and their own race value will usher in a skyrocket. In a few words, she quickly explained it clearly. Looking at the field, he continued to analyze. Judging from the first fight between the two elves, Shinado is obviously stronger than Hootie. But now, after the evolution of Hootie Mega, the emergence of Super Hootie and its own transformation will most likely reverse the situation. Contestant Lin Jing, how will you deal with this change? This Miss Joy is obviously very enthusiastic about the battle, and devotes herself to the qualifications of the referee and commentator. On the battlefield, the light of evolution gradually fades away. Super Hootie debut. Looking around, Super Hootie sat cross-legged, hanging in the air. At first glance, it seems to be wearing a dark purple robe, with a white beard hanging down, hands up, and spoons blooming in the air with a touch of brilliance. It looks like a wise man sitting cross-legged. Glitter is super stupid. At this moment, the breath it shows is completely different. After the super evolution, the surge in racial value has made it undergo a comprehensive change in nature. Lin Jing's eyes looked at it, and there was no trace of waves in his calm expression. According to their discussion, the one in front of me is the eldest lady of a big family in the Big Dipper star region. Looking at it this way, whether it's the connection rope for Yongjira to evolve into Hootie, or the keystone and evolution stone needed by Mega, I'm afraid they will be ready before entering the elf meeting. Before I got the initial elf, I had the Flash Lalula's, and her initial elf is most likely to be the Flash Kathy. Thinking of this, a hint of interest appeared in Lin Jing's eyes. I have a treasure chest system and can grow up quickly, but these trainers with backgrounds are not a kind of golden fingers. After just becoming a trainer, you can get rarer elves and more powerful props. Looking at the major star regions, such trainers are no longer rare. But this is exactly what I want. I come to this magnificent world of elves that involves all major star fields. Only with opponents can my trainer career be more exciting. Now, in his heart, the fighting spirit is constantly rising. Perceiving the change in Lin Jing's mood, Shinado's eyes flashed with determination, and his thoughts continued to surge. At this moment, it is like the deep sea before the tsunami, constantly accumulating and poised to flourish. As Mega Evolving. Xanadu has not been able to perform Mega Evolution, but I also have the ability to improve the power of the elves, and the battle is continuing. After the Super Evolution was completed, Yun Siqing no longer hesitated, and the battle order was issued. Hudi, Mind Hammer. Super Hudi's hands waved, and on the spoons, powerful superpowers were brewing. Above it, special power condensed into a headbutt, pierced through the sky, and attacked Shinado. At this moment, under everyone's attention, Lin Jing made an unexpected move. His eyes closed slightly. At the same time, even the means of transformation. Shinado has a good heart and closes his eyes. The mind hammer swept across the sky and was about to hit Shinado. Outside the battlefield, there are exclamations. Some people even think that Lin Jing chose to give up in the face of the evolved Hudi of Mega. But, at this time, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly opened. There is an extremely bright purple light, blooming in his eyes. Shinado's eyes also opened at the same time, and they looked similar. Superpower Resonance. Trainers with superpowers can resonate with their superpower elves to improve their abilities. In the past experience, Lin Jing used his superpower to resonate, often to explore the environment. After all, even before Shinado's evolution, his own combat power is quite amazing, and he can't use this ability at all. And now, in the face of super evolution, Lin Jing is no longer reserved. The moment he opened his eyes, the resonance was complete. At this moment, the environment in front of Lin Jing is exactly the scene in front of Shinado. Shinado is in a state of absolute trust in Lin Jing, which makes the resonance between the two reach a completeness, as if they are integrated together. You must know that Lin Jing's superpower has become stronger after being amplified by the God of Dreams, and his blessing to Shinado is even more amazing. Looking at the thought hammer that came directly, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his arms raised. At the same time, when Shinado's arm was raised, superpower gathered. With it as the center, the superpower is dense, and even faintly becomes the substance. Superpower spewed out, thought force condensed, turned into a sharp blade, and slashed towards the thought hammer. Cut off with one blow. The thought hammer shattered. What? On the other side of the battlefield, Yun Siqing's expression suddenly changed. What is this? The one who also exclaimed was Miss Joy, who had been suppressing her shock. At this moment, the successive changes made her unable to restrain her shock, and murmured, Super Hudi after Mega's evolution is still with Shinado. There is a gap, this Shinado. She turned her gaze and suddenly looked at Lin Jing. She saw the deep purple light in Lin Jing's eyes. This is an enhancement from the trainer's special ability. Contestant Lin Jing has a special power, which makes Shinado's combat power once again improved. There was a constant uproar on the battlefield. At this moment, the situation on the field has reversed again. At the same time as her expression changed, Yun Siqing did not hesitate and shouted, Hudi, destroy the death light. Hudi is one of the elves who can learn to destroy the death light, but through skill machine learning. Facing Shinado, who also has superpower attributes, Yun Siqing changed his strategy. Above the head, during the dance of the spoons, the energy full of destructive energy gathered, and then attacked brazenly. Destroy the dead light. Lin Jing's expression did not change, he stepped on it lightly, and Shinado's movements followed, the light flashed, and it had appeared at the other end of the ring. Teleport. At the same time, Shinado opened his mouth slightly, and a soft singing sounded, echoing in the ring. Fairy-type skills, the voice of charm. The singing sounded soft, but what it caused was mental damage. An expression of pain flashed across Super Hudi's face. At this moment, the energy gathered in Shinado's chest, the shadow ball launched. The shadow ball swept straight towards Hudi. Hudi, keep your mind strong. Yun Siqing's voice sounded. The superpower wrapped by the strong mentality and the ghost power contained in the shadow ball suddenly collided in midair. Boom! Under the burst of energy, an explosion sounded in midair. At the same time as the sound of the explosion came out, Shineido's figure flashed and disappeared again. For a moment, Yun Siqing was vigilant and said, "Hudi, perceive the location of the other party." Before she could finish her words, Shineido's figure appeared. This time it appears. It was Hudi's side. This exceeded everyone's expectations, including Yun Siqing and Hudi himself. At the moment when Shineido appeared, in his eyes, dazzling superpower surged, and his skills were motivated. With it as the center, during the turbulent thought power, the spirit smash is activated. The exclusive skills of the beasts derived from Mewtwo. Hudi's special defense is not low. And its physical defense, even after Mega evolves, the physical defense of Super Hudi is lower than its special defense. And the effect of spiritual breaking is here. At this moment, Hudi clearly felt that Shineido, who was close at hand, exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Next moment, the power of mental smashing erupted, and its body flew out uncontrollably. Hudi. Yun Siqing's anxious voice sounded. Shineido's movements did not stop, and while waving, in the midair, vaguely, a shadow of the moon appeared. Fairy-type skills, the power of the moon. At the same time, the brilliance in its eyes flashed, and the power of thought converged, passing through the superpower gems tied to its chest. After obtaining this gem, Lin Jing deliberately made it into a simple necklace and hung it on Shineido. At this moment, the superpower has become more and more turbulent after the increase of superpower gems, and the spiritual power is activated. Opposite the venue, Yun Siqing's anxious command sound came out. But, the moment he was hit by spirit break, Hudi was severely injured, and now he can't make any resistance at all. The special power from the moon, and the superpower that has been amplified, cut through the sky and hit Hudi at the same time. Its body was no longer suspended in midair, and fell to the ground ruthlessly. In a flash of brilliance, it no longer maintains the state of Super Hudi, and it has returned to its normal appearance. Miss Joy hesitated for a moment, and finally said in a complicated tone, "The battle is over, the trainer Lin Jing wins." The battle has not yet ended. Hudi has been separated from the mega state. Obviously, it has lost consciousness. Except for her voice, the entire battlefield was silent at this moment, falling into a dead silence. Everything happened so fast. Just a moment ago, the super-evolutionary Hudi gave them a considerable shock. Many people even thought that they would change hands with the first place in the standings. But the situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. In the face of Shineido, who has been augmented by the trainer's special power, even the Super Hudi that has evolved from Mega seems to have become a plaything. Hudi has not even made any effective resistance, and the battle is over. This situation exceeded everyone's expectations. Countless people looked at the other side of the battlefield in silence. There, with the defeat of Hudi, the purple brilliance in the eyes of Shineido and Lin Jing disappeared at the same time. They saw that Lin Jing showed a smile and was praising Shineido. At this moment, everyone had a common idea in their hearts. What a horrible trainer. Then, the noisy discussion suddenly rose, and countless people recovered from the initial shock and talked a lot. Have you seen the attacks in those rounds just now? Super evolution is this. This is it. This is it. This Shineido is too scary. Yun Siqing's Hudi was able to super-evolve by obtaining keystones and evolution stones from his family, while Lin Jing was able to win because of his own special strength. It is true that the rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. Brother Essence. Lin Jing is the well-deserved number one in the standings. His strength is terrifying. The battle just now was clearly a crushing trend. The discussion continued. On the battlefield, Lin Jing stroked Shineido's hair. Shineido narrowed his eyes, showing a comfortable look. Superpower resonance is quite terrifying for Shineido's improvement. Lin Jing recalled in his heart. At that moment, when he resonated with his superpowers and enhanced Shinado, the tacit understanding between him and Shinado made him enter an extremely special realm. The vision is the same, as the arm points. Just like when he entered the battlefield, when his thoughts arise, Shinado can complete his instructions. This lays the foundation for winning the battle. In contrast, Super Hootie may have good individual strength, but neither the Hootie itself nor its trainer Yun Siqing have enough combat experience, and the communication between them cannot be compared with Lin Jing and Shinado. In contrast, when Shinado improved himself through superpower resonance, he was not ready to face a stronger Shinado. Besides, Shinado's aptitude and level are ahead of Hootie. Hootie tied the gap with super evolution, but in the face of Lin Jing's superpower resonance, the gap was opened again. Everything. When Lin Jing used his superpower to increase, the result was already doomed. This is not the current ceiling of Shinado. Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. When I get the keystone, Shinado can evolve with Mega, and then resonate with superpowers, and the combat power will be even more terrifying. Kaoyunai, the champion of the Carlos Starfield, her main elf is Shinado, and her battle mode should be similar to this. After lifting the Pokeball, Shinado rubbed against Lin Jing, and then returned to the Pokeball. He looked to the other end. Yun Siqing's expression was a little complicated, and she was standing beside Hootie. She, who has been the daughter of heaven since she was a child, obviously did not expect that when she used her trump card, she would be defeated so neatly. After Gilly Egg helped Hootie with a simple treatment, Miss Joy and Gilly Egg walked towards the treatment center together. Yun Siqing was also beside him. But, after walking past Lin Jing's side, she hesitated for a moment and stopped. Her tone was serious and she said sincerely, "Lin Jing, you are really strong." Her tone was somewhat emotional. I thought that after Hootie's super evolution, he could defeat all the opponents in the elf exam, but now it seems that I'm just sitting there watching the sky. Your Hootie is already very strong. But maybe it's because of my own growth too fast, and my combat experience is a bit lacking. If you have more experience fighting it, this battle may be more exciting. Yun Siqing showed a hint of admiration and nodded in agreement. You are right, I will try my best to make up for the shortcomings. Her mentality was obviously good. She quickly walked out of the defeat and turned to say, Lin Jing, I also heard some of their comments before the battle, you. She hesitated for a moment and said, is it from an ordinary family? That's right. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Seeing this, Yun Siqing lowered her voice a little. Lin Jing, have you thought about accepting some investment? Invest. Lin Jing frowned slightly. He was very clear about this. In each star field, various forces are active, and some forces even set up special departments to find potential trainers and give investment. If an invested trainer grows into a strong player, even just having his friendship is a good report. Yun Siqing's tone was serious. Our Yun family treats potential trainers quite generously. If I remember correctly, your Shinado is also a super evolution elf. If you are willing to accept the investment from our Yun family, or even join our Yun family, I can guarantee that after the elf exam is over, you will contact the family as soon as possible to prepare keystones and super evolution stones for Shinado. As for other aspects of the treatment, there will be a special person to discuss with you in detail, which will definitely satisfy you. How about it? Think about it. Keystone and super evolution stone. Yun Siqing's sincerity is full. However, Lin Jing didn't think about it, and said bluntly, I don't like being restrained very much, forget it. If there is no treasure chest system, he may think about it, but now, he does not want to directly devote himself to a certain force. All right then. Yun Siqing responded somewhat disappointedly, it seems that you also have your own ideas. Lin Jingbin wanted to say something more. But, at this time, his expression was slightly condensed, and his face was already serious. Looking at Yun Siqing, Lin Jing said bluntly, I still have things to deal with, so I won't say more. Please. Lin Jing walked past her and walked out of the resting base. Along the way, the trainers looked at him with all kinds of eyes, with admiration, envy, and even jealousy. But they all made way, and Lin Jing didn't even need to say more. This is the heart of admiration for the strong. The powerful combat power shown by Shinado made them admire Lin Jing, a trainer of the same class. Lin Jing walked forward quickly with a serious expression. Because just now, that feeling of being piqued came again faintly. And at the same time, Darkrai's voice resounded in his heart. The 3-in-1 chapter is delivered, the flowers will reach 10,000 soon, book lovers who have flowers will give it to you tilde. Chapter 45 Guandu Boss, Candid Communication with Darkrai. The voice that sounded in my heart was the call from Darkrai. Because of this, Lin Jing chose to leave from the resting base. After stepping out from the resting base, Lin Jing's eyes looked into the distance. This time, Darkrai did not hide his existence, so Lin Jing already knew its location the moment he sensed the gaze. Into the eye, the far end is a continuous forest. Lin Jing didn't hesitate, and strode over. The battle is over. However, the aftermath is quite amazing. You know, the battle between the first vs standings and the 9th in the standings, which was broadcast live in one after another resting base, can be described as a lot of attention. At this moment, in each resting base, the two trainers who participated in the battle were almost always discussing Apocalypse Star Territory, Lin Jing. Big Dipper Star Region, Yun Xiqing. The battle between the two shining elves was a feast for their eyes, and the scenes that actually happened in the battle were even more eye-opening. It can be said that after this battle, among the trainers watching the battle, the names of Lin Jing and Yun Xiqing have been completely established. They are no longer a string of names on the points leaderboard, but correspond to the powerhouses of the two rookie trainers. Compared to Yun Xiqing, the winning Lin Jing is even more eye-catching. You must know that Yun Xiqing was born in the Yun family with a Heavenly King level trainer, with a deep background and a lot of trump cards. In this case, he was defeated by the ordinary Lin Jing. After watching this battle, among the rookie trainers who participated in the ELF exam, many people even became fans of Lin Jing, with admiration in their hearts. Counterattack, as always, something to be concerned about. Guandu Star Territory. In the vast sea of stars, a spaceship is sailing. On the side of the spacecraft, a special logo is engraved. At this moment, inside the spaceship, in a luxurious office, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A calm male voice sounded. Boss. After the people outside entered the office, they first bowed earnestly, and then said, not long ago, we received news about it. It appeared in the Shinao Star Territory, and in the depths of the Star Sea, it fought a battle with another fairy that existed in the legend. The outcome of the battle is still uncertain. Oh. Behind the desk is an executive chair with its back facing him. At this time, the voice behind the boss's chair sounded. It finally appeared again. Go on, I need more detailed information about it. Yes, boss. The visitor responded, then hesitated, and continued. Boss, our strength in the Shinao Starfield is a little weak. After all, it is not our home field. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Behind the boss chair, a deep voice came out. That's something you need to think about. Hearing this, the visitor looked solemn. I understand, boss. After another salute, the visitor put a photo on the table, then turned and left. The boss chair turned a half circle, and the man above was really exposed. He was wearing a black suit with a solemn expression, and his eyes were full of confidence. On his side, there is a cat boss lying comfortably on the ground, enjoying his caress. The man's eyes turned to the photos left on the desktop. Above the photo is a figure captured through the porthole. Mewtwo. Lin Jing walked all the way and quickly approached the forest. Just after he stepped out and completely stepped into the forest, the surrounding environment changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have come to another dimension. The surroundings were dark and terrifying scenes appeared from time to time. Lin Jing's expression remained unchanged, and he looked towards the front. At this moment, a faint smoke flickered, and a figure appeared in front of him. Nightmare God, Darkrai. It was not the first time we met, Lin Jing said. Darklay, we meet again. He obtained Darkrai's affinity from the affinity treasure box, and the two were obviously different from the first meeting. Darkrai nodded slightly. Its bright pupils looked at Lin Jing, and a hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Human. I went to confirm everything you said. You sure didn't deceive me. That's natural. Lin Jing's expression was serious. An elf like you possesses quite terrifying might, how could I deceive you? Lin Jing's voice fell. Darkrai's voice sounded again. But. Its voice changed. I went to investigate the time-space distortion area you mentioned, but I didn't find the so-called time-space channel. Normal space-time distortion area, nature and space-time channels are not connected. Lin Jing replied. I came to the Shikui continent, which is the passage of time and space solidified by special technology in the era I live in. And now, the elf exam has not yet ended, that time-space channel is most likely closed, or there is only one exit, under the control of the Alliance Trainer. Alliance Trainer. Hearing Darkrai's somewhat puzzled voice, Lin Jing explained, in my era, the biggest official force was the Elf Alliance. Each Starfield Elves Alliance, dominate each Starfield. Including the Elf exam I took, it was sponsored by the Elf Union. Having said this, Lin Jing thought for a moment and then said, Darklay, if you want to go to the era I lived in, then I can take you there when the elf exam is over and when you return. Darkrai took a deep look at Lin Jing, but did not speak. Lin Jing's voice did not stop, and continued, however, if you are willing to leave with me, we need to make some preparations to avoid trouble. The time and space channel controlled by the Elf Alliance, whether it is the exit here or the entrance of the interstellar era, has a powerful trainer with very terrifying strength. If they discover your existence, I am not sure if it will appear. What an accident. The strength of the Heavenly King and even the champion trainer should not be underestimated. So, as early as the first time he communicated with Darkrai, he thought about it seriously. When he communicated with Darkrai in the future, the problems that he might encounter in the future had already been recorded. Now, his expression is calm and his tone is sincere. If you need my help to get out of here, then you have to get in here first. In Lin Jing's hand, he took out an empty ordinary red and white Pokeball. It's a Pokeball, my era, a special device for pixies to inhabit. With your ability, you should be able to perceive that this kind of ordinary Pokeball can't restrict your movements at all. Having said that, Lin Jing stopped talking and looked at Darkrai seriously. For the Divine Beast Elves, for Darkrai, there is no doubt that Lin Jing has a strong idea of conquering. But now, the gap between the two is too big. With his current strength and his mastery of the tyrannical carp dragon's temperament, Lin Jing can use the power of the tyrannical carp dragon under certain circumstances. But if you change the object to Darkrai, it will be a well-deserved play with fire. Regardless of Darkrai's strength, just with its wisdom, it is not an existence that can be manipulated. If you anger it, or if you are found to be deliberately guiding it, with malicious intentions, I am afraid that in a moment, it will turn into powder and sink into endless nightmares. Lin Jing would never underestimate the terrifying power of the beast spirit. Because of this, although he took out the Pokeball, he was really thinking about Darkrai and avoiding unnecessary trouble for it. Opposite the space-time passage, but Beidaicheng has a champion trainer sitting in town. A mythical beast elf who will bring nightmares appears in the examination room, and the battle is almost inevitable. And, just as he said, ordinary red and white Pokeballs could not impose any restrictions on Darkrai at all. Darkrai's gaze stayed on the Pokeball for a moment, then looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing's face was calm and he looked at him. After a while, Darkrai's figure turned into a ray of light and swept into the Pokeball. The first one, ask for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 46 Amazing Harvest, the treasure chest of the Nightmare God. As Darkrai's figure was thrown into the Pokeball, under the influence of its power, the abnormal space disappeared and returned to the normal forest. Next moment, Darkrai's figure turned into red light and swept out of the Pokeball again. Human. Your name. Its voice sounded again. My name is Lin Jing. Lin Jing. Darkrai gave Lin Jing a deep look. I still have some things to do. Before you leave this continent, I will come back. When the sound fell, as the faint smoke circulated, Darkrai's figure disappeared in place. Lin Jing's superpower was activated, and Wei Wei felt it. Around, Darkrai was no longer there, and it was obvious that it had left in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jing looked at the Pokeball in his hand. Perhaps because of a certain basic affinity, Darkrai agreed to his proposal and entered the Pokeball. True. The red and white Pokeball cannot impose any restrictions on Darkrai. But, for Lin Jing, this is enough. Being able to let a mythical beast elf enter your elf ball is something that countless trainers will envy to the extreme. Because of the God of Beautiful Dreams, I initially established contact with the God of Nightmare, and we communicated twice, and our mutual trust has also improved. Darkrai is not my elf, but it is willing to enter my elf ball, which in itself is a kind of progress, but also a connection. Leave a connection with Darkrai, and as my strength continues to increase, one day, I will be able to obtain its recognition, and fight side by side with me in this vast galaxy. And a light flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. In consideration of the dangers that may be encountered in the future, I used a strategy to subdue the Kirby Beast and the tyrannical Carp Dragon, but these two are not obeying orders at the moment, and even because of their feelings for me. Resentment, basically unable to communicate. Quote. But Darkrai is different. Darkrai, who entered the Pokeball on his own, is now my ally. When he returns to the interstellar era, before it leaves, if anyone really wants to harm me, then just get ready to meet the anger from the beast spirit. Besides, thoughts flashed. Lin Jing looked at the treasure chest interface in front of him. At this moment, there are two lines of prompt information, which are constantly flashing above. It is detected that the host has captured an exceptionally powerful elf, and you have obtained a special trainer treasure chest. Check that the intimacy between Darkrai and the host exceeds 20, and you have obtained an affinity treasure chest. In the past, when he captured the tyrannical Carp Dragon through the plan, he once obtained the trainer's treasure box. Apparently, the evaluation of the treasure chest system does not take into account whether the captured elf will obey the command. As long as it enters the elf ball in Lin Jing and fails to break free during capture, it will be regarded as subdued. Therefore, the moment Darkrai entered the Pokeball, the prompt had already risen. Special Trainer Chest. As expected of Darkrai, in the evaluation of the system, he has already used an exception to describe its strength. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing's line of sight looked not far ahead. There, a treasure chest has been formed, blooming with a dazzling black brilliance. Indistinctly, Darkrai's phantom flashed in it. Lin Jing was already familiar with this style of treasure chest. Without a doubt. That's the beast treasure chest. Without any hesitation, Lin Jing chose to pick it up. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Darkrai. The appearance of any treasure chest is random, and after the second meeting with Darkrai, the treasure chest of the beast and spirit about it finally appeared. Great harvest. Lin Jing was overjoyed. Because of Darkrai, he harvested 3 treasure chests one after another, which was completely beyond his expectations. At this moment, the brilliance of the treasure chest interface was extremely bright, and the 3 treasure chests flashed and echoed each other. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and said in his heart, open the treasure chest of the beasts and spirits. The brilliance flashed, and the prompt was born. You have acquired a special ability, malicious perception. You have acquired the skill, wave of evil. You have acquired the skill, raid. You have gained special influence, the trust of the nightmare god. You have obtained the divine beast skill fragment, dark black hole. Looking around, more detailed information came into view. Open black lens bracket malicious perception close black lens bracket. Introduction. As a divine beast elf with evil attributes, Darkrai is very sensitive to maliciousness, and you have acquired this ability from it. Is it malicious? Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. It chose to believe me, probably because it didn't perceive any malice in me. Open black lens bracket trust of nightmare god close black lens bracket. Introduction. You have successfully gained a certain trust from nightmare god Darkrai. When you encounter danger, Darkrai has a certain chance to protect you. Dark black hole. Introduction. A unique skill for Darkrai, which drags the opponent into a strange dark world and forces the opponent to fall asleep. The wave of evil, the raid, can all be learned by Ghost Stone. I don't know, dark black hole, Ghost Stone is full of learning conditions. Although Ghost Stone is a ghost plus poison attribute skill, it can also comprehend multiple evil attribute skills independently as it grows. Thought flashed, he did not try immediately, but said in his heart, open the affinity treasure box. You got a special buff, Darkrai's favor. You have acquired aptitude transformation, nightmare baptism. Open black lens bracket Darkrai's favor close black lens bracket. Introduction. Special buff. An upgraded version of Darkrai's breath. You gain the trust of Darkrai, your connection with Darkrai is strengthened, your suppression of evil spirits is enhanced, and when you are with evil-type spirits when the elves fight, the opponent's performance will be completely suppressed. Open black lens bracket baptism of nightmare close black lens bracket. Introduction. Because of your many contacts with Darkrai, you have left a strong nightmare atmosphere on your body, and you can baptize the elves that are close to each other, thereby improving the elves' qualifications. The second one is sent. Ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 47 Nightmare Baptism, Transformed Ghost Stone, Evolution. Darkrai's favor. Nightmare Baptism. Lin Jing's eyes swept over the details of the two rewards, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Although the number of rewards in the affinity treasure chest is not large, the value is quite good. Last time, that Zoroha was terrified when he saw me. Now, it has been upgraded to Darkrai's favor. I am afraid that if I encounter that Zoroha again, it will not even dare to come out of the Pokeball. I can also be regarded as the natural enemy of evil spirits. His eyes wandered to another reward. Nightmare Baptism. In addition to the Super Baptism, I finally got a reward that can improve my qualifications. Nightmare Baptism. Can it be used on elves who are close to each other? Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, as his thoughts moved, the Pokeball fell into his hands. Next moment. The huge Flash Leader Ghost Stone has appeared in front of him. After Ghost Stone appeared, his eyes immediately turned to Lin Jing. Among the elves currently possessed by Lin Jing, in Lin Jing's view, Ghost Stone is undoubtedly the most suitable existence for the baptism of nightmares. After all, Ghost Stone is an elf who can comprehend evil skills on his own. Now, after summoning Ghost Stone, Lin Jing first let him learn the wave of evil and raid skills. These two skills are very suitable for Ghost Stone. Through the reward, Ghost Stone can easily comprehend it. Subsequently, Lin Jing's expression became more serious. He looked at Ghost Stone, and said, Ghost Stone, get ready. Although he still didn't know what Lin Jing was going to do, Ghost Stone still showed a serious look. Then, its eyes suddenly widened, and it looked in front of Lin Jing. At this moment, the reward of Nightmare Baptism was used by Lin Jing. The dark black brilliance flashed in front of Lin Jing, and at the same time as the brilliance flashed, terrifying scenes emerged, and the phantom of Darkrai was looming. At this moment, Ghost Stone gave birth to endless longing in his heart. It did not cover it, and its eyes were full of expectation and looked at Lin Jing. Seeing this, Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. Being able to make the elves generate their own expectations and desires undoubtedly proves that the baptism of nightmares is useful to Ghost Stone. Looking at Ghost Stone, who was eager to break through the sky, Lin Jing smiled slightly and said, "Go ahead." The moment the voice fell, Ghost Stone's speed exploded, rushing directly into the dark black brilliance. The moment it rushed into the brilliance, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly, and he used his superpower to perceive. In his perception, the brilliance seemed to have transformed into a small nightmare space. As Ghost Stone entered it, the power of nightmares was quickly absorbed by Ghost Stone. Its breath changed one after another, becoming more and more strange. A faint brilliance circulated around Ghost Stone, since it can withstand the baptism of nightmares. Then, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Another reward was used. The exclusive skill from Nightmare God Darkrai, Dark Black Hole. While the reward is being used, in the void, there seems to be a shadow of a black hole emerging, leading to another strange space. The black hole fell, and when it approached Ghost Stone, it merged into its body without hindrance. Just then, as if feeling something, Lin Jing lowered his head and looked at a pokeball at his waist. It was not long ago that Darkrai entered the Pokeball. At this moment, although Darkrai was not here, the Pokeball trembled slightly. Does Darkrai feel anything? Lin Jing showed a thoughtful look. He looked at Ghost Stone, who was transforming, and said to himself, after experiencing the baptism of nightmares, he mastered the dark black hole skill through the Divine Beast skill fragment. Ghost Stone, he can be called Darkrai's little apprentice. When I arrive at Clay, follow me back to the interstellar age, maybe. The thoughts in his mind flowed. Ahead. The nightmare baptism continues. The fragments of Divine Beast skills are integrated, and Ghost Stone, who gradually comprehends the dark black hole skills, has become more and more compatible with the baptism of nightmares, and its breath is steadily improving. After about a few minutes, the terrifying illusions around Ghost Stone's body led to the gradual reduction of the brilliance, the baptism of nightmares. Lin Jing thought it was all over. But, at this moment, on Ghost Stone himself, a dazzling light was born. Lin Jing was slightly stunned and quickly reacted. That is the light of evolution. Ghost Stone began to evolve. Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply. The end has been reached. Theoretically, after evolving into Ghost Stone, through the special activation of communication power, Ghost Stone has the possibility to evolve into Gengar. But, if there is no stimulation of that power, Ghost Stone needs to accumulate slowly. This is the baptism of nightmares, coupled with the common power of mastering the skills of the beasts. The Ghost Stone has undergone a transformation, and it has directly started to evolve successfully. I didn't expect this kind of unexpected joy. Nightmare God Darkrai. It's called Nightmare God, but it can be called my lucky star. Lin Jing's eyes are full of joy. Because of the trust of Nightmare God Darkrai, he was willing to enter his Pokeball, and his gains were invaluable. As the light of evolution enveloped, the appearance of Ghost Stone changed, and the phantom inside was rapidly increasing. Ordinary Gengars are not very big. But this is a Flash Boss Gengar. In the blink of an eye, it has climbed to a height of several meters. If you only look at the phantom in the light of evolution, you might even think it is a Kobo. After tens of seconds, the light of evolution gradually converged, and the evolution was finally completed. The one who reappeared was already an evolved form. Glitter Boss Gengar. After the evolution was completed, Gengar was obviously very excited. He took a big mouth, stuck his tongue out, and licked Lin Jing directly. All right. Lin Jing reached out and patted its belly. It was soft and very comfortable. Gengar's eyes narrowed, looking even cuter. The bigger it is, the more secure it is. Looking up slightly, looking at Zhang Gui's appearance, his eyes are full of satisfaction. As his mind moved slightly, his wisdom eye ability was activated. Open black lens bracket Gengar, flash boss, close black lens bracket. Level LV31. Introduction. Gengar, a Pokemon that lives in the shadows and waits for an opportunity to take people's lives. If you find the shadow under your feet laughing, you'd better grab the amulet to exorcise the evil. Attribute: Ghost, Poison. Characteristic: Cursed Body. Qualification: Quasi-Overlord. Currently mastered skills: Strange Eyes, Tongue Licking, Hypnotism, Black Eyes, Tit for Tat, Resentment, Song of Death, Shadow Fist, Curse, Misfortune Never Comes Alone, Night Shadow, Wave of Evil, Surprise Attack, Dark Black Hole, Pseudo, Mirror Surface Attributes. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the column of qualifications. Quasi-Overlord level. The third is sent. Ask for an evaluation ticket, a monthly flower ticket, thank you. Chapter 48. The luxurious special treasure chest, the power of the dragon, is fully strengthened. After experiencing the dual effects of Nightmare Baptism and Dark Black Hole skills, there may be factors that evolved into Gengar, and Gengar's aptitude has come to the same quasi-overlord level as Shinado. There was some emotion in Lin Jing's eyes. Gengar is the most qualified elf it has encountered in the wild. And now, its qualifications go a step further. After the transformation of Shinado's qualifications, it is also a quasi-overlord. Then, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly. The quasi-overlord level qualification is already beyond the existence of the champion level qualification. Both elves are staying at the quasi-overlord level. Could it be that if you want to achieve the true overlord level qualification, you still need some conditions? The thoughts in his mind turned sharply. In this way, the fire dinosaurs are a bit behind. The Heavenly King level qualification is quite amazing for other elves, but compared with the quasi-overlord level, it is far behind. However, I have a treasure chest system, and sooner or later I will be able to obtain resources to improve the qualifications of fire dinosaurs. After all, a series of evolutionary forms of fire dinosaurs also have amazing potential. Thoughts flickered in his mind. There is no doubt that the evolutionary body of the fire dinosaur, the fire-breathing dragon, is also a very favored existence. Mega evolution of the fire-breathing dragon is one of the few elves with 2 mega evolution directions. This alone makes the fire-breathing dragon better than the other 3 imperial families. Therefore, Lin Jing also has high hopes for the fire dinosaurs. Looking at it this way, the keystone is bound to be won. After Ghost Stone evolves into Gengar, as long as I get the Gengar Evolution Stone and the Keystone, I can complete the Mega Evolution and go further. It's getting closer and closer to the White Ghost. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing's eyes looked at the location where Gengar was evolving. There is no treasure chest generated. Didn't trigger the evolution treasure chest. Lin Jing shook his head, not disappointed. After all, today, his harvest is already quite amazing. Motioning for Gengar to get acquainted with his new evolved body, Lin Jing looked at the treasure chest system interface in front of him and said. At this moment, as the dazzling brilliance circulated, the treasure chest was opened, streams of light swept out, and information was born. Open black lens bracket. You got the advanced ball X2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You got super ball X3 close black lens bracket. You got a giant ball X1. Open black lens bracket. You got shuttle ball X1 close black lens bracket. You have obtained a special trainer clothing set X1. You have obtained comprehensive enhancement X1. You have obtained a special power, the power of the dragon. You have obtained a special badge, Reinforcement Master. Open the special trainer treasure chest. You get a random slate drawing chance X1. Lin Jing glanced over at a glance. Luxury. By conquering the special trainer's treasure box triggered by Darkrai, the rewards inside can only be described as luxurious. Needless to say about each Pokeball, The giant ball is a poke ball that is more advanced and more effective than the overweight ball, and corresponds to a heavy poke ball, while the shuttle ball is an upgraded version of the flying wing ball, corresponding to the flying Pokémon. Superior Trainer Clothing Set Defense +10, Special Defense +10, Fall Slowness +5, Agility +2. Note: wearing the costume of a super trainer will naturally make the rational wild elves feel good. Comprehensive Strengthening. Introduction: you will usher in a comprehensive strengthening, from physical strength to special power. Conquer Master. Introduction: Special Badge. When wearing this badge, the success probability of catching the elves increases by 3%. Dragon Power. Introduction: trainers who are able to control the special power of dragon-type elves and possess the power to control dragons are born with the affinity of dragon-type elves, and can use the power of imperial dragons to enhance dragon-type elves. Random Slate Drawing Chance. Introduction: you can draw a piece of attribute slate that has been circulated in Legends. Lin Jing glanced over and let out a long breath. Amazing. Amazing value. If you let other trainers get these rewards, I'm afraid they will be crazy. He did not hesitate to use the rewards one by one. Premium Trainer Costume Use. The faint brilliance melted into the room, and Lin Jing clearly felt that his body became more and more sensitive. Conqueror is a light blue badge that he wears on his chest. Then, he used Dragon Power. Indistinctly, there seems to be the sound of a dragon's roar, and a faint brilliance is born from the void and merges into the whole body. The Power of the Dragon. Dragon-type elves are inherently powerful beings, but with the power to control dragons, they can make dragon-type elves even more terrifying. Perhaps it was because the body itself had superpowers. During the interaction, Lin Jing clearly felt that the special power that he had just integrated into the body seemed to be strengthened. Clenching his fist slightly, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the surging power in his body. Dragon Elf. While the dragon-type elves are powerful, they are also very rare. During the period of exploration in the Shikui continent, Lin Jing had never encountered a dragon-type elves. Wait until you meet a really suitable dragon-type spirit, and then capture it, so as to play the role of the power of the dragon. Then, fully enhanced activation. Indistinctly, in the sky above the forest scene, there seems to be a small whirlpool emerging. From the whirlpool, beams of brilliance surged out and merged into the body of the forest scene. During the warm currents, the physique is constantly strengthening. Around Lin Jing, there are 3 colors of brilliance flashing constantly. That is the manifestation from 3 special powers. Super Power, Dragon Power, Malicious Perception. Deep Purple, Light Blue, and Dark. Physical Enhancement, Special Strength Enhancement. Lin Jing also ushered in a comprehensive transformation. Aside. Zhang Gui was already familiar with his newly evolved body, but now he seemed to sense something faintly. This strengthening lasted for a few minutes. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes, and his eyes looked around. A few minutes later, Lin Jing's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and the stars flashed in them. He stepped on his right leg and jumped vigorously, and his body was light and quickly ascended into the air. Then, he fell to the ground. Perceiving his own change, Lin Jing felt a sigh of relief in his heart. The improvement brought by comprehensive strengthening is quite amazing. There are super real rookies today, and there are super Shizui people in the past. With my current physical strength, plus the defensive blessing of clothing attributes, I should be able to really resist the attacks of some elves without being hurt. In this interstellar era, it is very important to have a strong physique. As the thoughts flowed, Lin Jing looked at the last reward in the trainer's treasure chest, and his expression became solemn. Random Attribute Slate Drawing Chance. The 4th is sent. Ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 49 The attribute slate related to the God of Creation, aiming at the standard God. Property Slate. In Lin Jing's memory of the elf world, there is only one kind of prop that can be called that. The thought flashed, and I took the opportunity to use it. At this moment, in front of Lin Jing, a lottery machine in the shape of a large turntable appeared. The top was divided into 19 equally divided areas. Above each area, slate patterns of different colors were depicted. Sure enough, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Without a doubt, this is the attribute slate that is connected with the legendary creator of the elf world, Arceus. According to rumors, the attribute slate can change the attributes of Arceus. And the attribute slate itself can also produce an amazing increase in the power of the elf skills of the same attribute. Everything related to the beast spirit is of great value, not to mention the attribute slate related to Arceus. Lin Jing didn't hesitate, and when his mind moved slightly, the turntable quickly spun. After more than 10 seconds, the turntable slowly stopped, and the pointer stayed in an area above. Open black lens bracket. You got the fireball slate. Close black lens bracket. Above the big turntable, a ray of light rose, and a slate slowly emerged in the void. Detective Lin Jing took it. The slate fell into his hand, and a hot feeling came. The fireball slate was flaming red, emitting a faint flame-colored light. The moment Lin Jing held the slate at the waist, a pokeball suddenly trembled. Lin Jing raised his brows and said, "Come out." The light flashed, and the figure of the fire dinosaur had appeared in place. There was a look of longing in its eyes, and it immediately landed on the fireball slate. Seeing the appearance of the fire dinosaur, Lin Jing's heart moved. If it's just a fire attribute item that enhances the power of the skill, the fire dinosaur will definitely not be so eager. Perhaps, this fireball slate, which is related to Arceus, has other functions. In a flash of thought, Lin Jing gently touched the last pokeball on his waist. The brilliance flashed. Glitter Shinado appears. As an elf who can telepathically communicate with Lin Jing, Shinado also acts as an interpreter many times. After the pokeball left, Shinado first looked at Gengar with curious eyes, then looked at Lin Jing, and a soft voice sounded. "Master." Lin Jing nodded slightly and said, "Fire Dinosaur, what do you think about this slate? Tell Shinado." Heard. The fire dinosaur growled a few times. Shinado's voice sounded in Lin Jingshin's heart in real time. "Master, Fire Dinosaur said that it has a very special feeling for this slate. After the slate appeared, its fire attribute energy became more active, and involuntarily a desire was born in his heart." "Is that so?" Lin Jing looked thoughtful, and then handed it the fireball slate. "This slate will be handed over to you to keep." The fire dinosaur stretched out its claws and took it. The moment he took over the slate, behind the fire dinosaur, the flames on the dragon's tail became more vigorous to the extent visible to the naked eye. It seems that carrying this fireball slate can indeed have a subtle influence on fire dinosaurs. After pondering, Lin Jing said earnestly, "Fire Dinosaur, next, you must be fully prepared for battle. It's getting closer and closer to the end of the elf test. In the next time, most of the battles, I will send you to the field." Heard. The fire dinosaur's eyes showed a strong fighting intent, and he roared in response. It is a very warlike elf, and now it is obviously impatient. Seeing the reaction of the fire dinosaur, Lin Jing nodded with satisfaction. Preparing to let the fire dinosaurs act as the main force in the next battle is naturally the result of his planning. Shinado, Gengar, have evolved into their final form. In contrast, fire dinosaurs still have a chance to evolve again. To sharpen the fire dinosaurs and let them complete the evolution is undoubtedly the best choice to improve the comprehensive strength of the team at present. After a few words, Lin Jing took the Gengar, the fire dinosaur, and the pokeball back. He turned his gaze to the far side. This forest is not far from the resting base, and the resting base where trainers keep coming and going can be seen far away. I'm afraid no one could have imagined that shortly after the battle between me and Yun Siqing ended, my strength would usher in another transformation. As the thought flashed, Lin Jing took out the investigation machine and checked the direction on the map. After a few seconds, he pointed to a location on the map, pointed at the top, and said, "Zanaido, the destination is here." "Okay, Master." Shinado took the initiative to reach out and took Lin Jing's hand. The light flashed, and the two figures had disappeared in place. The elf test continues. As time goes by, the end is getting closer and closer. Perhaps it was because the battle between Lin Jing and Yun Siqing in the top 10 of the standings was touching. After that, there were many battles at the top of the standings in the resting stronghold. 17th place in the standings, Fan Qi from Weixingxingyu, came across the second place in the current standings at the resting stronghold. Crimson from Guandu Xingyu launched a challenge. In the end, the Kirby beast sent by Crimson defeated Fan Qi's fire elf. 4 in the standings, Chu Qing from the Big Dipper domain was no longer anonymous, and chose to reveal his identity, defeating the 8th place in the standings, Kato from the Hejong domain. Many battles at the top of the standings took place at various resting points, and they were all broadcast live. The rapid changes in the standings also allowed the trainers who participated in the elf test to have a better understanding of the actual combat power at the top of the standings. Deep understanding. There has been a lot of discussion about the current standings. However, since the battle with Yun Siqing, Lin Jing seemed to have completely disappeared, and he never came to any resting base again, which made many trainers feel a little regretful. They were also looking forward to seeing Lin Jing's battle again. However, Lin Jing's steadily increasing points undoubtedly proved that he has been constantly fighting in the wild. Countdown to the Genie exam. 0 hours 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Washing area. Tianguan foothills. On a steep cliff. Lin Jing made a vigorous leap with his right leg, holding the protruding rock with both hands. With his strong physique, he turned up and climbed to the higher platform. After doing all this, he exhaled a long breath. Stepping on the platform, there are already shallow clouds floating around. Here is the high point of the foothills of Tianguan Mountain. Stepping on the platform and looking down, there is a kind of charm of seeing the mountains and small mountains. After leaving that day, Lin Jing's destination was very clear, that is, to explore the foothills of Tianguan Mountain again. In the entire Shikui area, the foothills of Tianguan Mountain is the most complex area. The peaks are extremely steep and the environment is complex. Even flying elves may get lost in it. And the purpose of Lin Jing's coming here is very simple. He came for a genie. Through his personal exploration of the Shikui area during this period of time, he has become more and more familiar with it. At the same time, he can be sure that some information from previous games can indeed be confirmed with the real Shikui area. For example, there are traces of the God of Dreams in the battlefield of Yingyu, and so on. Because of this, after mastering the power of the dragon, he has a goal. According to the information in the game in the previous life, there is a kind of elves living in the very high place at the foot of Tianguan Mountain. Quasi-god elf, dragon type, fiercely bites the land shark. The 5th ascent, ask for an evaluation ticket and a monthly flower ticket. Chapter 50. A quasi-god with championship level qualifications is a perfect starting point. To be precise, round land sharks, fangtooth land sharks, and even fierce bite land sharks may appear in this area. Lin Jing, who has the power to control the dragon, naturally has to choose a powerful enough dragon-type elf. Quasi-god is undoubtedly the best choice. Because of this, since he left that day, Lin Jing has been heading towards the very high point at the foot of Tianguan Mountain. During this period, Lin Jing was also constantly fighting with wild elves, and even more boss elves wandering in the wild to earn points. With the evolution and improvement of Shinado, he realized the super barrier and teleported 2 skills. Lin Jing firmly grasped the initiative of the battle in his hands, and he could fight or retreat according to his own mind. Go all the way, climb, and finally arrive here. I don't know if this trip will be fruitful. As his thoughts flickered, Lin Jing immediately prepared to move towards a higher point. But at this moment, a faint sound came out, and his eyes suddenly turned to the rear of this small platform. At first glance, I saw a few more natural-looking stones piled up on one side of the cliff close to the cliff. It was there that the voice came. While Lin Jing looked over, a figure hung in the air and slowly floated out. Open black lens bracket small fist stone close black lens bracket. Level LV13. Attribute rock, ground. Qualification superior. The moment it appeared, the message was already in sight. The small fist stone with wide eyes also saw Lin Jing, but at the moment of seeing it, under Lin Jing's gaze, it silently turned around and turned back toward the stone. Except for some of the wild elves who are not sober, most of the elves are also judging the situation. When encountering the existence of the opponent that they feel is not an opponent, they tend to retreat. On Lin Jing, there is a special buff, Darkrai's favor. The breath from Darkrai suppressed the evil spirits, and at the same time, the spirits of other attributes could also faintly sense that Lin Jing was uneasy. Looking at the figure of the small rock turning back, Lin Jing seemed to have a feeling, and his eyes narrowed. Only see. After the stone returned by the small fist stone, at this moment, a small head appeared faintly. This is. Lin Jing moved slightly in his heart and walked over. Seemingly aware that he was found, the little head suddenly shrank back, and then the sound of small footsteps sounded and quickly went away. Lin Jing walked to the stone. At first glance, behind the pile of stones, there is a small entrance to a half-human high cave. Did you go in there? The cave is extremely narrow and difficult to enter. Squinting his eyes slightly, Lin Jing unleashed his power. The power of the dragon. At this moment, with him as the center, the power of the royal dragon spreads around. Indistinctly, there seems to be a dragon roaring in the void. Under Lin Jing's attention, the small figure who escaped back to the cave had already emerged from the cave and looked at it. Under the influence of the power of the dragon, the little guy seemed to let go of his vigilance, left the cave, took a few steps forward, and stopped at a distance of about 2 or 3 meters from the forest scene. After closing the distance, the influence of the power of the dragon is more obvious. Under the effect of the power of the dragon, the little guy narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a comfortable look. I finally found it. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. In front of him, the little guy who is enjoying the power of the dragon is exactly the goal of his trip. This is a round land shark. It looks like a standing shark, with missile-like protrusions on both sides of its head. At this moment, it does not have the majestic temperament of a quasi-god elf in the future, but looks a little cute. The quasi-god elves are quite rare, not to mention the powerful dragon-type quasi-gods like the earth dragon. If you don't find them before the elf exam, you don't know how long it will take to meet them. When the thoughts are flipped, the power of wisdom eye is activated. Information emerges. Round land shark. Level LV21. Attribute dragon, ground. Qualification champion. The level is not low. Looking at some of the marks left by the round land shark, Lin Jing said in his heart, it seems that he is a very belligerent little guy, and he is constantly fighting in the wild, tempering himself and growing. Champion level qualifications are terrifying. Quasi-god elves are rare and powerful. Basically, any quasi-god elves have the qualifications above the elite level. Nonetheless, the round land shark with championship-level qualifications in front of him is also called awe-inspiring, and among the quasi-god elves, it is also the most top-notch existence. It seems that the lucky child may have played a role again, allowing me to meet an elves with quite amazing talents. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Lin Jing stopped the display of the power of the dragon. The power of the dragon was lifted, and the originally comfortable expression of the round land shark changed slightly. As soon as its short legs took a step, it immediately wanted to escape, but there was some hesitation in its heart, and it hesitated on the spot. Lin Jing leaned down and stretched out his hand. When the power of the royal dragon was activated again, a strange brilliance bloomed on his palm. Little guy, would you like to come with me? At the same time as he spoke, his superpower was activated, revealing his meaning faintly. The elves of the Shikwi region do not understand human languages. However, after undergoing a comprehensive strengthening, the transformation of superpower has allowed Lin Jing to express his meaning through superpower, which is also a new harvest. Feeling the attraction from the power of the dragon, and hearing Lin Jing's voice, Yuan Lu Sha hesitated for a while and approached completely. Lin Jing reached out and stroked the head of the round land shark. Somewhat rough. Under the close contact, the power of the royal dragon made the round land shark more comfortable, and the vigilance in his heart was completely put down. Lin Jing's other hand took out a blank pokeball, and his voice was soft. You should really like fighting. Leave with me, I can take you to see a wider world and meet more and stronger people. Opponent. I'll also help you grow and make you stronger. How about you, would you like to come with me? During the speech, Lin Jing held the pokeball flat and moved it in front of round land shark. Under his gaze, round land shark hesitated for a while, and finally stuck his head out and hit the pokeball. Sip. A crisp sound came out, and the figure of the round land shark turned into light and entered the elf ball. It was clearly mentally prepared, and after the pokeball dinged, it regained its calm. Successfully captured. The power of the royal dragon is extremely special to dragon-type elves, so Yuan Lu Shark obviously let go of his guard and was easily subdued. Lin Jing's eyes flashed with joy. A quasi-god elf with championship-level qualifications. This is probably the existence that countless people yearn for. As his thoughts flowed, Yuan Lu Shark was released again. Through his eyesight ability, Lin Jing quickly understood the information of Yuan Lu Shark. Round land shark. Level LV21. Introduction. The round land shark nests in caves that are not exposed to sunlight. Shark teeth can regrow within days, even if they are lost from wear or impact. Attribute: dragon, ground. Characteristics: sand hidden, rough skin. Currently mastered skills: dash, quicksand hell, impact, sand plucking, dragon breath, stomp. With a glance, Lin Jing nodded slightly. As expected of a quasi-god elf, even in its initial form, the skills mastered are very powerful. When it finally evolves into a quasi-god, it will be the day when its strength will be fully displayed. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing seemed to have thought of something, and at this moment, he opened his backpack. Inside the backpack, one red and white ball, two special pokeballs, nothing moved. Seeing this, Lin Jing's expression turned solemn. Sure enough, the pokeballs obtained from the treasure chest system are not restricted by the pokeball transmission mechanism. I don't know if it's because of the influence of being in the Shikwi area, but when we return to the interstellar era, we can naturally draw a final conclusion. The goal was achieved, and Lin Jing stood on the edge of the platform, overlooking the bottom. On the side, the round land shark followed suit and patrolled. At the place near the highest point in the Shikwi area, Lin Jing exhaled a long breath, and a strong confidence rose in his eyes. This is where I started as a trainer. I already have a perfect starting point. Next, my journey as a trainer will definitely be more exciting. The elf exam is coming to an end.